Chapter 797. Broad Creed Mountain's Grand Elder Zhongkuan took over Fu Inshu's duties in the vast ocean world, presiding over the vast ocean world. Over the years, Fu Inshu had brought along a group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples to reside in the vast ocean world's Changli Mountain as guests, outstanding talents emerging in large numbers as they had made a great name for themselves in the vast ocean world. While no more martial saints had emerged and Yang Zhaoge himself had not appeared in the world for a long time, the position of descendants of Broad Creed Mountain in the vast ocean world was currently rather transcendent. The situation in the vast ocean martial world would change from time to time. It was already different from when Yang Zhaoge had last been here. However, to Broad Creed Mountain, this did not affect them much, as they were more like sitting peacefully at home, quietly watching the wind and rain. During this time, there were also people who returned to the Eight Extremities world, and new disciples of Broad Creed Mountain were also sent there to undergo tempering. Fu Inshu herself stood at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the peak of the late Essence Talisman stage, and could break through to the Transcending Mortality stage at any time. After handing things over with Zhongkuan, she had brought along Ying Longtu, Sikong Qing and the other young disciples, following Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone to Tribulation Wind Mountain where the Wound of the Sky was located. The dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Devil world was sealed by the four of them with the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation that year, so there is no need to care about it. Instead, you once mentioned that Shen Li opened a dimensional passageway at the Heavenly Thunder Hall. How is it now? Fu Inshu asked as she walked. Back then, Yang Zhaoge had made some simple preparations for that passageway, temporarily sealing it off. Afterwards, because Broad Creed Mountain's attention had been focused on guarding against the radiant light sect of the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain had never paid much attention to that dimensional passageway that might lead to a certain world. Yang Zhaoge answered, "Currently, our sect's primary goal is still to establish a foothold in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, I used this clone to reinforce the seal in the future. Unless someone whose cultivation surpasses my Northern Ocean clone forcibly opens it, it will be impossible to pass through. The natives of the two lower worlds rarely have such powerful existences. We don't have to worry about it for the time being." Fu Inshu nodded slowly. "This is fine as well. I heard from the second batch of disciples who came to the vast ocean world that junior apprentice brother Yang had once investigated the entrance. It seems to be a rather primitive world." Yang Zhaoge said, "I have heard my father mention it before. When the dust has completely settled here in the world beyond worlds, we can make some time to take a look." Other than Ying Longtu and Sikong Qing, there was also Shui Fei and Shi Jun, master and disciple. Shi Jun's mother, Ying Yuzhen, was still unconscious. Although his injuries had gradually recovered, he was still in a coma. This caused Yang Zhaoge to feel that something was amiss. Therefore, he inspected it once more. Previously, his cultivation realm was slightly lower. Perhaps there was something deeply hidden that he did not notice. As the Northern Ocean clone investigated, he finally discovered something strange. An indistinct seal could be seen in the depths of Ying Yuzhen's soul. Fearing that he had seen wrongly, the Northern Ocean clone led them all through the Wound of the Sky to the Phoenix-bearing region of the world beyond worlds Royal Reed Sea before sending them all to the Spirit Inheritance region. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di examined it as well, finally confirming that there really was a profound seal within Ying Yuzhen's soul. With the current cultivation bases of Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, they could only barely detect the existence of the seal. Still, they were unable to undo it, also unable to investigate what exactly was sealed within. Look at Jun Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di exchanged glances, both nodding imperceptibly. After a round of inspection, their gazes were both rather solemn. There was also a seal within the depths of Shi Jun's soul. Still, it was different from the seal within Ying Yuzhen's soul. The difference between the two seals might be the reason why Shi Jun had awoken normally after recovering from his injuries while Ying Yuzhen had remained in a deep slumber. It was just a pity that they could not tell what exactly the seal was. Yang Zhaoge frowned. It was only with his current high cultivation base that he was able to see through it. When his cultivation base had been lower in the past, he would have been unable to detect the existence of the seal at all. From this, It could be seen that the one who had set down the seal was either extremely powerful or had extremely strange and brilliant methods. When Jun-er and sister-in-law Yuzhen slept together in the ice coffin and were brought along by senior apprentice brother She, they should have only been moving about in the eight extremities world. They should not have come into contact with such powerful existences, right? Yang Zhaoge pondered, if their methods are too strange, it might be related to the 9 underworlds. Sadly, Shi Songtao had already been dead for many years. It was hard to know what he and his wife had experienced back then. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di could only temporarily set this matter aside and slowly study it. Senior apprentice brother Fang, senior apprentice sister Fu, I will have to trouble you with the spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea from here on out. Yang Di said to Fang Zhen and Fu Inshu, regarding the construction of buildings and the various other constructions, we can slowly work on them. There is also no need for us to be in a rush to expand into the outside world. It is enough for us to first stabilize our footing. If there are any matters, we can contact the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. Due to Zhaoge's management, these 2 major powers of the Royal Reed Sea are on friendly terms with us, being able to help each other out. They can be considered trustworthy allies. If there is a great danger or a problem that cannot be resolved, where there is life, there is hope. I can make use of the remaining heavenly connection jades to immediately return to the 8 extremities world through the wound of the sky. With Master there, it will be much safer. Yang Di said, if nothing unexpected happens, the disciples of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage in the Royal Reed Sea can be trusted. If something major happens, we can ask them for help. Fang Zhen nodded, your meeting with that Southeastern Exalt this time is very important. Yang Zhaoge looked at Xiao Ari. Xiao Ari, come with us. After leaving Golden Court Mountain, bring us along the route that my mother traveled that year. Xiao Ari answered, this maid will definitely not have a problem with that. Still, you must be prepared, young master. It is a very long journey. Yang Zhaoge smiled, I guessed it. After Fang Zhen and the others had settled down, Yang Zhaoge and the others followed Chen Zhiliang on their journey to Golden Court Mountain. Before this, Tang Yonghao had already been personally escorted to Golden Court Mountain by Mu Jun while Lin Hanhua remained in the Royal Reed Sea. Not long after, peak experts of Golden Court Mountain would probably rush over to the Royal Reed Sea to guard against their neighbors to the west. The Royal Reed Sea was the westernmost region of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory while Golden Court Mountain was in its central region. Led by the southeastern exalts Chen Zhiliang, they left the Royal Reed Sea and headed east, traversing a large amount of territory in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Here, there was a vast ocean as well as a great number of islands. Continuing east, they ascended onto land. The land was vast, with lofty mountains and lofty ridges that were rarely visited by humans as well as densely populated plains. The Royal Reed Sea was already much larger than the 8 extremities world. Still, in the perspective of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, it was merely a corner of the ocean to the west. Meanwhile, the portion of the ocean to the west that belonged to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory was only equivalent to a quarter of the entire territory. Only now did those who had come from the 8 extremities world have a relatively direct impression of the vastness of the world beyond worlds. With the current cultivation bases of Yang Zhaoge and the others, it could still be said to have been a long and arduous journey before they arrived at the Dao Arena of the Southeastern Exalt, Golden Court Mountain. To be continued. Chapter 798. Nearing Golden Court Mountain, before they had even arrived, the eyes of Yang Zhaoge and the others lit up. It was supposed to be daytime, but Golden Court Mountain seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Only, under the curtain of night, there was no dusky feeling. Instead, there were many outstanding heroes, streaks of starlight scattering down together. In the world beyond worlds, the boundary between day and night was not distinct. Starlight flickered in the surroundings from time to time, as if they were exceptionally close to the sea of stars. Looking at Golden Court Mountain, this feeling was particularly strong. Specks of starlight flickered unceasingly before the eyes of Yang Zhaoge's group, resembling a realm of immortals. Yang Zhaoge gazed at those streaks of starlight that had a profound rhythm as they streaked across the horizon, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. I think I might know what martial art the Southeastern Exalt cultivates in, Yang Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Yang Di, Feng Yunsheng, and the others. Yang Zhaoge rarely saw a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage clashing with someone else. Even if he did, it would only be a fleeting glimpse of it, as he had not been able to see it clearly. Still, looking at Golden Court Mountain now, Yang Zhaoge had a guess. The Southeastern Exalt has always been renowned for the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of Alchemy. Yang Di pondered for a moment before saying, "You are referring to the legacy of the North Star Emperor? The Lord of Myriad Stars, the number one figure in the Tao of the Sword of Taoism before the Great Calamity, one of the four imperials of Taoism." Yang Zhaoge murmured, "Whether or not it is a complete direct lineage is hard to confirm, but at the very least, it should be a related martial art." While the Flame Devil Emperor, the Thunder Emperor and the Dim Radiant Emperor of post-Great Calamity times were all peak experts who could be called emperors, their emperor titles were only one or two words. Unlike these people, Great Emperor Ziwei's full name was Great Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole. He had always been revered as the Lord of the Stars, the Grandmaster of all creations, and was one of the four imperials of Taoism alongside the Earth Empress of Skybearing, who was also known as Goddess Hutu. He was one of the top figures of Taoism. At the same time, he had always been revered as the number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword in pre-Great Calamity times. The three clear Grand Masters couldn't be estimated with common sense, so they weren't included. Throughout the ages, Taoism had produced many top-notch sword cultivators. Generally speaking, there were three great swordsmen who were praised by later generations. The personal disciple of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, cultivated deity Yu Ding. The head disciple of the Prime Clear Sect's ancestor, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, Daoist Plentiful Treasure, also known as the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. The third was one of the four imperials, the heaven-culminating Purple Tenuity Paularis Great Emperor. Other than that, Heavenly Lord Guangqing, Heavenly Lord Dao Hang, Master Kaijing Zi, Yun Zhongzi, Goddess of Turtle Spirit, Goddess Wudang, and others were all sword Tao experts. Among them, Perfected Jade Cauldron and Lord of Plentiful Treasure were mighty powerhouses of the ancient god investiture era. As time passed, they did not appear in the world for a long time. It was difficult for future generations to determine their whereabouts. It was the same for primogenitor Guangqing and the others. As for the Purple Tenuity Emperor, he was a major figure who had still been active before the Great Calamity, when the Divine Palace and the Heavenly Court had ruled over the heavens and earth. Therefore, everyone was used to referring to the Purple Tenuity Emperor as the number one sword Tao of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times. It was just that there had been no news of the Purple Tenuity Emperor after the Great Calamity. Looking at the scenes of Golden Court Mountain before him, it was very hard for Yang Zhaoge not to think in this direction. While the Great Calamity had caused a large-scale interruption in the legacies of culture and information, Yang Di and the others had all heard of the great name of the North Myrtle Emperor. Therefore, as soon as Yang Zhaoge mentioned it slightly, Yang Di had also thought in this direction. Arriving at the foot of Golden Court Mountain, a smile appeared on Chen Zhiliang's face as he said to Yang Zhaoge's group, "Please follow me, everyone. Master has said that there is no need for anyone to send a message here. You can just directly enter the mountain." Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di and the others all nodded. The Southeastern Exalt is polite. As they entered Golden Court Mountain, it was as though they were amidst starlight. Speaking of this, Golden Court Mountain is rather particular about this place. I just wonder if this Golden Court is the same as the Golden Court. Yang Zhaoge suddenly smiled. He blinked towards Yang Di, Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and Xiao Ari. In the ancient god investiture era, Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave was the cave manor of the Lord of Primordial Beginning's personal disciple, the Lord of Dao Hang. The Lord of Dao Hang had a supreme treasure known as the Five Fires Seven Foul Fan. The supreme martial arts of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, the Five Fires True Art and the Seven Foul Treasured Spear, were derived from analyzing the concept of this supreme treasure. Yang Zhaoge chuckled. When he sent King Xianwen to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea to set up camp, he more or less had the intention of expressing his goodwill. While the Southeastern Exalt himself cultivated in martial arts that were unrelated to the Lord of Dao Hang, having established his manor at Golden Court Mountain, there would definitely be some kinship between them. The higher the cultivation base of a major figure, the more they would care about this in this regard. Still, what I find even more interesting is that in the investiture of the god's legend, the Jade Clear bigwig who handed over the immortal ending sword of the Prime Clear lineage was none other than the Lord of Daohang. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng and the others exchanged looks. Having already heard of the earthly sovereign's decree that descendants of the Prime Clear lineage were not to enter the world beyond worlds and Lin Hanhua, Yang Di could not help but raise his brows slightly. This is really too much of a coincidence. Could it be the Southeastern Exalt? Yang Zhaoge shrugged. As far as he knew, the numinous treasure 4 swords of the Jade Clear lineage had already been lost in pre-Great Calamity times. The immortal ending sword manual that Lin Hanhua cultivated in was most likely of the Prime Clear direct lineage. Still, it was likely not a coincidence that Lin Hanhua had become the Southeastern Exalt's disciple. As he had thought earlier, there should be some tacit understanding here that outsiders were unaware of. At the top of Golden Court Mountain's main peak sat a cluster of palaces. Starlight descended unceasingly from above, congregating upon the palaces as they were illuminated with a brilliant glow. The radiance was not piercing as it instead appeared very gentle. Still, the surging power within was heavy to the point of causing one to feel suffocated. Under Chen Zhiliang's arrangements, Ah Hu and Xiao Ari were left outside to wait while Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di and Feng Yunsheng were allowed to enter the main hall. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged glances, knowing that it was most likely due to the extreme yin crown and the cold sun divine saber that Feng Yunsheng had been able to enter. After entering the great hall, they saw that it was grand and majestic. Raising their heads, they saw that the ceiling was pitch black amidst which infinite starlight flickered. Numerous stars densely dotted the area, resembling a massive diagram of the stars that enveloped everyone's heads. A purple-clothed man stood within the great hall, seeming to stand at the center of the sea of stars as he was illuminated by them. At first glance, it was hard to discern this man's age. His gaze was bright as it resembled the stars of the night sky whilst also resembling the icy cold sword light. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's trio, he said, Broad Creed Mountain was the east peak of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times, reigning alongside Kunlun Mountain. Now that it can be established once more, it can also be considered a joyous matter. Yang Di cupped his hands. I thank the Southeastern Exalt for your auspicious words. The purple-clothed man before them was the current ruler of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the Lord of Golden Court Mountain, the Southeastern Exalt Cao Jie. His earlier words were equivalent to him having no intention of obstructing Broad Creed Mountain from opening its doors and accepting disciples in the Royal Reed Sea. Yang Zhaoge said, in the Royal Reed Sea earlier, due to the circumstances, I was rather rash in my actions. Please forgive me, Southeastern Exalt. Cao Jie shook his head as if he didn't care. He suddenly asked, is Ancestor He still alive? Chapter 799. Ancestor He was the expert who killed the Daotai and created the heaven-swallowing swordbox and earth-devouring burner to refine the evil sword Daotai. The phoenix bone that Zhuang Chaohui yearned for was also a treasure left behind by Ancestor He. Thinking about it, Ancestor He had been active even earlier than Cao Jie. It was understandable that he had not known that Ancestor He had buried a nest in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. But now that he knew about it, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. After all, Ancestor He's cultivation wasn't inferior to Cao Jie's. Yang Zhaoge answered, if nothing unexpected happens, Ancestor He should have already perished. It is just that I am not very clear on the exact process and location. But according to the reaction when I refined the holy weapon, the original owner is no longer in this world. Hearing his words, Cao Jie nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di and Feng Yunsheng. Zhiliang once mentioned that while you obtained the extreme Yang seal, you do not know about the exalted solar luminary. Yang Zhaoge answered candidly, to tell the truth, I only heard of the exalted solar luminary's name after coming to the world beyond worlds. When I obtained this extreme Yang seal in the 8 extremities world earlier, it was originally used to suppress a crevice to the 9 underworlds. Its original owner did not leave behind any information about it. The method to activate this treasure is something I obtained after slowly studying the treasure itself. Hearing this, Cao Jie did not say whether he believed it or not. Then, have you seen the exalted lunar luminary? Yang Zhaoge and the others similarly shook their heads. Yang Di said, the extreme yin crown was inadvertently discovered by a martial practitioner of the original eight extremities world, having never come into contact with its original owner. Yang Zhaoge added, after similarly coming to the world beyond worlds and hearing about the matter of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, we deduced that this treasure might be related to the exalted lunar luminary in comparison to the extreme yang seal. Afterwards, we received confirmation from the Grand Shen dynasty and your disciple, Mr. Chen. Cao Jie slowly nodded, his gaze fixed on Feng Yunsheng. Little friend, can you let me have a look at your saber? Feng Yunsheng unsheathed the cold sun divine saber, passing it to the southeastern exalt along with its scabbard. The power of corrosion is not Ketu luminary, but the power of the Rahu luminary. Cao Jie pulled out half of the black long blade and stared at it for a moment. After that, I refined the power of the sun reversal and fused the two together. My achievement might be even greater than the Rahu blade of the past. He put the saber back into its scabbard and stared at Feng Yunsheng for a while. You are not the reincarnation of a powerful master, but you were born with this saber. You are not a saber spirit either. How rare, how rare. Cao Jie shook his head, returning the cold sun divine saber to Feng Yunsheng. He didn't seem to have anything else he wanted to ask, just carefully appraising Yang Zhaoge and the others one last time. There was a look of admiration in his eyes, but he didn't try to recruit him. Cao Jie waved his hand lightly, while the southeastern Yang heaven territory is large, you can go wherever you like. It is just that there are still some unresolved matters over at the southern blazing heaven territory's Wutong slope. Perhaps there will be some follow-up. Feeling his intention to send them off, Yang Zhaoge and the other two cupped their hands, then took their leave. After exiting the Great Hall, Feng Yunsheng asked rather puzzledly, it feels like this southeastern exalt's words were not finished. Yang Zhaoge smiled, it should be related to the immortal ending sword manual that I cultivate in. Yang Di said, your guess regarding Lin Hanhua should be correct. Yang Zhaoge nodded, seeing Chen Zhiliang, Ah Hu and Xiao Ari who were waiting outside. Knowing that the southeastern exalt had no objections to Broad Creed Mountain accepting disciples in the Royal Reed Sea, Chen Zhiliang smiled, congratulations, everyone. Yang Zhaoge spread open his palm, his true essence condensing to form the silhouette of a woman. There is one more thing. I wonder if Mr. Chen knows this person? That woman was gentle and refined, her eyes that resembled water revealing some intelligence as well as some gentleness as she resembled a small deer. It was precisely Meng Wan's appearance. Looking at her, Chen Zhiliang shook his head slightly, I have never seen her before. What, is it someone you are familiar with, little friend Yang? Yang Zhaoge said, you can say that. Still, we are separated from each other. We are currently looking for her. Chen Zhiliang pondered for a moment before saying, how about this? Little friend Yang, you can come with me to see senior apprentice brother Mu. He is very familiar with many people outside of the southeastern Yang heaven territory. I will be troubling you. Yang Zhaoge nodded towards Feng Yunsheng before following Chen Zhiliang to see Mu Jun had brought Tang Yonghao back earlier and was currently still at Golden Court Mountain, having yet to leave. Seeing Chen Zhiliang bring Yang Zhaoge over, Mu Jun's smile remained, little friend Yang has already met master? Yang Zhaoge smiled, it would not be good to disturb your master for too long. Mu Jun was all smiles, seeing how little friend Yang seems to be in a good mood. Master must have agreed to the matter of your lineage opening up in the Royal Reed Sea. I still have to thank Mr. Mu for putting in a good word for me in front of Master. Yang Zhaoge was similarly all smiles. Mu Jun smiled, shaking his head, whatever Master decides, it is not up to me. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, he said meaningfully, there is something that little friend Yang might not know yet. That old friend of yours has already officially entered my Golden Court Mountain. My master personally accepted him as a disciple. He is now my little junior apprentice brother. Mu Jun's words indeed revealed some goodwill as a reminder. Yang Zhaoge smiled, Tang Yonghao is supremely talented and has a good character. The heavens really have eyes for him to have obtained this fortune. Mu Jun smiled, nodding, that is true. Yang Zhaoge continued, in coming here this time, I actually want to ask Mr. Mu about someone. After showing Mu Jun the image of Meng Wan, Yang Xiaoge observed the changes in Mu Jun's expression. After glancing at it, Mu Jun fell into deep thought. He was not in a hurry to answer, as he instead said slowly, "Junior apprentice brother Tang once mentioned this woman as well, saying that she was a fellow disciple of his in the Eight Extremities world who was taken away by Zhuang Chaohui of the southern blazing heaven territory in the underwater palace of the clear scenic region." Yang Xiaoge answered candidly, "That's right." Mu Jun fell into deep thought once more. After a moment, he said very earnestly, "I have never met her before, and I myself have never been to that lower world where you come from. However, looking at her, I feel that she looks somewhat familiar." Yang Xiaoge's spirits rose as a quizzical look appeared on the face of Chen Zhiliang beside him. Meeting Yang Xiaoge's gaze, which had lit up, Mu Jun said slowly, "Looking at this woman, she looks somewhat similar to someone I have met before." While Mu Jun looked young, he was actually quite old as well. The people he had come into contact with in his lifetime were innumerable as the vast ocean. Still, Meng Wan's appearance was outstanding, and those who looked similar to her would not be inferior in appearance as well. It was fine if he had not seen them before, but as long as he had seen them before, they would definitely leave some impression on Mu Jun. With Mu Jun's cultivation base, his powerful soul, his sharp hearing, his shocking memory, he would be able to search through the memories of those he had only met once. Still, I cannot be certain that there is a relationship between the two. Saying thus, Mu Jun pondered carefully for a moment before raising his hand, drawing in mid-air. Traces of light formed an image before Yang Xiaoge. Within the image was the figure of a woman who bore at least a 70% resemblance to Meng Wan. There really is one? Chen Zhiliang felt surprised as well. Gazing at the image for a while, Yang Xiaoge asked softly, "Mr. Mu, do you know her background?" Mu Jun answered, "Disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage, Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wutong Slope, Liu Xianting." Chapter 800. The Southern Exalt's personal disciple, Liu Xianting? Yang Xiaoge repeated this name. Mu Jun nodded and said, "I've only met him once. It was 30 years ago, and we didn't talk at that time." He paused for a moment before continuing, "In recent years, I have not heard any news of her, nor have I heard that she is adventuring outside. I cannot be sure if she is currently residing at Wutong Slope. My understanding of Liu Xianting is also very limited. Under the vast heavens, there are trillions of life forms. People who look alike are not rare, many of them not related by blood. Therefore, I cannot be certain that she is really related to the person you and junior apprentice brother Tang speak of. Still, I feel that she might be related to Zhuang Chaohui taking her away for no reason at all." Mu Jun glanced at Yang Xiaoge as he said this. Tang Yonghao definitely hoped that Golden Court Mountain could think of a way to rescue Meng Wan. It was just that with the southern blazing heaven territory coveting his phoenix bone, he could not interfere in this matter as he could only listen to the arrangements of his sect. If Mu Jun was the one making the decision, he would definitely not wish for unnecessary problems to arise. Golden Court Mountain would be able to play a great role in negotiations with Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wutong Slope around the Phoenix Bone. Yang Xiaoge pondered, since that is so, Meng Wan was taken away by Zhuang Chaohui at the very least, her life not in danger. Zhuang Chaohui may have taken her away for personal reasons, not having much to do with the Phoenix Bone. Mu Jun said, "If this old friend of yours and junior apprentice brother Tang is really related to Liu Xianting." Yang Xiaoge nodded slowly. There was also the possibility of Zhuang Chaohui mistaking her for someone else. As Mu Jun had said earlier, there were many people who looked alike yet were unrelated to each other. It might just be a coincidence that Meng Wan and Liu Xianting looked alike. After taking his leave of Mu Jun, Yang Xiaoge told them about what had happened. "This is just a clue," Yang Xiaoge said in the end. "Meng Wan's situation is actually still unclear." He spread his hands. "For example, if Meng Wan's mother is really Liu Xianting, then who is her father?" Feng Yunsheng pinched her temples. "I only hope that Zhuang Chaohui will take her away and treat her well." Yang Xiaoge said, "If Mu Jun did not create this Wutong Slope disciple Liu Xianting based on Meng Wan's appearance, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Even if Meng Wan is unrelated to Liu Xianting and Zhuang Chaohui mistook her for someone else, Mengwan's life would most likely not be in danger. At most, she would be interrogated about me, our clan, the extreme Yin crown and the Eight Extremities world. Feng Yunsheng nodded. Yang Zhaoge looked at Yang Di. According to Xiao Ari's words, Mother seems to be hiding from her enemies. We also do not know who it is that is causing trouble for her. In order to prevent this from leaking out, I did not ask those of Golden Court Mountain about her. Yang Di said, "You did very well." He glanced around at the surroundings of Golden Court Mountain and said, "We have obtained the answer we want from this trip to Golden Court Mountain. Now, I will be returning to the Royal Reed Sea. You are free to do as you please, arranging your own itinerary." Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy. I have a rough idea of when the black hole at the bottom of the clear scenic region will vanish and when Kang Ping and the others will escape." After taking his leave, Yang Zhaoge remained on Golden Court Mountain for another 2 days as he became very familiar with the people here. When he was free, he would also inquire about where heavenly flame trees grew in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Aside from Yang Di, more experts of Golden Court Mountain indeed left Shanxi and headed to the Royal Reed Sea. That was the front line of contact between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory. The two sides would still be fighting over that phoenix bone. Zhuang Chaohui and the others would not give up easily. A few days later, Yang Zhaoge's group took their leave of the southern Exalt and left Golden Court Mountain. Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Xiao Ari, it will be up to you now." Xiao Ari said very earnestly, "Young master, it's Xiao Ari." According to Xiao Ari, Xue Chuqing had traveled extensively in the past. Not mentioning the places she had visited alone, just traveling with Xiao Ari by her side, they had already been to many places. These included not just the various places of the world beyond worlds but some extra-dimensional spaces as well. Xiao Ari had even accompanied her to descend to a lower world before coming back up again. The dim radiant mausoleum was one place, and there were a few other places within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory as well. One of them was even not far from the Royal Reed Sea as it was to its south. Yang Zhaoge's group set off from Golden Court Mountain, searching for them from near to far away. Sadly, there were no more clues left behind in these places. Yang Zhaoge was actually most interested in Kunlun Mountain of the central Jun Heaven territory. His intuition told him that his mother had likely been born there, and that he would be able to find valuable clues there. Still, firstly, it was too far away and secondly, the environment there was complicated. Xue Chuqing might also be being pursued now. If he rashly went there, he might fall right into their trap. After thinking about it, Yang Zhaoge decided to give up on this very attractive idea. "Young master, we should be in the vicinity of the setting sun archipelago after a while." Hu shaded his eyes with his hand, gazing into the distance. Yang Zhaoge held a skewer of meat as he sat on Panpan's back, saying nonchalantly as he ate, "Strictly speaking, we are already within the domain of the setting sun archipelago." They had already been traveling for over half a year. They did not waste any time as they cultivated as they traveled. Panpan had already awoken from his slumber, having successfully refined the Taotie's demonic heart and demonic blood. The setting sun archipelago was located in the southwest corner of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. To the north and slightly west was the Royal Reed Sea. This was also a portion of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's western region of sea. While it was called an archipelago, the islands were actually very large as they practically resembled numerous small continents squeezed together. The land of the setting sun archipelago occupied a greater area than the sea. According to Xiao Ari, Xue Chuqing had once lived in seclusion on one of these islands for a period of time. Heading southeast from here, they would officially be on land. There was the Jade Sun mountain range where heavenly flame trees grew. Yang Zhaoge intended to first visit his mother's old residence before heading to the Jade Sun mountain range to investigate matters related to the heavenly flame trees and the encompassing abundance golden pill. "Young mistress, your culinary skills are really good." Xiao Ari was currently seated beside Yang Zhaoge, her hands moving left and right as she ate happily, a wooden skewer in each hand. Feng Yunsheng was also holding a skewer as she smiled as she ate. "It's good that you like it." A large pot hovered in the air before her, blazing flames blazing beneath it as a mouth-watering fragrance emanated from the boiling soup within. Several dozen skewers were pierced through and placed by the side of the pot. Feng Yunsheng casually picked one up, throwing it forward. The skewer fell in an arc as Pan Pan below turned his head, opening his mouth wide and directly swallowing it as his eyes instantly narrowed in joy. Who was also holding a skewer of meat as he chuckled as he ate. This place neighbors the Royal Reed Sea. News of the Royal Reed Sea has already spread over here. Young master, you can be considered a celebrity here. Yang Zhaoge asked excitedly. Oh, what did they say? To be continued. Chapter 801. Basically, they are all words of praise for you, young master. Hu chuckled, promising at a young age, possessing outstanding talent and transcending mortality and entering sainthood at a young age. You are also powerful, slaying many experts of the same cultivation level, even surpassing levels to slay experts of a higher cultivation level. Wreaking havoc in the Royal Reed Sea, even the Grand Xian dynasty with numerous immortal bridge martial saints was unable to do anything to you as they were instead left in a sorry state by you, young master. Not having reached the seeing divinity stage, you possess a high-grade sacred artifact and are even able to wield it. Also, you are highly regarded and appreciated by the Southeastern Exalt, being on very good terms with the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua. Hu counted on his fingers. There are many guesses about your origins. Some say that you are an unorthodox cultivator from a lower world, some say that you are actually the descendant of the exalted solar luminary of the legendary 9 luminaries, thus being able to possess the supreme treasure, the extreme Yang seal. There are also some who say that you are actually a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, having finally entered the world of mortals. Anyway, there are all sorts of opinions, each holding their own opinions as no one is able to convince the other. Hu smiled. Still, whatever the case, young master's current fame is already not just limited to the Royal Reed Sea. Yang Zhaoge listened intently as he was all smiles as he stroked his lower chin. Yes, not bad, not bad. He turned and said to Feng Yunsheng, Yunsheng, you should bring out some treasures at a time like this. Seeing his smug look, Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh, just like a big kid. Smiling, she shook her head, entering the myriad dragon palace. In the depths of the palace was a massive cage with a massive beast within, its eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light as it emanated a ferocious aura. This massive beast resembled a deer yet was not a deer, resembled a wolf yet was not a wolf as it dragged a tail that resembled a python behind it. It was a demonic beast known as Maroliang that Yang Zhaoge had inadvertently encountered while roaming the southeastern Yang Heaven territory earlier. It was extremely brutal and fed on humans as it was a great demon that rampaged through a region. This Maroliang that was currently caged possessed a powerful fleshly body that was comparable to a martial saint. However, in the cage, Yunliang's aura had become much weaker. When it saw Feng Yunsheng come in, its body trembled slightly. Feng Yunsheng did not look at it. She walked to the side of the cage, where there was a huge block of ice. There were some white objects frozen in the ice. They looked like small pieces of broken bones. Feng Yunsheng carefully unsealed one of the bones and took it out. Looking at her movements, the well-trained tail subconsciously shrunk. Feng Yunsheng took the bone fragments and walked out of the myriad dragon palace, continuing to shatter them into even smaller fragments before throwing a small portion of them into the pot. Almost in an instant, the aroma from the wok became even more intense, causing the half-full crowd to salivate. As for the remaining bone fragments, Feng Yunsheng pierced them with a few skewers and started another fire to roast them. There had actually been 2 Mao Liang that had attacked Yang Zhaoge and the others back then. One of them had been slain on the spot by Yang Zhaoge while the other had been captured alive and imprisoned. The joints of this Mao Liang had some tiny cartilage that was most delicious when used for cooking. Receiving the roasted bone skewer, Yang Zhaoge bit off a piece of cartilage as he clicked his tongue in praise, coming all the way here, this thing is still the most delicious. Feng Yunsheng smiled, it's good that you don't mind my cooking methods being crude. She loved to eat, and was also a glutton. Still, because of her experiences of adventuring alone in her youth, she was used to using the simplest and quickest method to cook for herself. Yang Zhaoge shook his head, as long as it tastes good, who cares how it's done? Feng Yunsheng was all smiles as she ate a bone skewer, a satisfied look on her face as well. One never gets tired of eating fine. When we settle down, I want to properly ponder on this, also seeking out famous experts to learn from them. Yang Zhaoge nodded repeatedly. It's good to be motivated. As they chatted and laughed, a massive island had already appeared where the sea and the sky intersected in the distance. The island was so massive that it filled one's field of vision from afar, resembling the coastline of a continent. The few large islands of the setting sun archipelago were actually not that different from small pieces of land. As Yang Zhaoge's group came ashore, Pan Pan's figure began shrinking before he leapt into Feng Yunxing's embrace, dozing off lazily. Lady once lived here in seclusion. Still, that was already a few years ago, Xiao Ari said as they walked. Yang Zhaoge asked, you once mentioned that mother would occasionally return to a place she had been to before. Xiao Ari nodded, that was the case twice. Still, this maid cannot say for sure whether she will return here. Yang Zhaoge strode forward, let's take a look first. This island was known as the Whale region. There was a majestic city on its coast known as Whale Fishing City. The main power developing here was a family that was commonly known as the Xie family of Whale Fishing City. Their head, Xie Liang, was an expert who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Still, an important reason for the Xie family being able to reign supreme over Whale Fishing City and the surrounding territories was that they were backed by the ruler of the Whale region, the Whale Breath Sect. The Whale Breath Sect was a massive entity of the entire setting sun archipelago, roughly equivalent to the status of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island in the Royal Reed Sea. The Xie family did not just occupy a single city in Whale Fishing City. There were also many cities of various sizes in the vast region surrounding Whale Fishing City. While they were not as massive as Whale Fishing City, they were still within the Xie family's sphere of influence. At the same time, the city was close to the sea, and the products of the nearby vast region of sea were traded with merchant ships. The Xie family had developed here as well. Xie Liang was the city lord of Whale Fishing City, but he was actually equivalent to the ruler of a nation. After entering Whale Fishing City, Yang Zhaoge followed Xiao Ari around. When they arrived at the place where his mother Xue Chuqing had once resided, they saw that it had long since been flattened and rebuilt with other structures. Looking at the majestic tavern that was bustling with people, Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. From the looks of it, even if mother has returned to Whale Fishing City, she will have to find another place to stay. Ah Hu blinked, young master, what do we do now? Yang Zhaoge said, since we're here, let's go in and take a seat. We can also ask around and see if mother has returned. Ah Hu asked, should we go ask Xie Liang directly? No need for that. The fewer people who know about mother's matters, the better. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands, even now, I still don't know who exactly she has offended. They entered. The business within was very prosperous as the entire 9-story building was filled to the brim with customers. Occasionally, there were empty seats, but they were reserved in advance by others. Ah Hu went to deal with it, and Yang Zhaoge did not ask too much about it. A moment later, a waiter came over and bowed, inviting Yang Zhaoge's group into a private room to be seated. The cultivation bases of those here were relatively low. Yang Zhaoge even saw some martial artists who had not even successfully cultivated in their aura qi and were not even martial scholars. Over the past half a year or so, Yang Zhaoge had seen many such ordinary martial practitioners and even mortals who did not cultivate in martial arts at all along the way. At the start, Yang Zhaoge, who had come to the world beyond worlds to fight his way there and had been constantly interacting with Lin Hanhua, Kang Ping and Luo Jiuan, had even felt like a lifetime had passed. Only after having seen more of them had he slowly gotten used to it. With Yang Zhaoge's current cultivation base and hearing, he would still be able to clearly hear the conversations of these martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases no matter how low their voices were. It was just that Yang Zhaoge himself was willing to do so. Who knew that just as he sat down, he would hear his name being called. To be continued. Chapter 802. I really wonder where this Yang Zhaoge came from, actually being able to create such a great disturbance. The name of those of the Royal Reed Sea has even spread to our setting sun archipelago. As his own name suddenly entered his ears, Yang Zhaoge blinked, concentrating slightly as he listened earnestly. Beside him, Feng Yunxing, Ah Hu and Xiao Ari exchanged looks. The cultivation bases of the speakers were that of an outer aura martial scholar and an inner aura martial scholar. Beside them, there were also a few body refinement realm martial artists, presumably their respective juniors. That outer aura martial scholar said, "While the solar luminary young master is young, he is already an expert who has transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It is best not to call him by his name." "You are right." That inner aura martial scholar's tone was rather lacking in confidence. "Isn't this because he is currently only at the merging avatar stage?" The outer aura martial scholar said, "While some believe that he needs to step into the immortal bridge before he can bear the title of solar luminary young master, at the very least having to attain the seeing divinity stage, that is only relative to experts of the same level as him. Our small lineage and our cultivation bases are shallow. It is best that we remain respectful at all times. Do you know that your words today will definitely not reach the ears of others?" The inner aura martial scholar opposite him nodded slowly. "That is true. I was rash just now." Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin as he listened. Ah Hu chuckled, sending via sound transmission, "Young master, this solar luminary young master refers to you, right? You have truly made a name for yourself in the world beyond worlds now." Feng Yunsheng smiled. "It is most likely because of the extreme yang seal. Many people also guess that you are a descendant of the exalted solar luminary. The Kunlun 9 luminaries were actually relatively foreign and distant to the people of the current world beyond worlds. Most people did not even know of their existence. Back in the Royal Reed Sea, there had been many who did not understand this. It was still the Grand Xian dynasty who had first pointed this out. Thereafter, the name of the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, which had been sealed in history, resounded once more. From a certain perspective, Yang Zhaoge had helped the exalted solar luminary regain his fame. After asking around and understanding some general information, they discovered that Yang Zhaoge was actually related to such a long and powerful legendary figure. In turn, they became even more interested in Yang Zhaoge. Both sides boosted each other's reputation, causing it to spread wider and wider, forming an explosive speed. There were many speculations regarding Yang Zhaoge's origins, but his identity as a personal disciple of the 9 luminaries was undoubtedly the most legendary. A mid-merging avatar martial saint wielding a peak sacred artifact like the extreme yang seal was extremely eye-catching. Therefore, this theory was the most widely spread in the market, and many believed in it. Many people believed that it was the most authentic rumor. As a result, even as Yang Zhaoge's name spread far and wide, some began to call him the solar luminary young master. As a result, even the few martial scholars here were able to discuss a little about Yang Zhaoge and the exalted solar luminary. Actually, it would be better not to bear this title, because it is not the truth. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. Also, I feel that something is a little off. Ah Hu realized, "Young master, you mentioned before that someone in the world beyond worlds seems to be diluting the legend of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past. The current situation is equivalent to doing the opposite. This way, it seems like someone is doing this intentionally, making use of young master's fame while secretly having other plans." Yang Zhaoge shrugged. "It might just be a coincidence, but it is not impossible." He had never feared thinking of others with the greatest evil intentions. Now, he heard someone say from outside, "Still, I really never thought that the solar luminary young master would actually come to our setting sun archipelago, and to the whale region, to whale fishing city at that." Heh! Hearing these words, Yang Zhaoge was instantly taken aback. "What's going on?" Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ari were all taken aback as well. As they had been traversing the setting sun archipelago, enveloped by Yang Zhaoge's true essence, he had been able to influence the minds and senses of others. For those whose cultivation bases were insufficient, even if Yang Zhaoge swaggered over right in front of them, it would be very difficult for them to notice him, let alone recognize him. It was not that he was invisible. Instead, the other party would unconsciously overlook Yang Zhaoge, feeling that he was someone whom they did not need to pay much attention to. As long as Yang Zhaoge was willing, he could throw him into a crowd of people and vanish at any time. It was just that with Yang Zhaoge's flamboyant personality, he would never do such a thing. This time, it was because he was searching for his mother, Xue Chuqing. Due to the unique circumstances, Yang Zhaoge had been keeping a low profile. From the looks of it now, however, he had actually been discovered. It was fine if he had been discovered by others. However, it had already reached the point where Yang Zhaoge himself had not been aware of it before. This was a problem. Yang Zhaoge could not make heads or tails of this as he swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu. Ah Hu shook his head like a rattledrum. "Young master, I was very careful. I definitely did not expose your tracks." "That's strange." Yang Zhaoge had a puzzled look on his face as he temporarily suppressed his doubts, continuing to listen to the conversation outside. The other side of the conversation said, the solar luminary young master might be touring the world. It would not be strange for him to come to the setting sun archipelago. Since he has come to the whale region, he would naturally come to Whale Fishing City to take a look. After all, there are many unique products here, and the shipping trade is also developed. There was a young man sitting at a table next to the few people who were talking. This youth had a fierce expression on his face as he clenched his fists on the table, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Irrepressible rage could be seen within his gaze as he could not help but yell now, "What solar luminary young master? He's just a scoundrel who does all sorts of evil deeds just because of his cultivation base." As soon as his words left his mouth, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The two sides who had been conversing frowned. "Aren't your words a little too much?" The youth said coldly, "A lustful person who forcefully abducted my wife just because of his cultivation base, a tyrannical person. Even if he really is the disciple of the exalted solar luminary, he would really be a disgrace to his legendary reputation, bringing shame to a supreme treasure like the extreme young seal." Within the elegant room, Yang Zhaoge, who was currently drinking tea, nearly spat it out. Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ari were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as well. Pan Pan, who had originally been lazily looking like he was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes as well, staring wide-eyed. The people outside were all inexplicably shocked. "Is what you say true?" That youth said in embarrassment and exasperation, "He has even brought my wife to this whale fishing city now, even becoming a guest of the Xie family. I am just about to go and expose his true face right now. I heard that long-time experts of the whale breath sect have also come to visit the Xie family. I really want to see if that surnamed Yang can conceal the heavens with a single hand, if there is still any justice left in this world." Someone glanced at him, saying, "It looks like you are not from Whale Fishing City," still not knowing the biggest news of Whale Fishing City right now. Three people claiming to be the solar luminary young master just happened to have arrived at Whale Fishing City one after the other. Today, they are going to be confronted. "I wonder which one of them abducted your wife." That youth was dazed. Within the elegant room, Yang Zhaoge covered his face with his hands. This old man is really F***ked this time. Chapter 803. Men fear fame just as pigs fear being fat. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his cheeks. All sorts of monsters are popping out. Beside him, Feng Yunsheng and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "Laugh if you want. Holding it in harms your body." Ah Hu instantly grinned while Xiao Ari was filled with righteous indignation. "Someone is pretending to be young master." She paused for a moment. "Even if young master really snatches men and tyrannizes women, it should be impossible for us to not know about it, having always been by your side." Feng Yunsheng had originally still been able to hold it in. Still, hearing Xiao Ari's words, she instantly looked like she could not help but laugh as well. In her bosom, Pan Pan's eyes were narrowed into the shape of crescent moons as he clapped his front paws before his chest as if he was clapping. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. "Come on, if I really wanted to snatch men and tyrannize women, wouldn't I get the Northern Ocean clone to do it?" Xiao Ari stared wide-eyed, only saying after a while, "That's right." She sneaked a glance at Yang Zhaoge. "Young master, are you the one they are talking about outside?" Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "Guess." Even as they bickered within the elegant room, they were still eavesdropping on the conversation outside. That youth was clearly caught rather unawares. How could there be three Yang Zhaoges? This is. The other party side. Last night, someone claiming to be the solar luminary young master appeared in Whale Fishing City, directly entering the Xie family manor. Afterwards, he was received courteously by the Xie family. who knew that another solar luminary young master would appear in the middle of the night last night. The two sides instantly got into a dispute, each accusing the other of impersonation. Just as things were getting out of hand, a third actually popped up this morning. Things are getting really lively now. The speaker shook his head repeatedly. The Xie family head has ordered people to search for anyone who has personally been to the Royal Reed Sea or seen an image of the real solar luminary young master. The 3 solar luminary young masters all claim that they are the real one. In the end, it was decided that they would confront each other in public at noon today to determine who is the real one. As he said this, he stood up and walked out of the winehouse. Speaking of which, the hour is almost here. I was intending to go watch the fun anyway. There were a lot of people at the side. They all stood up and said, "It's almost time. Let's go, let's go." A kind-hearted person at the side said to the young man, "Out of the 3, 2 of them are definitely fakes. Perhaps all of them are fakes, but there is also a chance that one of them is the real solar luminary young master. You should come along as well. If it is the work of a fake, tarnishing the name of the solar luminary young master, the real one will definitely not let the matter rest. He will definitely seek justice for you." The young man came back to his senses and calmed down. He nodded and said, "All right." Within the elegant room, Yang Zhaoge revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, his fingers toying with the already empty teacup. Hu said excitedly, "Young master, let's go and have a look." Yang Zhaoge said, "No rush." A silhouette flickered, the Northern Ocean clone appearing within the room for an instant before vanishing. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Interesting. What kind of good feng shui does this whale fishing city have, actually simultaneously attracting 3 fakes? If it was just one person, using a false identity and pulling a tiger's skin, there was a possibility that it was a scam. However, 3 of them had appeared at the same time, and they had gathered in whale fishing city at almost the same time. This meant that the 3 of them were likely here for the same goal. Coincidentally, they had all chosen the same method. As for why they had wanted to impersonate him, Yang Zhaoge felt that the 3 of them were actually more interested in the rumored fact that he was extremely friendly with the Southeastern Exalt. Over half a year ago, Yang Zhaoge had not had to wait outside Golden Court Mountain as he had directly entered the mountain. Afterwards, he had even been escorted out by the Southeastern Exalt's personal disciple, the seeing divinity Marshal Saint Chen Zhiliang. This treatment had already gradually spread throughout the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Regardless of how much speculation there was regarding Yang Zhaoge's background, it was an indisputable fact that he was greatly admired by the Southeastern Exalt. In the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, most of the time, this was actually equivalent to a command talisman that allowed one to travel freely and unimpeded. The smaller the place, the greater its effect. Logically speaking, it should actually be very difficult to impersonate you, right? Feng Yunsheng asked. After all, a young martial saint like you is definitely rare. I even feel that it is one of a kind. With such ability, he himself would be a renowned figure. Why would he need to impersonate someone else? Hu scratched his big head. Could it be someone of the southern blazing heaven territory? It would not be easy for them to traverse the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yang Zhaoge said, "Both are possible. While it is not difficult to deduce a person's true age, it is not always successful. I know at least 2 methods that can be used to falsify this. As long as the other party's cultivation base is not too much higher than yours, it would be very hard for them to discern your true age. There had once been fake prodigies and geniuses whose true age was actually not young. However, they had falsified their age in order to gain the respect of others, thereby profiting from it. Still, limited by the difficulty of the materials and technique, such things were still relatively rare. Also, there was the risk of them being exposed. Hu pulled back the corners of his lips, saying as he poured more tea for Yang Zhaoge, "Still, these 3 fellas are really audacious to the extreme. Having bumped into each other, they even dared to confront one another." While others did not know whether the 3 of them were real or fake, they were naturally aware that they were all fakes. Feng Yunsheng said, "Perhaps it is precisely because there are 3 of them that they are all so confident. If there were only 2 of them, they would inevitably feel guilty and short of breath at the thought that the other party might be the real one. However, With 3 of them appearing at the same time, it was possible that all 3 of them were fake. This gave everyone the courage to gamble. If they could suppress the other 2 fakes, they would be the real one for the time being. As for the other 2, if one of them was the real Yang Zhaoge, there was nothing they could do about it. Having already met on a narrow path, they could only grit their teeth and walk on, with no room for retreat. Because the 3 fakes have met, the people of Whale Fishing City have become suspicious as they have begun searching for images of me with all their might. The 3 of them all appear to be very confident, wanting to confront one another. Actually, they are also being forced to fight for the initiative. Yang Zhaoge reached out with his finger, drawing a circle in mid-air. His true essence surged, forming an image of light which displayed the scene that the Northern Ocean clone was seeing. Many people had already gathered outside the Xie family manor, all of them here to watch the show. Still, while it was said that they were going to publicly witness and confront one another, as the lords of Whale Fishing City, the Xie family was naturally not a place where just anyone could enter. Only the leaders of powers of Whale Fishing City who possessed a certain level of status could enter the manor. Even more people were waiting outside the manor for news. Waiting for news in a winehouse was the same. Still, those who wished to watch the show would always hope to receive news as soon as possible. The Northern Ocean clone was not in a hurry as he did not enter. His gaze swept over, directly penetrating through the defensive formations of the Xie family manor and seeing the situation within. There was a group of people seated in 4 different directions, with those of the Whale Breath sect and the Xie family seated on the main seats. There were also groups of people in the other 3 directions. Still, the most conspicuous of them all were the 3 young-looking men. To be continued. Chapter 804. Among the 3 young men, 2 of them were dressed in white and blue robes, while the other was dressed in black. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge and the others all curled their lips, this bastard, not even willing to spend a bit more effort to impersonate. He was dressed in white with a blue robe with black borders. He was young and flamboyant, possessing a handsome appearance as he carried the supreme treasure, the extreme Yang seal. This was basically the most widely circulated image of Yang Zhaoge in the outside world. Even if there were some discrepancies, it was still mostly based on this foundation. The 3 people in front of him could all be considered handsome. Hi, Xiao Ari was excitedly giving marks according to her own standards when she suddenly froze. She stared wide-eyed at the image for a long time before suddenly turning her head to look at Yang Zhaoge beside her. Her movements were so violent that she almost twisted her neck. Feng Yunxing and who were also astonished. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Interesting. Within the silhouette of the 3 people impersonating Yang Zhaoge, 2 of them aside, one of them simply seemed like Yang Zhaoge himself as he sat there. As a result, Feng Yunxing, Hu, and Xiao Ari were all taken aback at first sight. Looking carefully, they saw that the other party's appearance was virtually exactly the same as Yang Zhaoge himself. Because he was seated, his physique was not easy to compare. However, at a rough glance, he was virtually the same as Yang Zhaoge's. The 2 of them looked like they were made from the same mold. Only through careful observation would one be able to discover that this person's expression as well as some minute habits of his were different from Yang Zhaoge's. But this fake was almost to the extent that it could be mistaken for the real one. Only people like Feng Yunxing, who frequently interacted with Yang Zhaoge and were extremely familiar with him, would be able to see through it. If this fella were to head to the Royal Reed Sea now and walk in front of Ji Yu Hong, Gong Sun Wu and Zhu Haoxing, if Ji Yu Hong and the others only looked at his external appearance and did not carefully sense the fluctuations of his true essence, they would probably be deceived. Meanwhile, in the setting Sun Archipelago, a place that was completely foreign to Yang Zhaoge, even with images of light as a comparison, no flaws could be seen. Looking at this person, Yang Zhaoge chuckled, "That's good. This is what it means to be fully prepared, loving your line of work and possessing the spirit of professionalism." At this moment, Yang Zhaoge really felt a little interested. Therefore, he did not get the Northern Ocean clone to directly barge in, instead continuing to remain outside the Xie family manor, smiling as he watched this great show unfold. At this moment, in the Xie family's residence, family head Xie Liang, who was sitting on the main seat, looked around and said in a deep voice, my Xie family should be honored by the presence of the solar luminary young master. However, the current situation is a little unclear. I wonder if the three of you have a way to teach me. On his left was a tall and skinny young man dressed in white with a blue robe on the outside. I have nothing to teach you, Patriarch Xie, the young man said faintly. If you have any questions, you can come to Golden Court Mountain, and you will naturally have your answers. He was fiddling with a jade pendant in his hand, its lustrous luster flashing on his fingertips. Xie Liang's snow-white eyebrows slightly trembled when he saw the jade pendant. This person was the first to arrive, claiming to be Yang Zhaoge. While Xie Liang did not recognize him, he recognized that the jade pendant in his hand was precisely of Golden Court Mountain. Yang Zhaoge's close relationship with Golden Court Mountain was already widely known. While Xie Liang was unable to completely ascertain the authenticity of this person, he possessed a treasure of Golden Court Mountain no matter what and was also a mid-merging avatar martial saint. At the end of the day, he could not afford to slight him. Since his appearance and cultivation base were similar to that of the rumored Yang Zhaoge, Xie Liang first arranged for him to stay. In a private room of a winehouse, Ahu said, "Young master, that jade pendant of his seems real. I have seen more than one Golden Court Mountain disciple wearing it." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "It should be." Ahu asked curiously, "Wouldn't it be fine if he directly pretends to be someone of Golden Court Mountain then? That jade pendant is a symbol of identity as a disciple of Golden Court Mountain. There is a special verification method that requires the true essence or aura chi of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage martial arts to be infused within. The jade pendant will then undergo a special change," Yang Zhaoge said. This person had most likely inadvertently obtained the jade pendant. Still, he had been unable to pass himself off as a disciple of Golden Court Mountain with it. While it was rumored that Yang Zhaoge was a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, it was only a rumor at the end of the day. It could also be explained why he did not know Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage martial arts. Yang Zhaoge's relationship with Golden Court Mountain was pretty good. Having obtained such a jade pendant, it would also be logical for him to roam the world under the Southeastern Exalt's care. It was precisely because of this that Xie Liang believed him for the time being. Who knew that a black-clothed man would soon come knocking, actually calling himself Yang Zhaoge as well. That black-clothed youth was currently seated to Xie Liang's right, facing that tall, thin youth who held the jade pendant. The black-clothed youth smiled disdainfully, trying to prove your identity with just a single object. What a joke. The tall, thin youth opposite him said mildly, "The extreme young seal is a great treasure. How can it be shown to others lightly? This Yang's extreme young seal would be seeking to take someone's life. If you doubt this, can you take out the extreme young seal for everyone to see?" The black-clothed youth chuckled, "Fakes are fakes, only knowing how to put on a show. You have the extreme young seal? I'm just sitting here. Why don't you send your extreme young seal towards my head?" That tall, thin youth swiveled his head and glanced at Xie Liang. "With the host here, this Yang cannot be disrespectful." The black-clothed youth stood up, laughing loudly towards the heavens. "Disrespectful?" He glanced sideways at Xie Liang and the others, appearing haughty. "Allowing these two fakes to act like dancing clowns in front of me is already the greatest disrespect that you, the host, can have. I, Yang Zhaoge, have never changed my name. When have I ever had to prove my identity to anyone? How laughable. I have remained here just to see what these fakes can do, daring to impersonate me." The black-clothed youth pointed at an old man beside Xie Liang. "Give the whale breath sect some face. Otherwise, just based on you comparing me to these two fakes and even doubting me, I will directly tear down your Xie family. Do you think that I cannot do that?" The old man beside Xie Liang, who was precisely an elder of the whale breath sect, frowned slightly upon hearing his words. "The solar luminary young master dominates the royal reed sea. My Xie family naturally cannot afford to offend him." Xie Liang was not enraged upon hearing his words. "If you wish to flick your sleeves and leave, this old man would be terrified and dare not utter a single word of complaint." That black-clothed youth chuckled coldly. "There is no need for you to hide a blade behind your smile. I know that you think that I am feeling guilty and embarrassed into anger, that I am just bluffing, right?" He pointed at the tall, thin youth before him, smiling. "It is true that the extreme young seal is my treasure. Still, since when did I have to rely on the extreme young seal to claim someone's life? You say that I am a fake and you are the real one. Let's have a contest then." Everyone had originally thought that the side with Golden Court Mountain as a witness should be the real one. Otherwise, not only would they offend Yang Zhaoge, they would offend Golden Court Mountain as well. Now, however, seeing how domineering and confident that black-clothed youth was, everyone's hearts thumped once more. Yang Zhaoge was famed for his outstanding talent and domineering strength, as he was virtually invincible amongst those at the same cultivation level. To a certain extent, it could really be said that whoever was stronger was more likely to be the real one. Within the private room of the winehouse, Yang Zhaoge gnashed his teeth. "You really know how to have fun." Chapter 805. In the house, the black-clothed youth finished speaking, and without hesitation, he directly punched the tall and thin youth in front of him. The entire Xie family manor, perhaps even all of Whale Fishing City, seemed to tremble. However, the power was quickly restrained and concentrated on a single point. Its target was the tall, thin youth alone. Around this tall, thin youth dressed in white and blue robes, there were many martial practitioners of Whale Fishing City who had been permitted to enter the Xie family to bear witness to this matter. The instant the black-clothed youth attacked, they felt an intense fear envelop their hearts. It was as if all of them were about to be killed by a single punch from the black-clothed youth. However, after the power of the punch was concentrated on a single point, the crowd relaxed. However, they still could not see the black-clothed young man's movements clearly. Everyone's heart trembled. "He really is an expert." The Xie family head Xie Liang and the Whale Breath sect elder beside him were both experts of the martial saint realm. Even they felt their vision blur at this moment. They knew that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from the black-robed young man. Could it be? Just as these thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, they suddenly saw that the scene in the field seemed to freeze. The black-clothed youth, whose movements and figure could not be seen clearly, reappeared in everyone's line of sight, as if he was frozen in midair. The tall and thin young man calmly raised his hand and stretched out his palm, blocking the black-clothed young man's earth-shattering punch. If this punch had been used to attack Whale Fishing City, then apart from the Xie clan's residents, the entire city would have been destroyed. If they concentrated their forces on the Xie family's mansion, the mansion might also be reduced to ruins. However, such a punch was easily blocked by the tall and thin young man. The black-clothed youth was shocked. He immediately changed his move, but his opponent was faster than him. After slapping his fist away, his palm changed into a finger and pointed at the space between his eyebrows. The black-clothed youth was forced to raise his head and retreat. His opponent pressed forward step by step, and he immediately switched from defense to offense. His palm momentum was like a continuous river. Under the heavy pressure, the black-robed youth's strength began to slacken, and he found it difficult to retract his own strength. The berserk quintessence turned into strong winds that started to spread in all directions. This was the aftermath of this horrifying storm. Anyone below the martial sage realm would die if they were hit by it. However, the tall and thin young man dressed in white and blue robes was able to firmly restrain and suppress these gales under the envelopment of his palm, causing them to be unable to wreak havoc in the surroundings. What was even rarer was that his every move was natural and well organized. He was like a famous actor in a drama. Although he spoke quickly, his words were clear, allowing people to hear him clearly. The onlookers, as long as their cultivation reached the great Grandmaster realm, could clearly see his every punch and kick. However, it was precisely this seemingly slow movement that firmly suppressed the black-clothed young man's punch that was originally as swift as the wind and lightning, causing his opponent to be completely unable to react to it. It forced the black-clothed young man to slow down just like him, and in fact, even slower than him. At this point, it was clear who was superior. No matter how bad the surrounding spectators' eyesight was, they could see that although the black-clothed youth was domineering and arrogant, and even more confident in taking the initiative to challenge his opponent, it was clear that his opponent was stronger. This tall, thin young man seemed calm, and even seemed to be short of breath and guilty. He seemed to be trying to shirk responsibility, and yet, he was terrifyingly powerful. Right now, He was fighting the black-clothed young man with ease. The tall, thin young man pinched his fingers, and after suppressing the black-clothed young man's fist with his palm, he suddenly pointed a finger at the black-clothed young man's lower abdomen. Finally, like a rising flood, it broke the dam that was blocking it. The collapse of a 1,000-mile dam was caused by an ant's hole. A tiny crack first appeared, and then the entire dam could only helplessly collapse. With his lower abdomen hit by a finger, his opponent's breath instantly dissipated. The tall, thin young man gained the upper hand, and immediately followed up with another palm strike. The black-clothed young man was knocked back by this palm strike, and his cheeks flushed red. Finally, he could not hold back any longer, and a treasure light flashed on his body, helping him to block the enemy's further attack. He now knew that the enemy in front of him would not make a move, but once he made a move, he would make a killing move. After being hit by a finger, the black-clothed young man had actually already lost, but his opponent's palm strikes formed a chain, clearly intending to directly kill him. Low-grade sacred artifact. The tall, thin young man in white and blue robes bombarded the treasure light with his palm, causing it to shake and shatter. Still, the black-clothed young man made use of this chance to swiftly dodge backwards, finally escaping from that perilous situation. He was finally unable to hold it in any longer as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his crimson face instantly turning pale. The tall, thin young man finally ceased attacking now. Appraising him, he said calmly, "This Yang said that when the extreme young seal makes a move, it will take someone's life. I never said that you would live if I made a move." The black-clothed young man's expression was rather dispirited, frustration flickering within his eyes. He could clearly see the disdain and doubt in the gazes of those around him. Relying on his cultivation base and strength, he had made the first move. Yet, in the end, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Even as he had been utterly humiliated, he had also admitted it without being pressed. How could someone like this be that solar luminary young master Yang Zhaoge who had rampaged through the royal reed sea? You impersonated this Yang. This matter will not end just like that. Still, as this Yang is currently residing here as a guest, I do not want to dirty my host's home. I will allow you to live a little longer." Saying thus, the tall, thin young man turned and nodded slightly towards Xie Liang and the others. "My apologies." The surrounding people discussed, so powerful yet so humble. Truly the air of a famed expert. It looks like this is indeed the true solar luminary young master. That's right. How would those with strength need to constantly flaunt themselves with words at all times? Like I said, with a token of Golden Court Mountain, how could it be fake? In a private room of a winehouse, Feng Yunsheng burst out laughing. The real this Yang would not be so humble. Yang Zhaoge was surprised. Do you really think that this guy is being humble and reserved? While I cannot confirm the martial art that he cultivates in, I can tell that he is intentionally concealing it as he has been holding back, lest others see through his background. In other words, there are people in the Setting Sun Archipelago who might recognize the martial art that he cultivates in. Therefore, it is because of this that he is able to hold back as much as possible. Yang Zhaoge's words had yet to land when the whale breath sect elder seated beside the head of the Xie family, Xie Liang, who had not spoken all along, suddenly raised his white brows as he gazed intently at the tall, thin youth who had just achieved a complete victory. This young master Yang, this old man has something to ask of you." This whale breath sect elder pondered for a moment before saying, "The martial art that you executed just now, from what this old man saw, was rather similar to the unique martial art of the vast origin old man of the Jade Sun mountain ranges overlapping Dragon Peak of the eastern continent, Finger Palm Mountains and rivers." He gazed at that tall, thin youth. "This old man is untalented. Many years ago, I left the Setting Sun Archipelago to roam the lands. I once went to the Jade Sun mountain range and just happened to see the vast origin old man in action." The tall, thin youth said mildly, "It is indeed the Finger Palm Mountains and rivers. Still, a so-called unique martial art might not really be unique. This Yang knows many martial arts." This whale breath sect elder was silent as he pondered. Now, the third Yang Zhaoge who had been watching smilingly by the side all this while smiled and sighed, "Pretty brilliant. Still, it should end here." He stood up, walking neither hurriedly nor slowly towards that tall, thin youth. Chapter 806. This Yang Zhaoge appraised the tall, thin youth before glancing at that black-clothed youth, smiling. Not bad, a little stronger than this. He paused for a moment before adding, what I'm talking about is not your cultivation base, but that you at least know how to find a set of decent clothes and dress up like me. Still, you seem to only know the rough concept of white clothes and blue robes, not knowing what kind of white clothes my white clothes are and what kind of outer robes my outer robes are. In a private room of a winehouse, Ahu curled his lips. This guy really dares to talk. His clothes are only roughly similar, with the details being different from yours, young master. Yang Zhaoge said rather interestedly. He should have seen an image of me before, thus being able to roughly imitate my clothes. However, what I'm more interested in is how did he disguise himself to be so similar? Generally speaking, it would be very hard to hide one's appearance from the eyes of a martial saint. Within the Xie family manor, that Yang Zhaoge said smilingly, you know a lot of martial arts? Why don't you display them for us to see, seeing whether you really have learned the strong points of many or only know that single-finger palm mountain river martial art? The tall, thin youth said mildly, that will have to depend on whether you have the ability or not. The other party smiled, sure. Before his words had landed, the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword, stabbing directly towards the tall, thin youth's throat. That tall, thin youth similarly pointed out with a finger, not substituting a sword with his finger, but instead resembling a rising mountain peak. The two met attack with attack, the first move already erupting with true fire. However, the tall, thin youth's heart shivered. He had originally been confident that his finger would arrive first even though it had been unleashed later. However, as their chis clashed, he discovered that he was actually half a beat too slow, with the other party's sword fingers first piercing through his throat. The tall, thin youth's gaze turned solemn as he executed a palm art with his other hand, resembling a great river sweeping over in an endless stream, its momentum surging. However, the other party's sword fingers rode the wind and broke through the obstruction of his palm all the way. The tall and skinny young man's fingers and palms moved at the same time. His fingers were like lofty mountains and dangerous peaks, while his palms were like rivers and lakes. His true essence surged and his martial Tao true intent manifested, instantly creating mountains and rivers in the void. Mountain ranges stretched on endlessly and great rivers surged, encompassing the entirety of Whale Fishing City. The massive, majestic city seemed about to be temporarily separated from the Whale Region Island, from the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, falling into an independent spatial world. In a world of mountains and rivers created by the martial arts displayed by the lanky young man. In an instant, the Xie family residence and Whale Fishing City were lit up with formation runes, crisscrossing above the city. The city-guarding formation was activated immediately, preventing the lanky young man's power from affecting the entire city. However, when the mountains and rivers that seemed to be the size of an entire world came crashing down, the protective array formation immediately shook, and the array patterns shattered one after another. Fortunately, this tall, thin youth's true target wasn't Whale Fishing City or the Xie clan residence. Otherwise, this place would likely have been razed to the ground. However, the array was almost unable to withstand the aftershocks of the typhoon. However, at this moment, everyone knew that the tall and skinny young man was no longer holding back. He was going all out. This was because his current opponent was completely different from the black-clothed youth from earlier. Yet, facing such a ferocious attack, his opponent just smiled nonchalantly. The sword's momentum changed slightly. What did not change was the unstoppable momentum of the sword, not halting in the slightest as it hacked through the mountains and rivers before it. A bloody hole was directly pierced through the palm of the tall, thin youth by his opponent's sword fingers. Wisps of sword chi emanated from his fingertips as he continued forward. Ha! Within the elegant room of the winehouse, seeing this sword chi, Yang Zhaoge's gaze suddenly flickered. Within the Xie family residence, the tall, thin youth felt helpless as he retracted his other hand as well, meeting his finger with his own. The next moment, fresh blood splattered everywhere as the index finger of this tall, thin youth was shockingly hacked off by the sword chi. The scenes of mountains and rivers that enveloped Whale Fishing City were instantly extinguished and vanished, the heavens and the earth regaining their original state. The tall, thin youth staggered backwards, a bloody hole appearing at the center of one of his palms while the index finger of his other hand was directly severed, fresh blood dripping from it. His opponent smiled. What is real cannot be faked, what is fake cannot be real. You are unlucky, coincidentally running into me while impersonating me. Otherwise, you really might have been able to deceive some people. As he spoke, this third Yang Zhaoge attacked once more, rapidly closing in on that tall, thin youth. The tall, thin youth still wanted to resist. Yet, as his figure flickered, he let out a tragic groan as a tragic wound appeared on his chest as he toppled backwards onto the ground. While the cultivation bases of those present were insufficient, Yang Zhaoge was the only one who could clearly see that this person was holding onto a jade necklace as he retracted his finger after slashing his opponent. The expression of that tall, thin youth finally changed. Yet, before he could speak, the other party smilingly attacked once more. This time, his throat was slashed with a single sword. The tall, thin youth clutched his throat, yet was unable to utter a sound as his body slowly slumped over. Xie Liang was shocked, saying, "He has Golden Court Mountain's jade pendant at the end of the day." That third Yang Zhaoge smiled. While the jade pendant is real, it is an inanimate object that can be stolen and snatched. It cannot prove anything at all. He is also not of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage. Even if he is acquainted with people of Golden Court Mountain would not blame this Yang even if I killed him for impersonating me. Shocked by his momentum of killing someone on the spot, everyone was rendered speechless. What, is everyone thinking that if another fake were to appear now, yet be able to defeat this Yang, wouldn't it be him who is real and me who is fake? As he said this, he instead gazed at that black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was shocked. The other party smiled. Come, don't you want to have a taste of the extreme Yang seal? Show me your head, and this Yang will fulfill your wish. As he said this, streams of sunlight actually lit up on his body, the blazing, tough power of the sun illuminating the entire city. Xie Liang and the others exchanged looks. This person's earlier words were exactly what they were thinking. Still, from the looks of it now, they could not help but believe most of it. Now, Xie Liang's expression suddenly changed slightly as he seemed to have secretly received some sort of notification as a hesitant look appeared on his face. That third Yang Zhaoge smiled. What? Has the person family head Xie sent to search for my image returned? Let him in. I've said it before, it cannot be fake. Xie Liang clenched his teeth. The three of them all called themselves the Solar Luminary Young Master, possessing incomparably great strength as Whale Fishing City would not be able to stand against any one of them. This was especially so for this third person who was extremely powerful. If he was not, being exposed and enraged, the consequences would be inconceivable. Still, seeing how confident this person was, Xie Liang still waved a hand. Bring him in. A moment later, someone walked in. Family head. Xie Liang yelled in a low tone, show him. That person nodded, retrieving a jade talisman and infusing his true essence within. A silhouette was instantly projected from the jade talisman. Everyone held their breaths, staring fixedly at the silhouette. After the silhouette had condensed, Yang Zhaoge's features were revealed, which were exactly the same as the youth present. Everyone simultaneously exhaled, no longer having any doubts within their hearts. So this was the real deal. Xie Liang and that whale breath sect elder hurriedly got up and bowed. Please forgive us for our earlier rudeness before the Solar Luminary Young Master. The other party smiled. The ignorant are not guilty. Having never seen me before, you were inevitably deceived by others. It was only because I heard that there were two fakes here that I came. Now, he was suddenly taken aback. An extremely powerful aura directly crushed down on the Xie family manor. Everyone stared dazedly at the Northern Ocean clone as he strode in. The Northern Ocean clone said nothing more as he drew a circle of light in mid-air, forming an illusory scene of light. Within the image, Yang Zhaoge sat leisurely in a private room of a winehouse. Chapter 807. Within the room, Yang Zhaoge sipped on his tea, smiling as he watched all that was happening in the Xie family manor. At this moment, everyone in the Xie family's mansion was stunned. Just now, everyone had confirmed it without a doubt, feeling that this third Yang Zhaoge should be the real one. His strength was outstanding, causing others to sigh in admiration. No matter how arrogant and confident the black-clothed youth was, no matter how calm the lanky youth was, however, when they faced the third person, they were utterly defeated, and it was difficult for them to catch up to him. It was said that the solar luminary young master Yang Zhaoge possessed extraordinary strength and was a supreme genius who far surpassed many experts of the same cultivation level. However, most people had no idea how strong it was or how strong it was. Based on everyone's knowledge and experience in the Xie family's mansion, they all felt that this third-person's strength should be the limit. Yang Zhaoge's high-grade sacred artifact, the supreme extreme Yang seal, was a topic that could not be avoided. To a certain extent, his current reputation as the solar luminary young master in the southeastern Yang heaven territory mostly stemmed from the extreme Yang seal. No matter how unyielding and combative that black-clothed youth was, no matter how reserved that tall, skinny youth was, they ultimately did not reveal the extreme Yang seal. They had already been battered to the point where their heads were bleeding and even on the verge of death, yet the extreme Yang seal had never appeared. Just this alone was enough to prove that Zheng Ming and the others were fakes. Yet, while the extreme Yang seal had yet to appear on the body of this third Yang Zhaoge, that blazing, tough, majestic power of extreme Yang was something that no one could imagine other than the extreme Yang seal possessing. If these two factors were still insufficient for everyone to confirm his identity, following the image of Yang Zhaoge that the Xie family had obtained, the matter had become indisputable. If Xie Liang and the others had long since possessed an image of Yang Zhaoge, when the first fake had come knocking, they would have been able to see through it. The first person to come knocking, Xie Liang had ordered people to search for images of Yang Zhaoge's circulating images. Back then, it had only been for the sake of identifying the real number one person. Who knew that two Yang Zhaoges would appear one after another? However, fortunately, the item was found in time, and it completely proved that the third person was real. But what was going on now? Xie Liang held his forehead, feeling that there really was something wrong with the feng shui of his whale fishing city. Looking at the two identical Yang Zhaoge, Xie Liang's throat turned dry. The two of you. This Yang Zhaoge of the Xie family manor had originally always been confident in his way of doing things, casual and carefree. Now, however, a solemn look surfaced within his gaze, especially as he faced the Northern Ocean clone who was not concealing his powerful aura in the slightest. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Zhaoge had already spoken mildly. "Evil creature, why don't you reveal your true form?" Hearing this, everyone in the mansion was stunned. The word vile spawn didn't seem to be used purely to curse someone. The other party's expression changed. Just as he was about to move, the Northern Ocean clone directly extended a hand, pressing down with a palm. That person turned, wanting to flee. However, the Northern Ocean clone's palm seemed to envelop the entire sky, enveloping the great earth as no matter where he fled to, he was still beneath that palm. As the palm descended, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The cold light on his opponent's body was piercingly cold, and an earth-shattering sword light shot up into the sky. This was the power of a mid-grade sacred weapon. As a merging avatar martial saint, he possessed a mid-grade sacred artifact. The Northern Ocean clone's expression was steely as the light of the precipitous golden armor on his body flickered, suppressing that mid-grade sacred artifact that was still unable to exert its full power. The roiling power of extreme Yang erupted from this person's body, all-encompassing golden light illuminating all as he seemed to have transformed into the extreme Yang star, actually possessing some of the might of the extreme Yang seal. While the extreme Yang seal was nowhere to be seen, a blazing sun pattern appeared on his forehead. This was the source of the blazing power of extreme Yang on his body. At this moment, he no longer cared about exposing himself as he only hoped to be able to flee from the Northern Ocean clone. Still, while he was powerful and possessed the majestic power of that seal, he was still no match for the current Northern Ocean clone. The difference in strength between the two was incalculable. The Northern Ocean clone's palm flickered with light that seemed able to contain the heavens and the earth. Obstructed by the sunlight, it merely paused slightly before continuing to descend. The other party exerted all his might, yet could only watch helplessly as the Northern Ocean clone's palm enveloped him. The Northern Ocean clone slammed this fake into the ground with a palm, yet the Xie family manor and whale fishing city did not seem to shake in the least. His control over his strength had already reached the pinnacle, even seeming to be at ease with it. Everyone in the manor instead felt a little numb at this moment. These people, one slapping another to death, did not even know when this would end. Now, would a newer one jump out and slap the one before them to death once more? Still, seeing that the third person was unable to produce the extreme young seal, yet had a seal that flickered with sunlight on his forehead, everyone gradually understood. This one was fake as well. Still, was the one who had emerged victorious the real one? As had been said earlier, could it really be that whoever was stronger was the real one? This was especially so for the later one who had not even personally acted. Everyone was at a loss now. However, as the Northern Ocean clone retracted his palm and everyone gazed over, they all exclaimed in shock. What is this? On the ground where the Northern Ocean clone's palm had originally covered, that fake was already nowhere to be seen. However, his corpse was also nowhere to be seen. There was only a massive beast there that was currently on the verge of death, limp and powerless as it sprawled on the ground. This massive beast resembled a deer yet was not a deer, resembled a wolf yet was not a wolf, as a tail that resembled a python dragged along behind it. Its originally ferocious aura was now only weak and dispirited. What was eye-catching was that there was clearly a sigil on the beast's forehead that flickered with a faint golden radiance. The radiance was blazing hot and tough, clearly the power of extreme yang. That whale breath sect elder was stunned. This is a Maoliang. Seeing the sigil of sunlight on Maoliang's forehead, everyone was dazed, only reacting after a long time as they all erupted into an uproar. That person just now was this Maoliang that had taken human form? You don't say. There were often such legends in ancient times. Someone retorted, for a beast to take human form, this cultivation base should not be sufficient, right? I've heard of Maoliang before. While its intelligence is not low, it is not proficient in transformation. Someone else said, that is not necessarily the case. There are greater demons and there are also lesser demons. Greater demons depend on their cultivation bases. It is said that some lesser demons have some unique fortuitous encounters, consuming some spirit flowers and herbs, thus being able to take human form as well. From the sigil on its forehead, it should not be wrong, right? I can't tell if it is the same or not. Someone came to a realization. I understand. This sigil was left behind by the extreme yang seal. Just like how a master stamps a mark on his livestock to mark his ownership, this Maoliang is the real solar luminary young master's mount or tamed spiritual beast. It transformed into a human form and fled, but it pretended to be its master to deceive others. Someone asked doubtfully, then his martial arts were originally imparted to him by the solar luminary young master? Everyone nodded. It really looks like that is the case. The solar luminary young master has sent someone to clean up his mess. No wonder he would say, vile creature, show your true form. Chapter 808. Within the room, Yang Zhaoge said mildly, my clan's discipline was not strict enough, alarming you all. I hope that you will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Xie Liang and the others hurriedly said, we dare not, we dare not. They were still rather dazed at this moment, not knowing how exactly they should interact with Yang Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone reached out once more, keeping the dying Maoliang on the ground before retrieving a jade necklace. The jade necklace flew into the air, arriving before Xie Liang. Yang Zhaoge said, this Maoliang of my clan was disloyal and disloyal, even impersonating me after fleeing, ruining my reputation. First not mentioning this, the other two have both come for this item. Now, it shall be returned to its rightful owner. Xie Liang received the necklace rather astonished. This indeed belongs to my Xie family. I had not thought that it would actually be on this person. Thank you, he spoke rather hesitantly, really having been scared by the successive fake Yang Zhaoge. Seeing the necklace, Xie Liang finally understood why those people had come earlier. That tall, thin youth who had first arrived at the Xie family had previously been shown some of the treasures of the manor by him. This jade necklace had most likely been swapped at that time, and the one currently stored in the treasury of the manor was most likely a fake. Afterwards, that tall, thin youth had been killed, and the jade necklace had also fallen into the hands of his killer. Now, it had been seized by Yang Zhaoge and returned to him. Xie Liang repeatedly checked it, confirming that what he was currently holding was the real thing, and not a fake that had been swapped yet again. It was just that in Xie Liang's impression, while this necklace was precious, even he as its owner did not know what value or secret it contained that was worth so many people going to such great lengths to obtain it. He looked carefully at Yang Zhaoge. While the one before him seemed the most authentic, who knew if he might have some other intentions as well? Who knew that Yang Zhaoge would nod towards everyone in the manner, with this matter already concluded, this Yang will take his leave. Do as you please. Saying thus, the image of light directly vanished. Xie Liang and the others were dazed once more. Yang Zhaoge had no intention of coming to the Xie family manor at all, not even intending to converse with them. Xie Liang swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone. He saw the Northern Ocean clone striding towards that black-clothed youth after keeping Zhe Liang away. Although the black-clothed youth was arrogant, he did not dare to act rashly. He had a feeling that the Yang Zhaoge this time was probably real. First, not speaking of the fact that he had finally been caught in his impersonation, the Northern Ocean clone before him was a seeing divinity martial saint expert. That terrifying aura caused the black-clothed youth to be unable to breathe. The Northern Ocean clone said mildly, "I can feel that there are some living people within your accompanying shadow shrinking pouch." That black-clothed youth was taken aback. As the Northern Ocean clone pressed down with a palm, he was unable to move as the shadow shrinking pouch was already in the Northern Ocean clone's hands. As soon as the pouch opened, several figures flew out and landed on the ground. They were beautiful women. Xie Liang and the others were stunned. The Northern Ocean clone now opened his palm, a figure appearing on his palm, leaping onto the ground. Everyone in the mansion looked over curiously. It was a young man. This young man was only at the Grandmaster realm. No matter how they looked at him, he looked very ordinary. Still, he had been brought in by the Northern Ocean clone. No one dared to underestimate him. That youth was still rather dazed now, as if he was in a dream. However, as his gaze fell on one of those women, his expression instantly changed. That woman had a blank and panicked expression on her face. Meeting his gaze now, she immediately cried out in shock. The two tightly embraced each other. The Northern Ocean clone's expression was calm, devoid of joy or sorrow as he lowered his head to look at that black-clothed youth, continuing to exert force with his palm. The black-clothed youth instantly emitted a tragic howl, the bones of his entire body virtually all breaking apart, his meridians destroyed and his internal organs shattered. His true essence transformed completely into vitality before dispersing from the acupoints of his entire body. The powerful life force of a martial saint prevented him from dying within a short period of time. Still, his cultivation base was already completely crippled, his power completely gone. The black-clothed youth only felt like he was better off dead than alive. He would rather have been slain with a single palm. The Northern Ocean clone could completely slay him with a single palm. Yet, he had just allowed him to linger on at death's door. An even more bone-piercing chill arose in his heart. Indeed, he heard the Northern Ocean clone say, "You can decide how you want to deal with this person." Hearing his words, the eyes of the young martial scholar who had reunited with his wife instantly reddened. After consoling his wife a little, he strode over. Even though he was a martial saint with a crippled cultivation base, his essence, chi and spirit had yet to completely dissipate. Glared furiously at by the other party, the youth who was only a martial scholar could not help but tremble. However, the fury and hatred within his heart suppressed his terror and panic. He abruptly roared, simultaneously striking out with his palms towards the other party. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone nodded slightly. "You do have some guts and backbone." Having avenged himself, that young martial scholar was momentarily at a loss for a time. Still, he quickly recovered this time and knelt down towards the Northern Ocean clone. "Thank you, thank the solar luminary young master for upholding justice for me." His wife hurriedly knelt down as well. The other women all knelt down simultaneously as well. However, by the time they raised their heads, the Northern Ocean clone had already vanished. Xie Liang and the others watched dazedly as the Northern Ocean clone came and went without a trace, feeling shocked within. He left just like that. He had nothing else to say or do. Right, the real Yang Zhaoge had never intended to obtain anything from this whale fishing city and the Xie family in the first place. Having taken care of the impostors who had impersonated him, he had naturally left. Xie Liang and the whale breath sect elder exchanged looks, that whale breath sect elder sighing, "This final one is the real solar luminary young master. This old man was impolite just now. I only hope that the solar luminary young master will not blame me." Xie Liang smiled bitterly. Right, an elite like the solar luminary young master would probably not care about the Xie family and whale fishing city at all. It's just that, sigh. It was just that they had lost a chance to get on Yang Zhaoge's good side. It was a pity that the Xie family had been fearful of not being able to properly entertain the impostors. Yet, they had just had to act foolishly before the real one. Regaining his wits, Xie Liang was filled with regret as he wished that he could give himself 2 tight slaps. A Xie family descendant beside him suddenly jolted awake as he hurriedly said, "Family head, the environment in the image just now seemed a little like the layout of a restaurant in our whale fishing city." Xie Liang's eyes instantly lit up. "Quick, lead the way." Those of the Xie family in the manor instantly sped into action once more. At this moment, the Northern Ocean clone had already returned to the restaurant's private room. Light flickered on his palm as 2 silhouettes landed on the ground. One of the silhouettes was that Mao Liang who was on the brink of death, while the other had the exact same appearance as Yang Zhaoge. He was currently staring in a daze at Mao Liang, who had a sigil of sunlight imprinted on his forehead. This person smiled bitterly, touching his forehead. He was a living person. Had he become a demon of Yang Zhaoge's lineage who had secretly escaped and caused chaos just like that? Chapter 809. Even if the other 2 fakes had not arrived, the tall, thin youth who had arrived first might still have been exposed if he had remained for too long. After all, his appearance was still rather different from Yang Zhaoge's. Anyone who had seen Yang Zhaoge's true form or seen an image of him before would be able to tell that he was not Yang Zhaoge himself. It was the same for the black-clothed youth who had arrived later. Only this third person would be able to come and go as he pleased without any problems at all. It was not just Whale Fishing City and the Xie family. No matter how vast the world was, he could use Yang Zhaoge's name to wander about. So long as he did not meet someone familiar to Yang Zhaoge, most people would not be able to tell the difference. Yang Zhaoge himself cultivated in a wide range of martial arts. Even if his martial arts were different from Yang Zhaoge's, he would still be able to conceal it. This third person had originally been very confident in himself as he had decided not to go to the Royal Reed Sea, thinking that he would be able to go anywhere else. It was a long journey. By the time the locals had received the news and learnt that Yang Zhaoge had not left the Royal Reed Sea or had appeared somewhere else, he would have long since left, heading elsewhere. It was just that his luck was really bad as he had actually just happened to meet the real deal the first time he had impersonated Yang Zhaoge. Looking at that Mao Liang, even as he smiled bitterly to himself, a chill also arose slightly within his heart. Yang Zhaoge was trying to prevent such a situation from occurring. Yang Zhaoge did not know how many people like him there were, and did not know if there would be others like him in existence. His foreshadowing in Whale Fishing City today was equivalent to an endorsement. If something like this happened again in the future, it would be some demonic beast of his who had attained human form sneaking away again. Yang Zhaoge appraised the other party rather interestedly. To Yang Zhaoge, this act of transforming someone into a living person was actually more out of some vile interest in watching Journey to the West. He had encountered 2 Mao Liang along the way earlier, killing one and capturing the other. The cartilage of this thing would be a supreme delicacy when cooked, allowing the gluttons like Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others to have their fill of food along the way. The one that was still alive had been brought along with him, being kept in the Myriad Dragon Palace to maintain its freshness. He had not thought that it would be put to use here. Speaking of which, as compared to evil creature revealing its true form, Yang Zhaoge would have preferred to try saying something like "Fellow Daoist, please wait." Looking at the other party, Yang Zhaoge smiled, "Oh, it shouldn't be some kind of treasure. Instead, it seems like he consumed some kind of pill." That person nodded and said, "Yes, I did consume a type of form-dispelling pill. I was the one who offended you, so please forgive me. If you need me to compensate you in any way, I'll agree to anything within my means." Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone, who retrieved a shadow shrinking pouch, spending some effort before finally opening it. The restriction on this shadow shrinking pouch was placed by your family's elders, right? Yang Zhaoge smiled as he rummaged through the shrinking shadow sack. After a moment, he took out a medicinal bottle from within, sniffing it before taking out a golden needle and stabbing it within. He used his own true essence to feel and analyze it. After a short while, Yang Zhaoge said, "Very intricate the level of the person who concocted the pill was very high. If I am not mistaken, this medicinal pill has a time limit. Taking one can only last for a certain period of time. After that, you will need to take it again in order to maintain it." The man nodded. "Yes, not bad." Yang Zhaoge held a medicinal pill in his palm as he asked, "There is one thing that I am not very certain of. It seems that everyone who consumes this pill can only assume the appearance of a fixed person. Consuming the pill afterwards would only prolong the medicinal effect, not being able to transform into someone else." Hearing his words, the other party was shocked. He was able to see so much about the form-dispelling pill without consuming it. Seeing this person's expression, Yang Zhaoge knew that his guess was correct. He smiled as he kept the pill before asking, "What's with that jade necklace? Those two fellows aside, you are of rather extraordinary birth. Why are you also coveting the things of this small place? Any one of you three would be able to forcibly snatch it from me with the strength that the people of Whale Fishing City currently have. Why did you resort to such a method?" Yang Zhaoge laughed. "Oh, right. You don't count. You intended to impersonate me from the start, intending to continue doing so." This person before him was rather adaptable as he answered honestly, "That necklace seems to be related to some secret treasure. It was only a spur-of-the-moment idea of mine. Those two must have been specifically aiming for that thing. The Whale Breath sect has set up a special mechanism in the Xie family manor of Whale Fishing City. If they forcibly attack and destroy the manor, the Whale Breath sect will immediately know of it. At the end of the day, this is a sect with an immortal bridge martial saint. No one wants to cause too much of a disturbance lest it be detrimental to their future plans. Even if the three of them were to fight it out like now, it would at least not infuriate the Whale Breath sect into immediately sending experts over to capture us." Despite saying this person still appeared rather relaxed. Yang Zhaoge pointed at the talisman on his forehead, asking, "How did you get this talisman?" The other party answered, "It was left behind by a senior. I am not clear on the specifics." Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, so the exalted solar luminary once had dealings with experts of the prime clear lineage. His casual words were like a sudden clap of thunder in the other party's ears. Even having fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands, the man who had still been able to maintain his calm despite feeling rather dejected and defeated was now staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled. "What? While the sword art you executed is a variant of the immortal ending sword, it is definitely of the direct lineage, being a variation of the most orthodox immortal ending sword manual of the prime clear lineage. If not for your deep comprehension of the true immortal ending sword manual, how would you have been able to produce such an intricate sword art that is easy to disguise? Looking at your martial arts, there is no enmity between us in the past. You should not have pretended to be me in order to frame me. Instead, it should have been for convenience in moving about in the world beyond worlds, or perhaps in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. You can also be considered a peerless genius with a tinge of pride. If not for the fact that you had no choice or other motives, why would you want to turn yourself into someone else?" In truth, the three fakes he had encountered in Whale Fishing City had all been extremely outstanding in terms of talent and strength. While they were all mid-merging avatar martial saints, their strength surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. There would always be someone stronger amongst the strong, and this third person was also the strongest amongst the three of them. How could someone of the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage be easy to deal with? The Northern Ocean clone had been able to toy with him like this because the difference in their cultivation bases was just too great, and the Northern Ocean clone was similarly extremely powerful. Yang Zhaoge asked mildly, "The earthly sovereign has decreed that descendants of the prime clear lineage are strictly forbidden from entering the world beyond worlds. Those who disobey will be slain immediately. Why have you braved such a great risk and come here?" The shocked expression on that person's face gradually vanished as he gazed at Yang Zhaoge. I had not thought that the renowned solar luminary young master would actually be a descendant of my prime clear lineage. I have been disrespectful. The other party calmed down. While you are stronger than me, your cultivation base is not much higher than mine. If you are not someone who also cultivates in the direct lineage immortal ending sword manual, how would you be able to see through my foundation? The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. I am different from you, just like a certain person who is different from you and you all. That person was rather taken aback. You are a descendant of senior apprentice granduncle Long's lineage? Chapter 810. Senior apprentice granduncle Long? Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge smiled. It looks like you are rather valued by your seniors in your lineage, knowing such a secret. Still. Yang Zhaoge instead shook his head. I am different from you, different from that person as well. The other party glanced deeply at Yang Zhaoge. Having been able to roam the world beyond worlds alone, how could he be someone who spoke indiscriminately? While it had seemed like he had blurted out some information earlier, it had actually been yet another attempt to mislead and probe Yang Zhaoge. His senior apprentice granduncle's lineage had always been passed down by a single person in the world beyond worlds. Also, it was not a master-disciple lineage but a bloodline legacy. With descendants remaining in the world beyond worlds, his seniors would have to leave as they would not remain in the world beyond worlds. While he did not know who the person currently in the world beyond worlds was or what his identity was to outsiders, it was definitely not Yang Zhaoge. His understanding of Yang Zhaoge was very limited. Still, he knew that Yang Zhaoge's father had appeared in the royal reed sea as well, his identity clear. If Yang Zhaoge had directly admitted it earlier in an attempt to mislead him, he would instead know that Yang Zhaoge did not understand the situation. Yet, Yang Zhaoge's words now made it hard for him to judge. Looking at the other party, Yang Zhaoge smiled. No need to try and get information out of me. You should just answer my questions honestly. I have never minded extorting confessions through torture. While you are older than me, you are still extremely young amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. I believe that your talent and will are both very good, and you might even be very confident in your own willpower. Yang Zhaoge smilingly took out a golden needle, waving it in front of the other party. Still, I wonder if you can withstand the cold marrow needles of the 7 great tortures? With your background, you should have heard of the cold marrow needles before. It is true that you are of the prime clear direct lineage and have a deep background. Still, since you pretended to be me and ended up in my hands, I will have no qualms about whatever I do to you. I will say this shamelessly. Even if I pull out your tendons and flay your skin, grind your bones and scatter your ashes, if your seniors want to avenge you and come to the world beyond worlds to look for me, they will first have to pass through the earthly sovereign. That youth smiled bitterly. It was wrong of me to impersonate you and enter the world beyond worlds. Still, we can be considered to have some sort of relationship at the end of the day. There is no need to use a great torture like the cold marrow needles, right? Yang Zhaoge waved his hands, interrupting him. Whether or not there is a relationship between us will depend on whether or not you are tactful. This youth instantly choked, not having thought at all that Yang Zhaoge would be so shameless. Yang Zhaoge asked leisurely, right, after chatting for so long, I still don't know your name. He almost had the urge to burst into tears. After such a long time, you still know to ask for my name? The youth answered solemnly, prime clear disciple, Sun Zhongda. Yang Zhaoge nodded, very good. I do not need you to say anything about the internal affairs of your lineage. Still, you have to tell me clearly why you have come to the world beyond worlds. Sun Zhongda sighed. Regarding the problem of his sect, he would rather challenge the punishment than reveal it. Still, Yang Zhaoge had not asked him about this, only asking him why he had come to the world beyond worlds. With that, there was no need for him to be stubborn. After all, he was meat on someone else's chopping block. If he stubbornly persisted, he would only suffer. While Sun Zhongda also cultivated in the Tao of the sword, he was flexible and adaptable. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, he was always adaptable. He was silent for a moment before he said, that jade necklace is related to a secret treasure. While I only came up with this idea on the spur of the moment after hearing the news, I have also come to the world beyond worlds this time for that secret treasure. Knowing that the jade necklace is related to that secret treasure, I have also made a trip to whale fishing city. Yang Zhaoge glanced at him from the corner of his eye. What kind of secret treasure would cause you to be willing to take such a great risk? Sun Zhongda said, it is related to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. If the clues are right, it should be the pill hall of the Divine Palace where countless divine pills and spirit medicines were stored that year. While Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change, he was inwardly vigilant. Are you trying to scare me? First, not mentioning whether the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace still exists after the Great Calamity. Even if it does, if it really does exist, the bigwigs of your prime clear lineage would not even complain about having too many people mobilizing. You have come to the world beyond worlds alone now? Pardon my bluntness, but you are not even qualified to lead the way. Sun Zhongda's expression was as per usual after hearing this. The solar luminary young master speaks true. I have only come to try my luck. It is not that I will definitely be able to find the pill hall of the Divine Palace. He said candidly, the clues are extremely limited. Also, they do not point to the pill hall itself, instead pointing to a pill furnace that was once within the hall. I want to try and find this pill furnace. Afterwards, there might be some hope of finding the pill hall. Still, can you actually find the pill furnace? Even if you do find it, can you find the pill hall? As you said just now, does the pill hall still exist? How many divine pills are still preserved within? These are all unknown. My lineage will naturally not invest too much effort into this. Sun Zhongda said, researching the clues, I sense that there might be a way out of the world beyond worlds. Therefore, after some preparations, I came here. Disguising myself as you is to make it easier to traverse the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yang Zhaoge asked him, where is your destination in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory? Sun Zhongda answered, Jade Sun Mountain Range, Solitary Heart Peak. Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ari exchanged glances without batting an eyelid. Yang Zhaoge had found clues based on the encompassing abundance golden pill. The heavenly flame tree that he was looking for was precisely growing in the vicinity of the Jade Sun Mountain Range Solitary Heart Peak. Yang Zhaoge asked, what does this jade necklace have to do with that place? Sun Zhongda explained, it is rumored that this is not a treasure that the Xie family has always possessed. Instead, the family head Xie Liang purchased it from someone else. The original owner of this item had once been to the Jade Sun Mountain Range Solitary Heart Peak, having even obtained 2 spirit pills that could be considered precious even in the world beyond worlds from there. As news had spread afterwards, others had headed there as well, trying to try their luck. Still, they had all returned empty-handed in the end. The original owner having already perished, not leaving anything behind, some people had set their gazes on this jade necklace. There were only a few people in the vicinity of the Jade Sun Mountain Range who knew of this, as it had yet to spread to the setting sun archipelago. While Xie Liang had purchased the jade necklace, he was unaware of the underlying story behind it. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, can you let me take a look at that most original clue that you obtained? Sun Zhongda smiled bitterly, it is not that I am unwilling. It is that I cannot. That is just a piece of information stored within a jade talisman. After looking at it, the jade talisman became empty. Yang Zhaoge stared at him for a while before suddenly smiling, I just like dishonest people like you. Saying thus, he pierced an acupoint on Sun Zhongda's body with a golden needle. The other party's expression instantly changed greatly. Looking at the trembling Sun Zhongda, Yang Zhaoge said mildly, the thing still exists, just that it is not in your hands. You have other fellow disciples who have also come out in search of that treasure, just that they might not have entered the world beyond worlds, right? Chapter 8:11. Sun Zhongda's cultivation base was being suppressed by the Northern Ocean clone. Currently, the cold marrow needles had caused all his true essence to turn yin, spreading throughout his limbs and bones as they were pervasive and hard to resist. The sigil of sunlight on his forehead wanted to light up once more, but was suppressed by Yang Zhaoge's extreme yang seal as it instantly ceased to move at all. Sun Zhongda currently felt like innumerable sharp needles were stabbing into every single part of his body at the same time. Every single one of his pores was being pierced by needles. It was not even sufficient to describe the density of the needles. Sun Zhongda could only feel that there was not a single spot on his entire body that was the size of a needle that did not bear that bone-piercing pain. The pain of these needles would not be reduced just because some parts of his body were exceptionally weak. On the contrary, the more weak the parts, the more intense the pain would be. For example, his eyes, his mouth, his perineum. Fortunately, this needle of Yang Zhaoge's did not persist for too long. Sun Zhongda shuddered, only recovering after a long time. Looking at him, Yang Zhaoge had a regretful expression on his face. Sigh, it looks like you are not willing to have some connection with this Yang R. There really is no helping it. Such things cannot be forced. If he could defeat Yang Zhaoge, Sun Zhongda swore that he would definitely properly teach this shameless bastard who was still trying to act innocent after gaining an advantage. Yet, the Northern Ocean clone's palm pressed down, suppressing him to the point where he was unable to move at all. Sun Zhongda smiled bitterly. There are indeed fellow disciples who are searching for the same secret treasure as me. Still, we are not on the same side. They are searching for it in extra-dimensional space while I am searching for it here in the world beyond worlds. The item is in their hands. I really cannot take it out. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, he said, I have a way to contact them. Still, I really cannot tell you about this. I would rather die beneath your cold marrow needles. With the unique communication technique of descendants of the prime clear lineage, it would be possible to mislead the other party by sending false information or even setting up a trap to kill him. This was especially so if Yang Zhaoge leaked it to some major figures of the world beyond worlds, the consequences would be something that Sun Zhongda would be unable to predict. He could provide a false method of contact, instead informing his fellow disciples of his predicament and causing them to be wary. Still, after what had just happened, Sun Zhongda felt that Yang Zhaoge would probably not fall for it. Since that was the case, he might as well die rather than submit. But then again, he wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't confident that he could endure the torture of the cold marrow needles. It was hard to say how long they could last. The longer it lasted, the more intense the pain caused by the cold marrow needles. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, I said before that I don't care about the matters of your clan. However, on the other hand, you have to tell me clearly what I care about. He suddenly chuckled. Searching in the outer realm? That's not something anyone can do. It seems like it's someone who cultivates the immortal trapping sword manual. Zhu Xian was sharp, Slaughter Immortal was dead, and Trap Immortal was surrounded by red light. The Absolute Immortals' transformations were boundless. The blood of the great Luo Immortals stained their clothes. This ballad simply described the characteristics of the four exterminating immortal swords. Compared to the celestial slashing sword that could slay the transformation of the illusory and the formless world, the celestial trapping sword was the sword of finality that could slay time and space. If the celestial slashing sword could destroy all things, then the celestial trapping sword could sever time and space. When cultivated to the peak, a single sword could slay space, severing the long river of time and shattering countless worlds of space. Therefore, while Yang Zhaoge had easily defeated Kang Maroshing and Kang Jinyuan's time-flowing sword in the underwater palace back then, he had also felt that it would have been even easier if he didn't cultivate in the immortal trapping sword. From a certain perspective, the concept of the immortal trapping sword just happened to counter the spatial heavenly scripture and the eon light heavenly scripture as they mutually reinforced and countered each other. When cultivated to a certain level, like the spatial heavenly scripture, the immortal trapping sword would allow a martial practitioner to move relatively freely amidst infinite space. Possessing both the immortal trapping sword and the immortal ending sword, Sun Zhongda's lineage really seemed to be the most orthodox of the prime clear direct lineage. Sun Zhongda's expression was exceptionally marvelous now. He stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge for a long time before a smile that was even uglier than crying appeared on his face. The descendants of the prime clear lineage had not appeared in the world beyond worlds and the many lower worlds for a long time. Most people had already long since known them as legends that had been buried in the dust of history. In the current world beyond worlds, besides the peak bigwigs, how many people possessed sufficient understanding towards the legacies of the prime clear lineage? While you, Yang Zhaoge, might be related to the exalted solar luminary, being so clear about the special characteristics of the immortal exterminating four swords, would you dare to say that you were not related to the legacies of the prime clear lineage at all? Sun Zhongda currently had a very bad premonition. With Yang Zhaoge not concealing anything in front of him, didn't that mean that he had already made up his mind to get rid of him? Relax. While I am a little unhappy that you impersonated me, seeing that you are much more professional than those two fakes, I still rather admire you. As long as you cooperate obediently, I will not take your life. Looking at Sun Zhongda's expression, Yang Zhaoge could roughly tell what he was thinking. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Tell me how the secret treasure you are looking for is related to the Jade Sun Mountain Range Solitary Heart Peak. While I won't let you go, as long as you don't try anything funny, I won't kill you. After this matter is concluded, you might still have a chance to regain your freedom. As for if you try anything funny, I naturally have various methods to deal with you. The cold marrow needles are just the first stage. There are still many new tricks after that. Yang Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at Sun Zhongda. I wonder if you would be willing to give me a hand in testing out all of them? Sun Zhongda lost his temper. I have no other choice but to believe you. Don't ask me about matters related to my lineage. I will tell you everything else. I have yet to go to the Jade Sun Mountain Range. Still, according to the clues I obtained, there should be some secret cave manor there with a spatial passageway leading to a space outside the domain. The supreme pill treasure of the Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, the profound sky-purple gold furnace, or something related to it, might be there. Apart from that, there might also be some scattered divine pills and spirit medicines. The pill that the owner of the jade necklace found in the Jade Sun Mountain Range earlier should have been concocted by the profound sky-purple gold furnace in pre-Great Calamity times. Sun Zhongda said, for a pill of pre-Great Calamity to have been preserved till now with its medicinal efficacy still intact, it is definitely not ordinary. Yang Zhaoge nodded slowly as he listened, pondering for a moment before smiling. Since that is so, I will have to trouble you to travel with this Yang for a period of time. The Northern Ocean clone exerted force with his palm, Sun Zhongda's figure vanishing. That Maro Liang was imprisoned within the Myriad Dragon Palace as well. Xiao Ari now asked from the side, Young master, you have already returned that jade necklace to the Xie family. Does that thing have anything to do with the secret treasure? Yang Zhaoge smiled, I have returned it, but we also have what we should have. The Northern Ocean clone similarly smiled as light shot out from one of his pupils, illuminating the air and manifesting as many diagrams. To be continued. Chapter 8:12. The numerous diagrams that appeared within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone merged amidst space, finally forming a three-dimensional image. The scene displayed within the image guided Yang Zhaoge's path. Amidst lofty mountains and perilous peaks, within a secluded mountain stream that virtually never saw the light of day, there was a lone cave that was concealed by strange rocks and moss. Xiao Ari realized, after snatching the jade necklace from that Sun Zhongda and handing it over to the head of the Xie family, young master's clone already successfully analyzed the secret of the necklace. Yang Zhaoge smiled, precisely so. While it is rather complicated, it is still not difficult for me. The original owner met with a tribulation after leaving the Jade Sun Mountain Range and died very quickly. The necklace was a hint he left for his descendants. Sadly, his descendants were unable to discover the secret within, even selling it to the Xie family of the Setting Sun Archipelago. He pointed at the image. This cave should be where the original owner of the jade necklace discovered the miraculous medicine. Feng Yunsheng asked, are we leaving immediately? Yang Zhaoge nodded, we will search for mother's whereabouts in Whale Fishing City. If we do not find anything, we will leave this place and head to the Jade Dragon Mountain Range Solitary Heart Peak. From the news he had heard earlier, Solitary Heart Peak was a place where heavenly flame trees rarely grew in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Analyzing the clues left behind in Qi Wei's notebook, he had obtained the encompassing abundance golden pill in relation to this place. If he had still not been able to confirm this earlier, now that he had seen Sun Zhongda's reaction and the information left behind by the jade necklace, Yang Zhaoge believed that the Jade Sun Mountain Range Solitary Heart Peak was precisely where his target was. Yang Zhaoge had planned to head to the region of the Jade Sun Mountain Range Solitary Heart Peak next after Whale Fishing City. Now that he had this diagram, he would be able to save a great deal of time as he headed directly to that cave. It's actually the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Yang Zhaoge pondered as some distant memories surfaced within his mind. While he had not personally come into contact with the profound sky-purple gold furnace before, Yang Zhaoge also knew that it was a supreme treasure of the Tao of alchemy. In pre-Great Calamity times, it had been a top-ranked divine artifact for concocting pills. The internal crystal furnace that Yang Zhaoge was currently using for artifact forging was actually a variant of this supreme treasure, changing pill concoction into artifact forging. At the cost of reducing the efficiency of the internal crystal furnace to a certain extent, it was exchanged for the ease of operation and popularization of its manufacture. From Yang Zhaoge's point of view, this could be considered as a good deed benefiting the masses. Of course, the profound sky-purple gold furnace was still the profound sky-purple gold furnace. It was unique and difficult to replicate. As an important treasure of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, the cauldron had always been kept in the pill hall. It would only be opened once in a while. The medicinal pills refined by him had miraculous effects, causing one to gasp in amazement. Compared to a powerful immortal pill like the encompassing abundance golden pill, there was a limit to how many of them could be refined. But when it was used to refine other inferior pills, the output was extremely shocking. The Heavenly Court's divine palace's pill hall had a huge amount of elixirs. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Moreover, this so-called inferior pill was only relative to the encompassing abundance golden pill. In the current post-Great Calamity era, these pills were all supreme treasures. In the world beyond worlds, just a single one of them would cause people to fight over it. While it was often said that cultivating in a diagram and relying on pills would cause one's foundation to be unstable, the path of ascension becoming increasingly narrow, this was only relatively speaking. While an oceanic amount of elixirs could not guarantee that a mediocre person would definitely become a peerless expert, it could guarantee that those who were already geniuses would be able to ascend to the peak faster. Whether or not their foundation would be unstable depended more on personal factors. As he pondered, Ahu, who had left earlier, re-entered, smiling. "Young master, the Xie family's head Xie Liang and the others have come to pay a visit to you." Yang Zhaoge shrugged. "There's nothing to see. I obtained the clues within the jade necklace from him, but also returned the jade necklace to his hands. Whether or not he can discover the secret within will depend on his own abilities. To him, if he can't discover it, it would just be that today's matter never happened and those fakes never came knocking. It would be the same as before, with nothing to gain and nothing to lose." Yang Zhaoge said, "The matter of finding the clues to my mother should be done in private. There is no need to rely on the help of the locals, causing a huge uproar in the end." Ahu answered, "I know what to do." He paused for a moment before slapping his head. "Right, that kid whose wife was abducted earlier has also come." Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge remained seated as he swiveled his head and gazed towards the entrance of the winehouse. His gaze directly penetrated through the obstruction of objects, seeing that other than Xie Liang and the others, that young martial scholar whose wife had been abducted earlier was currently dragging his wife along as they arrived at the entrance of the winehouse together. The youth who had refused to submit to the fake Yang Zhaoge, who was also a martial saint earlier, was now kneeling on one knee, bowing deeply towards the winehouse. He did not even know where exactly Yang Zhaoge was within the winehouse. However, after bowing together, the husband and wife did not remain behind, not even attempting to meet Yang Zhaoge again, as they just directly turned and left. Seeing this, a look of praise instead appeared within Yang Zhaoge's gaze. Watching the other party gradually leave, Yang Zhaoge nodded slowly. He indeed has some backbone. That black-clothed fake who had abducted his wife should be a solitary practitioner of the Jade Sun Mountain range. While the possibility of him having relatives or friends was rather low, those who had killed him might still face retaliation. While his death had been due to Yang Zhaoge, it had been that young martial scholar whose wife had been abducted who had personally killed him. While the other party could not afford to offend Yang Zhaoge, he might have killed this youth to vent his anger. Under such circumstances, this person had still dared to viciously kill him, only thanking Yang Zhaoge afterwards, as he had no intention of seeking protection and relying on Yang Zhaoge's group. His talent is actually not weak, being above average. It is just that he started cultivating a little late. Still, it is not impossible for him to become a late bloomer. Yang Zhaoge said to Ahu, "While his personality is a little rash, His will is not bad. Just give him a chance, letting him stay or leave as he wishes. Who understood, I will point out a clear path for him, also preparing some traveling expenses. Whether he is willing to head far away to the Royal Reed Sea and attempt to enter our sect or not will be entirely up to him. Yang Zhaoge nodded and Hu immediately retreated, going outside the winehouse to deal with Xie Liang and the others. The Northern Ocean clone left the winehouse, continuing his search for Xue Chuqing's whereabouts. Sadly, it seemed like Whale Fishing City really did not have much to show for it. Yang Zhaoge's group thus took their leave, leaving the city and heading to the Jade Sun Mountain range. The head of the Xie family, Xie Liang, was unable to meet Yang Zhaoge at the end of the day. While Hu spoke politely, he was actually feeling uneasy as he did not know if Yang Zhaoge really did not care about what had happened earlier. Logically speaking, Yang Zhaoge was not often active in the setting sun archipelago. It was not a big deal for him to miss it. Still, Xie Liang just felt that he and his family seemed to have missed out on something important. To be continued. Chapter 8:13. Leaving Whale Fishing City and the setting sun archipelago, Yang Zhaoge's group headed straight for the Jade Sun Mountain Range solitary Heart Peak. Pan Pan carried the Myriad Dragon Palace, speeding through the air. Yang Zhaoge and the others were seated within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Hu was diligently cultivating, Feng Yunsheng was meditating and Xiao Ari was entranced by a formation diagram that Yang Zhaoge had imparted to her. The Northern Ocean clone was similarly seated in the meditative position within the palace, a great spear placed horizontally across his knees. Light flickered on the tip of the spear, resembling flowing fire as a powerful aura surged from within, tyrannical and authoritative. It was none other than the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian Spear. With the Northern Ocean clone's current cultivation base, it would not be easy for him to refine this weapon as he did not cultivate in the direct lineage of the Grand Xian dynasty's 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear. Still, after more than half a year of careful refinement, this weapon had already fallen into the Northern Ocean clone's hands now. Yang Zhaoge did not interfere, instead allowing the Northern Ocean clone to face it alone. In this process of refinement, this high-grade sacred artifact resembled a whetstone as it was tempering the Northern Ocean clone as well. As the Northern Ocean clone inhaled and exhaled, the many acupoints of his body shook together, resonating with the myriad stars of the universe. More and more acupoints were unceasingly surpassing the bottleneck of refining their acupoints to see divinity, possessing even more inconceivable power as the Northern Ocean clone grew stronger and stronger. Accompanied by the refinement of the King Xian Spear, the Northern Ocean clone currently stood at the peak of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. He was only a paper-thin distance away from surpassing the final bottleneck and breaking through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. The characteristic of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, was to light up the starfire within one's body. When one refined their acupoints to see divinity, the inner universe would appear and truly begin communicating with the outer universe, indicating that the martial practitioner's inner universe would begin to unceasingly form and be perfected. During this process, one would have to continue raising the strength of their fleshly body's chi and blood in order to support more of their acupoints to resonate with the actual stars and see divinity. While refining their acupoints to see divinity could strengthen the fleshly body in itself, the progress was still insufficient to unceasingly surpass the limits of the human body. From the acupoints that had already been refined into divinity, the method was to give birth to a purifying fire and use it to cleanse the body. It was like the starlight in the internal universe had turned into starfire that flickered in the sky. By lighting up the starfire in one's body, one would be able to further expand one's limits and support more acupoints to become divinity, continuing to climb the path of martial arts. In order to light up starfire, just one acupoint alone was not enough. It required a certain number of acupoints that had become stars in the body. Once the basic conditions were met, he could continue to try and figure it out to break through the final barrier. The Northern Ocean clone was currently already at this bottleneck, only having to light up starfire before he would be reborn once more, stepping into the 5th level of the martial saint realm. At this time, Yang Zhaoge had already finished adjusting his condition. His attention fell on the internal crystal furnace in front of him. At this moment, this internal crystal furnace of his was constantly being perfected and upgraded, having basically already regained its glory from before the Great Calamity. With Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base as a martial saint, so long as he had sufficient materials, he could even mass-produce low-grade sacred artifacts. Still, materials that could be used to forge sacred artifacts were always scarce. This was the case in the world beyond worlds as well. Yang Zhaoge guessed that perhaps the central Jun Heaven territory and Kunlun Mountain would be more abundant. At this moment, he was staring at the internal crystal furnace, staring at a dark green bamboo cane that flickered with purple light. As compared to before, this dark green bamboo cane had grown longer again, already nearing 6 feet in length from its original 5 feet in length. The bamboo cane that had originally had 5 segments had now grown a 6th segment as well, and was about to be completed. Yang Zhaoge weighed a sword in his hand, its swordlight resembling a long rainbow as it illuminated the heavens and the earth. It was precisely the low-grade sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, which he had obtained from killing Liao Zheng of Shunling's lineage back when he had obtained the earth-ocean lung crystals and the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance. As a sword sacred artifact, this was one of the weapons that Yang Zhaoge was more used to traversing the Royal Reed Sea for a period of time afterwards. Still, it was already no longer of use now. First, not speaking of the high-grade sacred artifact, the evil sword Daotai, just the weapon that he had just obtained from Sun Zhongda was a mid-grade sacred artifact that surpassed the glorious rainbow sword. Yang Zhaoge gazed at the internal crystal furnace before tossing the glorious rainbow sword within. While it can be unceasingly refined and strengthened along with the growth of my cultivation base, it still requires nourishment. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. Using artifacts and spirit artifacts as firewood to burn, Yang Zhaoge himself actually didn't feel any psychological burden when burning sacred artifacts. Still, sacred artifacts were hard to come by at the end of the day. While Yang Zhaoge was gradually unable to use low-grade sacred artifacts, there were many people by his side and in his lineage who could use them. In the 8 extremities world back then, a single low-grade sacred artifact had been sufficient to influence the overall situation of the world to a certain extent. Even now, the number of low-grade sacred artifacts in the 8 extremities world was actually still very limited. Broad Creed Mountain having established its lineage and established its foundation in the world beyond worlds, it similarly required sufficient resources. Therefore, while Yang Zhaoge had accumulated some treasures through the loot of his enemies earlier, he had not directly burned them into the internal crystal furnace to forge this bamboo cane of his. Still, there was basically no need for him to consider this now. Speaking of which, he still had to thank King Xuanmu. After the Battle of the Spirit Inheritance region and the great battle in which the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had descended into the 8 extremities world, the spoils of war that Yang Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had obtained were not just the King Xian spear, the Cloud Commanding Spear and the Precipitous Golden Armor. There had also been an even more massive number of low-grade sacred artifacts. While Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di and Yuan Zhengfeng had all been rather domineering in their attacks and some had inevitably been destroyed in the process of battle, there was still a considerable amount left. On this basis, the more superior ones were kept while the remaining ones were given to Yang Zhaoge to burn as firewood. For Broad Creed Mountain to establish itself in the world beyond worlds, it currently had to rely more on high-end combat prowess like Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, Feng Yunsheng and Yuan Zhengfeng. As for the middle echelons, a long time would still be needed. Now that the internal crystal furnace had been completed, while sacred artifacts were hard to forge, there was still time for their resources to grow alongside their manpower. Of course, if news of this spread, the other powers would definitely collapse upon hearing it. Of the low-grade sacred artifacts that Yang Zhaoge had on him now, the imperious cold martial armor and the fish dragon spear had all already been burned into the internal crystal furnace. He still had use for the former while the latter was the first sacred artifact that he had forged and could be kept as a memento. Other than the Green Abyss sword that his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng had personally forged for him, Yang Zhaoge had long since refined all his other spirit artifacts. Currently, the dark green bamboo cane that shone brightly within the internal crystal furnace was Yang Zhaoge's greatest money-eater. Still, Yang Zhaoge did not feel the slightest heartache as he was all smiles as he looked at that dark green bamboo cane. Money-eater aside, This was a treasure that Yang Zhaoge had personally forged from scratch, growing along with him step by step to this day. Its true potential had only just been revealed. To be continued. Chapter 8:14. Tossing the dark green bamboo cane into the internal crystal furnace for refinement, having made all the necessary arrangements, Yang Zhaoge no longer had to keep an eye on it. As time passed, the furnace would naturally be opened when the time came. After a long period of trekking, Yang Zhaoge's group finally arrived at the Jade Sun Mountain Range's solitary Heart Peak. Looking from afar, the southern hillside was covered with a fiery red forest. The branches and leaves rose and fell as the wind blew, as if there was a raging fire burning in the mountains. Heavenly flame trees, and such a dense heavenly flame forest at that. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. With the guidance of the map recorded on the jade bead necklace, he could save himself the time to explore the lone Heart Peak, and he went straight to the mountain stream below. A huge rift formed between the mountain peaks. A large number of heavenly flame trees hung above the rift, their leaves blotting out the sky. Yang Zhaoge entered the rift valley, heading downwards. Looking up, the rift above was narrow to begin with. Now that it was blocked by the branches and leaves, the canyon was instantly plunged into darkness. Only sporadic sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves. When they reached the depths of the canyon, it was almost impossible to see the light of day all year round. The heavenly flame tree was red all year round, and it almost never shed its leaves. Without sunlight, the environment in the canyon was unusually cold and damp. After observing for a moment, Yang Zhaoge came to a realization: no wonder there aren't any sects or powerful martial practitioners established here. When many heavenly flame trees gathered together, they would breathe in the vigorous life energy of the wood element and the fiery essence of fire. They were extremely hot and young. On the other hand, the valley below was filled with dense yin qi and cold qi. Seeing the environment here for the first time, Yang Zhaoge had still thought that being able to form a rarely seen land of the extremes of ice and fire, it would be a rare land of spiritual qi. But after careful observation, he discovered that the yang qi and yin qi had formed a strange balance. Not only did they not help each other, but they also cancelled each other out. As a result, the geography of the lonely Heart Peak was extremely mediocre. Very few people would be interested in it. The Northern Ocean clone remained in the Myriad Dragon Palace to cultivate, assailing the bottleneck of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Exiting the hall, Yang Zhaoge sat on Panpan's back, allowing him to descend to the bottom of the mountain stream. After searching for a while in the mountain stream, he found the cast cave that the image on the jade necklace indicated. As Yang Zhaoge's group entered, they discovered that this cast cave was extremely deep and secluded, also extending in all directions. In the cast cave, it was hard to tell which direction to go. However, Yang Zhaoge already had a plan in mind as he cautiously took out a small brocade box. He opened the brocade box, and immediately, a golden light shone in the dark cave. With the help of the golden light, he could see a faint purple aura rising from the brocade box. Yang Zhaoge gazed at the encompassing abundance golden pill within the box. If my guess is correct, just as he was thinking about this, he saw the spirit pill in the brocade box tremble slightly. Then, it flew up into the air. Yang Zhaoge did not stop this encompassing abundance golden pill from flying out of the brocade box. Instead, his spirits rose as he followed after it. The grade of the encompassing abundance golden pill was too high. The spiritual qi and spirituality in this golden pill was far from being as simple as it looked. However, due to the long passage of time, in order to preserve its spirituality, this golden core had sealed off the leakage of its own spiritual energy. In other words, the spiritual core was like a life form that was currently in a deep slumber. It was like an animal hibernating, concealing its own vitality and spirituality to avoid the corrosion of the outside world. Therefore, on the way here, Yang Zhaoge had a thought. If this place really led to the secret treasure that Sun Zhongda spoke of, if that secret treasure really was a supreme treasure like the profound sky-purple gold furnace, if this encompassing abundance golden pill had indeed been concocted by the profound sky-purple gold furnace, if a greater part of the spirituality of this pill could still be preserved, then, here, this encompassing abundance golden pill might be able to point out a path for him. There were too many prerequisites and assumptions here. If any of them failed, the plan would fail. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge was very relaxed as he did not hold any especially high hopes. At most, he would think of other methods to slowly search for it after failing. Still, it looked like his luck was not bad. From the current state of the encompassing abundance golden pill, his earlier plan had actually succeeded. The reaction of this encompassing abundance golden pill is equivalent to proving Sun Zhongda's guess. Yang Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Sun Zhongda guessed that the secret treasure that he was looking for was likely the supreme pill Dao treasure of the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Still, this was just a guess at the end of the day. Before there was any concrete evidence, it was still just a guess at the end of the day. Through his experiments with the encompassing abundance golden pill, Yang Zhaoge had confirmed that this guess was likely correct. Firstly, a path leading to the secret treasure was indeed concealed within this cave. Secondly, the pill furnace or medicinal cauldron used to concoct this encompassing abundance golden pill existed within the secret treasure. Then, there was an 80% chance that this pill furnace was the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Being able to have such a miraculous effect, engraving such a deep mark on the pill, being able to cause the encompassing abundance golden pill to react even after such a long period of wear and tear, possibly being extremely far away, this was not something that ordinary pill concoction furnaces could achieve. Finally, even if it was not the profound sky-purple gold furnace, it should still be some other furnace that was not inferior to it in terms of quality. This secret treasure indeed existed. There was evidence to back it up as it was priceless. Yang Zhaoge naturally had to try his luck with such a fortuitous encounter. If the pill hall still existed, if he could find its whereabouts on this trip, its value would be immeasurable. Of course, this trip might also be dangerous as there would be many competitors for him. Yang Zhaoge followed behind the encompassing abundance golden pill, looking at it as it flew through the air. As they advanced, it could be clearly noticed that the speed at which the encompassing abundance golden pill was gradually increasing. After traversing the cave that extended in all directions for a while, the encompassing abundance golden pill finally came to a halt, hovering amidst a stalactite as it shook slightly in mid-air. Yang Zhaoge halted, silently sensing it. Even with his sensory abilities, it was only after a long time that he discovered something. Yang Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony as the cloud commanding spear appeared within his hands before he stabbed out at a stalactite. That stalactite did not shatter as a small black dot appeared where the spear had touched it. The black dot gradually expanded, turning into a jet-black crevice of space. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. A tiny crevice had once been ripped open in space here, forming a dimensional passageway. Afterwards, the crevice had healed. Still, like a wound that had formed a scar, traces could still be seen. Yang Zhaoge's earlier spear strike had reopened that wound. After keeping the encompassing abundance golden pill and the cloud commanding spear, Yang Zhaoge leapt into the Myriad Dragon Palace. The Myriad Dragon Palace transformed into a streak of light, shooting swiftly into that crevice of space. Passing through numerous layers of space, Yang Zhaoge landed within a foreign dimension. Just feeling the spiritual qi flow within this foreign dimension slightly, Yang Zhaoge knew that this place was extremely massive. Unlike the foreign dimensions that he had been to before, the dimensions here were exceptionally stable. Even if numerous martial saint experts battled here, the foreign dimension might still not shatter. Rather than saying that this was a foreign dimension, it would be better to say that it was a world of its own. Being able to form such a dimension meant that there was definitely an extraordinary existence here. It was either a person or a treasure. To be continued. Chapter 8:15. Gazing about, Yang Zhaoge saw that the sky here was suffused with a faint purple qi that resembled a clump of clouds. Golden light vaguely emanated from within the purple clouds, resembling sunlight that had been obstructed. However, the heavens and the earth were vast and empty. While there were mountains and rivers, no other living beings could be seen. Yang Zhaoge's nose twitched slightly as he could smell a faint medicinal fragrance. He strode forward once more, heading forward. The world before him was boundless. As he released the encompassing abundance golden pill once more, it instead showed no signs of activity as it quieted down. It was as if it could return to its roots as long as it returned to this foreign dimension, incomparably satisfied. Yang Zhaoge kept the encompassing abundance golden pill before beginning to advance based on his sensory abilities. Now, it was mainly through his sense of taste and smell that Yang Zhaoge was able to distinguish whether the medicinal fragrance was dense or faint before heading in the direction where it was denser. Indeed, after flying for a while, Yang Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he landed on the top of a mountain peak. After searching carefully for a moment, Yang Zhaoge discovered a bit of faint blue light on a protruding rock midway up the mountain. As he approached it, he saw that the blue light seemed to be embedded within the rocky cliff. The source of the light was clearly a black pill the size of an adult's thumb, its surface flickering with a blue luster unceasingly. Gazing carefully, there seemed to be tides rising and falling within the black pill. As he got closer, the sound of waves even resounded by Yang Zhaoge's ears. Profound Essence Black Water Pill. After recalling for a moment, Yang Zhaoge identified what this pill was. 4 martial practitioners who cultivated in water attribute martial arts or martial arts related to the refined qi of water, this was a supreme treasure that no amount of gold could buy. In this world, it was rare for a single pill to cause one's cultivation base to immediately advance by leaps and bounds. Still, there were always exceptions to everything. This Profound Essence Black Water Pill was one of them. It could be of great benefit to martial practitioners who cultivated in water attribute martial arts or those who cultivated with the help of the refined qi of water. For those below the martial saint realm, the effects would virtually be instantaneous. For those of the martial saint realm, the effects would not be as quick. Still, it would still be greatly beneficial to their cultivation, allowing them to improve greatly in the process of cultivation. Looking at this pill, what Yang Zhaoge cared about the most was not the pill itself. Instead, it was this Profound Essence Black Water Pill which had similarly been produced by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace that year. Yang Zhaoge inserted a golden needle within, infusing his true essence within and carefully sensing and inspecting it. A moment later, a quizzical look appeared on Yang Zhaoge's face. If I am not wrong, unlike that encompassing abundance golden pill, this pill seems to have been concocted not too long ago. He surveyed his surroundings. Although this space is unique, being able to seal the spiritual qi of pills from leaking out and helping to preserve their spirituality, if they were really concocted before the great calamity, they still shouldn't have been preserved to such an extent. It feels like it'll only take a dozen or so years for it to succeed. Yang Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated. Someone has long since beaten us to this place, even using the profound sky-purple gold furnace to concoct pills here. He frowned and suppressed the doubts in his heart, then carefully took out the profound blackwater pill before continuing forward. Along the way, Yang Zhaoge discovered a few pills scattered about. The Clear Light Longevity Pill, the Purple Qi Golden Jade Pill, the Myriad Wonder Flying Star Pill, the Sacred Heaven Pill, the Vast Cold Pill. All of these were immortal pills produced by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Amongst them, some felt ancient, possibly having been left behind from before the Great Calamity. There were also some that felt very new, seeming like they had only been concocted recently. Along the way, Yang Zhaoge rapidly collected the pills that he encountered. Still, he no longer specifically searched for them as he instead hastened his pace. From a certain perspective, Yang Zhaoge had already profited greatly from his gains thus far. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would probably collectively go crazy. Even powers like the Grand Shen Dynasty, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Whale Breath sect would be envious. Still, Yang Zhaoge was naturally not satisfied with his current gains. After who knew how long, the world before Yang Zhaoge's eyes finally showed somewhat different scenes. Above the great earth stood a tall tower that flickered with radiance, resembling an altar. That tower had a total of 7 levels. Golden light wreathed it as streams of purple qi rose straight into the heavens from the top of the tower, resembling a pillar of smoke. Having arrived in the sky, the dense purple qi came into contact with the auspicious purple clouds in the sky before a distorted scene like a vortex was formed. However, the strangest thing was that the swirling pillar of smoke looked like a still image. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge strode up that tall tower. The tall tower indeed had its own restrictions. Still, it did not possess any hostile or offensive power. Swept along by that pillar of smoke that resembled a pillar that supported the heavens, Yang Zhaoge's figure immediately shot upwards, shooting into the clump of purple clouds above his head. Entering the clump of purple clouds, everything was blurry before his eyes as he was unable to distinguish between up and down, left and right. Still, a door of golden light soon appeared. Yang Zhaoge did not hesitate as he strode into the door of golden light. After the light had dissipated, the world before him abruptly opened up. The surrounding scenery was the same as before. Still, carefully sensing it, Yang Zhaoge discovered that this was shockingly already a different heaven and earth. The spiritual qi flow here was similar to that of that foreign dimension earlier. Still, there were minute yet distinct differences as one could easily tell that these were two different foreign dimensions. No, it should be said that this foreign dimension is even vaster and more profound than I thought earlier. Stroking his lower chin, Yang Zhaoge turned and gazed over. Indeed, he saw an identical tall tower of 7 levels before him. Still, there was no dense purple qi rising into the heavens from the top of this tower. Feng Yunsheng said, "From the looks of it, this place is actually split into different levels." "We went from the lower level to the upper level." Yang Zhaoge nodded, glancing at that 7-story pagoda at the same time. Did this pagoda symbolize that this unique foreign space was also divided into 7 levels? Then, how should I go to the next level? Are there other pagodas elsewhere? Yang Zhaoge shrugged. If the mechanism of this tall tower before him was activated, it should send him back to the previous level. It was just that he did not know if that level was the lowest level. Yang Zhaoge's group moved once more. In this level of heaven and earth, there were still scattered medicinal pills. With finding the pagoda as their main goal, Yang Zhaoge and the others did not intentionally search for the scattered pills. Still, they casually picked up the pills that were right before their eyes as they passed by. After paying attention for a while, they discovered that while there were not many pills scattered here and there seemed to be slightly more of them than in the level below. From the looks of it, the higher up we go, the more good things there are. If that's the case, a precious treasure like the profound sky-purple gold furnace is likely at the highest level and not the lowest level. After spending some time, they successfully ascended to the next level. Here, Yang Zhaoge's group continued trying to find a path to continue upwards. This time, however, a special situation drew their attention. There were indeed more divine pills and miraculous medicines scattered in this level of heaven and earth than in the previous 2 levels. Still, there were some places where the traces of pills from earlier were still present, yet the pills had disappeared. Whose expression was a rare solemn one. "Young master, they have clearly been picked up by someone else." Yang Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. It was not someone who concocted pills more than 10 years ago. Instead, someone else came here just a little earlier than us. Chapter 8:16. There were more pills scattered on this new level than on the previous 2 levels. Still, a considerable portion of them had been picked up. As for the rest, there were both new pills and old pills. This meant that the ones who had picked up the pills were not the ones who had concocted the new pills. Someone arrived here earlier than us, but it shouldn't have been too long. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly, otherwise, the profound sky-purple gold furnace would probably already be gone. The encompassing abundance golden pill would not have reacted at the Jade Sun Mountain Range's solitary heart peak in the world beyond worlds. Feng Yunsheng said, "Still, there are no signs of the pills being picked up from the 2 levels below. If they came here earlier than us, why did they only pick up this level and let go of the 2 levels below? Is it because the divine pills here are better?" Hearing her question, Yang Zhaoge shook his head. "No, the divine pills scattered on different levels do not differ much in quality. It is just that the higher up you go, the more there are." Yang Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. There is one possibility. Those who entered here, us included, did not necessarily end up on the first level or at the bottommost level. Up until now, Yang Zhaoge's group was actually uncertain whether the level they had first arrived in was the bottommost level of this foreign dimension. The so-called first level was relative to themselves. By the same logic, Yang Zhaoge was actually uncertain how long it would take for them to reach the top level. Meanwhile, on this current level, those who had picked up a portion of the divine pills might only be the first level to them. If that existence that resembled a pagoda whilst also an altar just happened to lead to a higher level, most people would regard their current location as the bottommost level. If their final goal was the top of the pagoda, this would actually not be wrong. It was just that Yang Zhaoge's group was comparatively more tragic. Compared to that unknown group of competitors, they had climbed at least 2 more levels. Also, the other party might have already advanced to a higher level even faster than them. Time suddenly became pressing. Even Xiao Ari's expression turned solemn. Because of a certain problem, everyone had no choice but to pay attention to it. They were unable to ascertain whether the level they had started from was the bottommost level or the intermediate level. If they had started from the intermediate level, they had already ascended 3 levels now. If this foreign space really had 7 floors, then it was not impossible that the floor above their heads was the top of the tower. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips, thinking too much about it is pointless. Let's hurry up. The group continued searching for the pagoda that led to a higher level. This time, just having stood on it, Yang Zhaoge had a rough idea: there are traces of other people using it. The remnant aura of power indicated that when the other party had just ascended the pagoda, he was full of vigilance, afraid that the ritual would harm him, so he adopted a defensive posture. Rising into the sky through the mechanism, entering the purple clouds and passing through the door of light, Yang Zhaoge and the others arrived at the 4th level of their trip. Just having descended from the pagoda, Yang Zhaoge felt a sense of foreboding arise within his heart. He looked into the distance and saw a few people floating in the sky, moving away from the direction of the pagoda. The other party didn't walk very fast. As he walked, he seemed to be inspecting his surroundings. However, feeling the changes in the pagoda behind them, they immediately swiveled their heads in that direction. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's group, they were slightly taken aback. The two of them stared at each other from afar, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. The gazes of Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others immediately fell on one of them. While this person clearly wasn't the one with the highest cultivation base amongst them, everyone's gazes still involuntarily fell on her first. She was tall, dressed in red clothes and a white skirt with a silver fox shawl draped over her shoulders. Her features were flawless, resembling blooming flowers, as she was exceptionally beautiful, drawing the attention of others at first glance as she became the focal point of the crowd. This woman might not be the most beautiful. At the very least, there were existences who were not inferior to her amongst those whom Yang Zhaoge had seen before. Still, when beauties of the same level stood together, she was likely to be the first to be noticed by bystanders. As compared to Feng Yunsheng, who grew more pleasing to the eye the more one looked at her, this woman was the first to draw one's attention as it shook one's soul. She was a feast for the eyes, a feast for the eyes. Still, aside from that first instant, Yang Zhaoge's focus was on something other than her appearance. For example, her cultivation base. While they had not clashed, this woman clearly had the same habit as Yang Zhaoge in not concealing her aura. Yang Zhaoge roughly observed her. Her cultivation base should be at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. She should still have yet to break through space and see true divinity. Still, she was extremely young to the point that even Yang Zhaoge had to look at her rather differently. This was because she was only slightly older than Yang Zhaoge. In other words, her age when she had transcended mortality and entered sainthood would not be much older than when Yang Zhaoge had entered the martial saint realm. She was even younger than Yang Di had been when he had become a martial saint. Of course, Yang Di had always been cultivating in the environment of the 8 extremities world before this. The martial arts that he cultivated in were also the clear qi profound art that could hardly be regarded as peak in the world beyond worlds. There were 2 early seeing divinity martial saints beside this woman. Therefore, it was not likely that she was from the lower worlds as she should have been from the world beyond worlds. Even so, this woman's cultivation base and speed of improvement could be said to be universally shocking. In comparison to her lifespan at her current cultivation base, to classify her as a young girl would be to call her old. It would still be fine if she merely possessed a high cultivation base at a young age. Still, generally speaking, geniuses who cultivated at shocking speeds would also possess extraordinary combat prowess under most circumstances. This was especially so for experts who had already attained the martial saint realm. Most of them had slaughtered their way through countless bloody battles. So-called geniuses who were lacking in combat prowess would basically have been washed away by the great waves, having perished early on. Yang Zhaoge himself and his father Yang Di were the best examples of this. At this moment, this was similarly being displayed to the point of perfection on this woman. Yang Zhaoge was virtually certain that while this woman was only at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, her strength stably surpassed that of her 4th level martial saint companions beside her. She did not rely on her accompanying treasures, instead relying on her bare fists and her own strength. This woman occupied the central position of their group, drawing everyone's attention not just because of her appearance but also because of her strength. While she did not intentionally display it, her unconcealed aura naturally emanated, attention-drawing effect. With Yang Zhaoge's current cultivation bases, observing a group of people, they would naturally first pay attention to the one who posed the greatest threat. Back then, the Northern Ocean clone of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm had been unable to defeat the Radiant Light Sect elder Chengsong of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Still, as he had unceasingly cultivated in the great wilderness fishrock art and refined the essence blood of the Dao Tai and the essence qi of a true dragon into his body, tempering himself with the King Shen spear, the Northern Ocean clone's combat prowess had risen unceasingly at the same cultivation level. If the Northern Ocean clone had possessed his current quality back then, he would have been able to stably defeat Chengsong. Still, Yang Zhaoge's intuition told him that the current Northern Ocean clone might not be this woman's match at the same cultivation level. Because they had not actually clashed, who knew what special methods the other party had? Therefore, this was still the most conservative estimate. The Northern Ocean clone's current growth had been due to his supreme talent and supreme martial arts as well as many fortuitous encounters and resources. What kind of background had been able to groom such a heavens-favored daughter? To be continued. Chapter 8:17. Could she be Fu Ting? Feng Yunsheng asked Yang Zhaoge via sound transmission. As a fellow woman, she also felt dazzled by the other party's beauty. However, like Yang Zhaoge, what she was more concerned about was the fact that the Cold Sun Divine Saber had secretly vibrated slightly when facing this woman. This told Feng Yunsheng that the other party's strength definitely could not be measured with that of an ordinary expert of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Yang Zhaoge answered, "It is very possible, but having not seen her fight with the people beside her, it is still hard to confirm her martial legacy." During his stay at Golden Court Mountain, Yang Zhaoge had naturally inquired more about the current peak experts of the world beyond worlds from Mu Jun, Chen Zhiliang and the others so as to know himself as well as his enemies. The southeastern Yang Heaven territory itself, as well as the southern Blazing Heaven territory that had a grudge with them, were naturally important to understand. Apart from that, Yang Zhaoge was naturally extremely interested in the lofty 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as well as the central Jun Heaven territory's Kunlun Mountain. At that level, the knowledge of Mu Jun, Chen Zhiliang and the others would also be relatively limited. Yang Zhaoge would naturally not be able to directly ask the southeastern Exalt Cao Jie about this. However, while it was limited, Yang Zhaoge and the others still knew some basic information. Mu Jun's knowledge and experience were very extensive. Of the current peak younger generation of the world beyond worlds, the favored sons of heaven, there was a name that Mu Jun mentioned repeatedly. Supreme Red Lotus Fu Ting. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood at such a young age, Mu Jun said frankly that of all the people he knew, besides Yang Zhaoge, no one had been faster than Fu Ting. Although she was a woman, she had fought countless battles in her life and had never tasted defeat. She had defeated almost all of her peers and even those who were much older than her. His powerful strength had crushed countless geniuses and demons, and he was known as the pride of the pride of the pride of the pride. When he was a transcendent martial grandmaster, he defeated a martial saint expert. This was a peerless genius who reigned supreme over all those of the same generation in the entire world beyond worlds, not just limited to a single region or a single cultivation level. Moreover, according to Mu Jun, this woman was an all-rounder. Aside from her shocking martial arts talent and outstanding combat strength, she was also proficient in arrays, alchemy, and artifact forging. It was rumored that Fu Ting was quite knowledgeable in taming spirit beasts. Simply put, he seemed to be a genius who could do well no matter what he did. On top of that, His appearance was outstanding. To her peers, she was as annoying as their neighbor Xiao Ming, who scored 20 points more than them in every exam. She single-handedly suppressed countless geniuses of the same age. The monstrous geniuses who were the center of attention of the world often seemed ordinary when they stood next to her. The simplest example was the two seeing divinity martial saints standing beside her. While Yang Zhaoge felt that Fu Ting could stably defeat these two, this did not mean that he felt that they were weak. On the contrary, these two martial practitioners of the fourth level of the martial saint realm were very powerful, true experts, as their strength surpassed that of Cheng Song and Zhong Chao at the same cultivation level. They should be from the same sect as Fu Ting, and the martial arts they practiced were equally exquisite. Their strength was outstanding, and they were the cream of the crop in the same realm. In truth, being able to attain the fourth level of the martial saint realm meant that their talent was similarly extraordinary in the first place. They were supreme geniuses who surpassed countless others of the same generation. Even so, standing before Fu Ting, who was at the third level of the martial saint realm, these two people still appeared rather weak. Whose voice sounded a little guilty at this time. If it's Fu Ting, isn't that, Yang Zhaoge smiled, the daughter of the Brocade Emperor? Who drew back the corners of his lips. In the world beyond worlds, the exalts of 10 territories reigned over the 8 extremities world. Above the exalts of 10 territories were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who resided at the central Jun Heaven territory's new Kunlun Mountain. That was the true core of the world beyond worlds, also the source of this world. The Brocade Emperor, also known as the Brocade Emperor, was one of the current 5 emperors, one of the most powerful bigwigs of the world beyond worlds. The Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting was precisely the Brocade Emperor's only daughter. Having obtained his daughter at an old age, the Brocade Emperor doted on her greatly. Fu Ting had clearly not lost face for him either. In Mu Jun's words, from what he knew, before meeting Yang Zhaoge, he had not seen anyone who was more talented than Fu Ting. While the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories mostly had disciples, not all of them had descendants. As soon as one appeared, countless pairs of eyes would immediately pay attention to them. Meanwhile, these descendants of the emperors were born with powerful foundations and outstanding martial arts. With abundant resources and outstanding guidance, they would basically all be able to grow up to become dragons and phoenixes among men. While they might not be all that outstanding in terms of character and temperament, they would rarely fail in terms of ability. The son of the southern exalt Zhuang Shen, the phoenix prince Zhuang Chaohui, was a classic example. Regardless of his character, he was extremely strong in terms of strength. At the late seeing divinity stage, he was able to challenge an immortal bridge martial saint barehanded. As compared to a third-level martial saint facing off against a fourth-level martial saint, the difficulty was undoubtedly much higher. In the world beyond worlds, besides the southeastern exalt Cao Jie, Zhuang Chaohui was likely the strongest martial practitioner of the same cultivation level that Yang Zhaoge had personally encountered. At the same cultivation level, there was only the Shadow Mountain sword King Lin Hanhua who might be able to battle him. Kang Ping could give it a try if it was anyone else, but he would most likely be inferior. In the world beyond worlds, however, virtually everyone thought that Fu Ting would be able to defeat Zhuang Chaohui at the same cultivation level. As Mu Jun discussed this, he retracted his smile slightly as he said very earnestly, barring any major accidents, Fu Ting will definitely become another female emperor in the future. The female emperor was one of the 5 emperors alongside Fu Ting's father, the Brocade Emperor. This was basically the common understanding of the world beyond worlds as well as everyone's expectations of Fu Ting. The 3 sovereigns had all expressed their attention towards Fu Ting. Therefore, when such a young female expert had suddenly appeared before them, the first guess that popped up in the minds of Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Hu was that it was Fu Ting. And the truth proved that their guess was not wrong. Kunlun Mountains, ingenious flying peaks, Red Lotus cliffs, Fu Ting. How do I address these friends? Which world do you hail from? That red-clothed, white-robed woman walked over from afar, asking. The people beside her followed Fu Ting back, walking back to the vicinity of the pagoda once more. Fu Ting gazed at Yang Zhaoge. Like her, Yang Zhaoge did not intentionally release his aura. Still, he did not restrain it either. This allowed others to easily discern his cultivation base and true age. When the two were combined, even Fu Ting and the other ingenious Flying Peak disciples felt shocked. Without actually clashing, it was hard to judge Yang Zhaoge's actual strength. Still, Fu Ting vaguely had the feeling that the man before her was the same type of person as her. Is this his true age? Or has he faked it through some other method? Fu Ting thought, if it is his true age, it would be impossible for me not to know that such a figure has appeared in the world beyond worlds. Unless he was not of the world beyond worlds at all. It was very rare for such an outstanding figure to appear in the lower worlds. Then, of the prime clear direct lineage? This was the first thought that flashed through Fu Ting's mind. Still, her heart soon jolted slightly as she recalled something. Yang Zhaoge now laughed lightly. I am surnamed Yang, Yang Zhaoge. I have mainly been moving about the southeastern Yang heaven territory of the world beyond worlds recently. Fu Ting raised her brows slightly. You are Yang Zhaoge? Chapter 8:18. Others aside, hearing Yang Zhaoge's name, Fu Ting's expression changed somewhat. Yang Zhaoge smiled. While I encountered someone impersonating me in the southeastern Yang heaven territory just now, the person they wanted to deceive had limited knowledge. Fu Ting appraised Yang Zhaoge with a glance, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth as well. Low-level tricks aside, I heard that a senior of the prime clear lineage concocted a pill known as the form-dispelling pill. It is a sacred pill for disguising one's appearance. Besides those who are familiar with it, it would definitely be hard to distinguish the real from the fake. If someone impersonates you, it doesn't matter if the victim has good eyesight. You have to be familiar with the person being impersonated. Moreover, there's also the rare treasure, the imitation-killing jade. Although its effect is short, it doesn't have any flaws on the outside. Fu Ting said, still, this has nothing to do with me, because I have only heard of Yang Zhaoge's name before, not knowing what he looks like. Yang Zhaoge smiled. The true cycle art that the southeastern Exalt Cao Jie cultivated in was indeed a manifestation of the direct lineage of the heaven-reigning Purple Tenuity Grand Sovereign Emperor. However, as one of the four Imperials, the Lord of the Stars, the great Emperor Polestar, had once listened to the teachings of the Supreme Clear Sect's founder, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. To a certain extent, it could even be considered a direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. In the past, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had established the path of enlightenment for the people, laying the foundation for the martial arts of the future generations. Refining the acupoints to become a god, cultivating the internal universe, turning the acupoints into stars, resonating with the stars of the real universe outside, and thus becoming one with heaven and earth. The root of this path was the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. The heaven-reaching Purple Tenuity Great Emperor's control of the stars was the embodiment of the essence of this train of thought. There were few direct descendants of the Grand Clear lineage. If one really had to be found, while the Tao Arena and Cave Manor of the Southeastern Exalt shared the same name as the Cave Manor of the legendary Lord of the Daoist Way of the Jade Clear lineage, it could be considered a rare direct descendant of the Grand Clear lineage in the current world beyond world's Golden Court Mountain. Meanwhile, the Brocade Emperor of the Five Emperors was of another rare lineage of the Grand Clear direct lineage. Therefore, amongst the peak experts of the world beyond worlds, the Brocade Emperor was on rather good terms with the Southeastern Exalt as they were of the same branch. A monstrous genius like Yang Zhaoge had appeared right under the Southeastern Exalt's nose, also possibly being related to the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary. If he had any interactions with the Brocade Emperor, he would definitely mention this matter. Yang Zhaoge did not find it strange that the Brocade Emperor had heard of his name before. However, it was hard to say if he would mention it to his daughter. From the looks of it now, however, Fu Ting had clearly heard of Yang Zhaoge's name from her father. Crossing his arms before him, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Then what does Miss Fu mean? Let's see who's the real deal. Just by measuring his weight with our own hands, it'll be easier to determine if he's real or not. Most martial artists were arrogant, and they were sharper than others. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Fu Ting said, if you are willing to teach me, of course I would like to have a look at the once-in-a-lifetime genius that Uncle Cao spoke of and exchange pointers with him. However, I have no ill intentions, nor do I wish to force you to make a move. As for proving your identity, Please display that legendary extreme yang seal. It would be more effective than exchanging blows, because I do not know what martial arts Yang Zhaoge possesses in the first place. Therefore, as compared to you personally, the extreme yang seal is more effective as proof. Of course, if you are a fake, yet possess the ability to borrow or wrest away the extreme yang seal from the real Yang Zhaoge, that is another matter altogether. Fu Ting said straightforwardly, "It is fine if you do not want to display the extreme yang seal. We have no enmity between us in the past. Whoever you are, there is no need for us to battle. Still, I admit that I am very curious about your cultivation base and would rather like to experience it for myself." Yang Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, "Oh? Even though we are currently in the same foreign dimension, being in a competitive relationship due to the treasures here, it is still like this?" Fu Ting said mildly, "That's right." She now glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Besides Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng had drawn Fu Ting's attention as well. It was not just because Feng Yunsheng was similarly outstanding in appearance. More than that, Fu Ting actually felt an aura from her that could threaten her somewhat. Could a martial grandmaster possess such strength? Even if she possessed a great treasure, it should not be something that a martial grandmaster should be able to wield. Fu Ting trusted her intuition greatly. Such a strange situation naturally drew her attention. Connecting this with the bits and pieces that her father had once mentioned, Fu Ting roughly understood what was going on. "I know that you are curious. I seem certain that I will be able to take you all down while you feel that I and my fellow disciples here are unable to do so. First, not speaking of how much praise Uncle Cao has for you." Fu Ting's gaze swept across Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. "You, the two of you, if you really possess the extreme yang seal, the extreme yin crown and the Rahu saber and are able to wield their power, you would indeed be extremely powerful. Even an immortal bridge martial saint might not be able to take you down." Despite her words, Fu Ting's tone was very calm. "Still, after coming here and discovering the abnormalities here, we have already reported it to Ingenious Flying Peak." She looked at Yang Zhaoge. "Seniors will be hurrying over very soon. Believe me, it is not as simple as just an immortal bridge martial saint." Hearing this, Yang Zhaoge was rather taken aback. If Fu Ting was not bluffing, Yang Zhaoge would indeed be rather taken aback. It was not that he feared someone from Ingenious Flying Peak. Instead, he was rather taken aback by Fu Ting's way of handling things. A secret realm like this basically belonged to a person's fortune. If someone found their way in, they would first have to satisfy themselves. If they really could not take it down themselves, they would then consider whether they should seek for reinforcements or not. The younger and more outstanding a genius, the more powerful they were and the more confident they were. When had there ever been someone like Fu Ting, directly calling for reinforcements right after discovering a place? Granted, she was the Brocade Emperor's only daughter. If Ingenious Flying Peak obtained any benefits, they would definitely not miss out on her as they would also prioritize her. Her current choice was actually the most efficient one as she had the greatest chance of success. This was a condition that other disciples of Ingenious Flying Peak did not possess. Still, for a youth who had achieved success at a young age, wasn't this choice a little too cowardly? Still, Fu Ting just happened to have a strong personality. While she was the Brocade Emperor's daughter, her current fame had been forged by herself as she had trampled countless geniuses of the same generation beneath her feet. To put it bluntly, her father might not even have been able to defeat her at her age and cultivation level. Yang Zhaoge could not help but appraise Fu Ting, thinking, as a martial practitioner, while it is unavoidable that she has an intense desire to win, she is still a very calm person. Fu Ting said, "This foreign dimension is outside of the world beyond worlds. It can also be considered fate that we met here. You are a junior that Uncle Cao admires greatly. If you can prove your identity, it would be fine for us to travel together. Everyone will have a share of the divine pills and miraculous medicines here. I can similarly understand that you do not want to produce the extreme yang seal as proof. How can peerless treasures be casually shown to others? A heaven's favored son like you might not be willing to prove anything to others. My Ingenious Flying Peak won't clear the area and drive everyone away, so everyone can still move about freely. However, what you're able to obtain here will depend entirely on your own ability. If a fight or conflict arises because of treasures, then we won't show mercy. Chapter 8:19. Fu Ting looked calmly at Yang Zhaoge. If you can drive all of us and our clan's seniors who have come later out of this place, that is also your ability. Still, if we are not their match and you still have the strength to send a message for reinforcements, we will naturally seek reinforcements from ingenious Flying Peak. If you have the ability to kill them all, then we naturally can't. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. With her status and the strength of her father, the Brocade Emperor, behind her, Fu Ting's words could actually not be considered too domineering. However, the way she spoke was like a raging inferno, full of pressure. If you want to use the time difference to kill us quickly, then take the treasure and leave quickly. I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. When I entered this place, I already sent a message to the sect. By now, the people from the sect should be arriving soon. When you first appeared from this pagoda, I actually thought that you were my seniors from the same sect. Fu Ting raised her brows slightly as she looked straight at Yang Zhaoge. Moreover, victory and defeat are still unknown before clashing. Even if you possess the extreme Yang seal, as you are not an immortal bridge martial saint, the power of your treasures would still be limited. Yang Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he was completely unaffected by Fu Ting's aura. He smiled nonchalantly. This Yang has also heard of the relationship and friendship between the Brocade Emperor and the Southeastern Exalt. As Miss Fu says, we have no enmity between us in the past, no enmity between us in the recent past. There is no need for us to fight, Yang Zhaoge said mildly. However, just because there is no need for us to fight doesn't mean that we won't. His hands behind his back, Yang Zhaoge said calmly, of those of the merging avatar martial saint level whom I am interested in sparring with, there is probably only you, Miss Fu. When the ingenious Flying Peak cultivators heard this, they all frowned. While Yang Zhaoge seemed to hold Fu Ting in high esteem, Fu Ting was a late merging avatar martial saint while he himself was a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Fu Ting said, "Oh? In that case, I would really like to experience it for myself." Even knowing that Yang Zhaoge might possess the extreme Yang seal, she remained calm and composed. With her background and current cultivation, she definitely did not lack mid-grade saint artifacts, and it was very likely that she had more than one. With her cultivation, she might not be able to use a high-grade saint artifact, but even if she did not have a high-grade saint artifact with her, she would most likely have some other unique treasures. Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly. However, now is not the time. When the ingenious Flying Peak cultivator heard this, he revealed a look of disdain. Yang Zhaoge ignored it as he said mildly, not wanting to fight now is because this Yang does not want to give others the chance to reap the benefits while the Sandpiper and the Clam fight. As I said earlier, we are only fighting out of interest, out of pride. It is not because of enmity that must be fought. Since that's the case, if you want to spar, you can find another time and place. There's no need to do it in an environment where a third party might interfere at any time. Yang Zhaoge laughed. If Miss Fu wishes to make a move, this Yang will naturally accompany you. Still, since Miss Fu does not insist on measuring this Yang's worth, that suits me perfectly. Fu Ting's eyes flickered. A third party? Yang Zhaoge did not answer, instead asking, this Yang and my fellow disciple came from a place in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, passing through the dimensional passageway and arriving in this foreign dimension. I wonder where Miss Fu and your fellow disciple came from. Fu Ting said slowly, we found a door in the northern profound heaven territory. There are different entrances to this foreign dimension. Seeing your group, I already knew this. Yang Zhaoge nodded, continuing, this foreign dimension is divided into a few levels, the various entrances leading to different levels. To tell the truth, this level is the fourth level for this Yang's group. Still, it should only be the second level for Miss Fu and your group, right? Fu Ting frowned. You mean to say that someone might have arrived at a higher level before you and me? Yang Zhaoge spread his hands apart. This possibility is not impossible. Still, what I actually want to say is that even if they are slower than us, we are still not completely free of worries. This is especially so for your lineage. While peak experts have hurried over as reinforcements, victory might not be assured. Yang Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Of course, if your father, the Brocade Emperor, had personally come over as soon as possible, there should be a great chance of success. Fu Ting appraised Yang Zhaoge with a glance. You can ascertain the identity of the third party? Or is it to say that this so-called third party is your reinforcements in the first place? Yang Zhaoge smiled. Of course they are not with this Yang. Still, this Yang indeed knows who they are. He extended a finger and pointed upwards. I am not certain of their exact background and how many of them there are. Still, they are undoubtedly of the prime clear direct lineage. Hearing the words prime clear direct lineage, the expressions of Fu Ting and the others turned somewhat solemn. Yang Zhaoge said, to tell the truth, while this Yang does not like you suspecting this Yang's identity, it is also understandable. After all, I just finished off a few imposters. And one of them was precisely a descendant of the prime clear lineage who pretended to be me, making it easier for him to traverse the world beyond worlds. It was precisely after finishing him off that this Yang obtained some clues that I came all the way to this foreign dimension. Yang Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the heavens and earth before him. Still, I learnt from him that he was not alone. Instead, there were other experts of his lineage who did not enter the world beyond worlds, instead directly coming here through extra-dimensional space. His gaze fell on Fu Ting once more. I believe that peak experts will be arriving very soon. I believe that Miss Fu should not be someone who is bluffing. Still, if not for the Brocade Emperor coming in person, the situation here might not be completely within your grasp. Yang Zhaoge smiled, speaking of which, this is not the world beyond worlds. Encountering descendants of the prime clear lineage here is also very normal, isn't it? Fu Ting glanced deeply at Yang Zhaoge before suddenly laughing, her laughter as dazzling as fireworks amidst the night sky. Indeed, encountering descendants of the prime clear lineage here is very normal. It would really be rather suitable for a prime clear lineage disciple to impersonate Yang Zhaoge. Uncle Cao thinks highly of him, yet most people would not understand him or even have never seen him before. It would be very convenient for him to move about in the world beyond worlds, especially in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Fu Ting said, while I still cannot confirm whether this is true or not, I must first thank you for informing me of this matter regarding descendants of the prime clear lineage. This is information that I had not previously grasped. What I said earlier still stands. Still, there is a need for us to exchange blows now. As she said this, Fu Ting had already raised a pure white palm. Whether you are Yang Zhaoge is not important. Still, I should at least ascertain whether you are a disciple of the prime clear lineage, acting like a thief crying thief here. She disdained launching a sneak attack as she only struck out with her palm after saying this. Black and white intermingled on her pure white palm at this moment, yin and yang embracing each other as a Taiji diagram was directly manifested. Accompanied by the circulation of the Taiji diagram, all things in this world seemed to collapse and collapse within, losing their original forms as they were transformed into the two qis of yin and yang, returning to their original state. Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations. Taiji yin-yang palm. Yang Zhaoge laughed. I won't hide it from you. Only after seeing this move of yours can this Yang confirm that you are truly the daughter of the Brocade Emperor and not someone impersonating you. Amidst his laughter, he directly raised a hand, striking back with a palm. The two qis of yin and yang similarly intermingled within his palm, transforming into two fish of yin and yang embracing each other as the phenomenon of Taiji was manifested. To be continued. Chapter 820. The two Taiji diagrams collided in the void. Before the two palms came into contact, the heaven and earth between them collapsed together. All kinds of tangible and intangible substances were destroyed into primordial yin and yang. It was hard to tell black from white. Two streams of air, one bright and one dark, were squeezed between the two palms, fluctuating back and forth. As the two Tai Chi diagrams spun, they formed a huge suction force, trying to absorb the yin and yang energies into their palms. However, the two sides affected each other, causing the yin and yang qi to be in a stalemate. The time and space in that area of the void seemed to have been frozen, and it maintained a state of being indistinct and non-existent. Seeing the Taiji diagram on Yang Zhaoge's palm, Fu Ting was not too surprised at first, so it is someone who cultivates in the yin-yang heavenly scripture. However, when the two Taiji diagrams collided head-on and the two palms collided, Fu Ting was immediately stunned. It's like the yin-yang heavenly scripture and the Taiji yin-yang palm of the grand clear direct lineage. What does he study? Fu Ting's gaze turned cold, and her expression turned solemn. A taiji symbol also appeared in her eyes. As it spun, the power of her palm increased. At this moment, it was not only the bottom of Fu Ting's palm that was distorting. The space surrounding Fu Ting's body was also distorting and turning blurry. The vital energy rippled like boiling water, and everything seemed to be returning to the primordial yin and yang. However, the rotation of the taiji diagram in her palm became slower and slower, gradually coming to a stop. Facing this move of Yang Zhaoge's, Fu Ting's first guess was that Yang Zhaoge had secretly circulated the yin-yang finger in the guise of a palm art. The three pure ones were one, and most of their principles were interlinked. The grand clear lineage cultivated in the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. Amongst them, the taiji yin-yang palm was a supreme martial art of the jade clear lineage. It was similar to the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage in describing the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Fu Ting came from a learned family. Although she did not understand the yin-yang heavenly book, she understood the yin-yang heavenly book's abilities better than ordinary people. When the yin-yang heavenly scripture was cultivated to a certain level, it could shift yin and yang and reverse the universe. It could allow one to turn the attacks one was facing back to the enemy. It was no longer as simple as borrowing strength to fight strength. His opponent was strong and his martial arts profound, so it was not that easy to borrow strength. Instead, it was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to distort the most basic yin and yang qi in the world, thereby distorting the opponent's power. Therefore, upon seeing Yang Zhaoge's taiji yin-yang palm, Fu Ting's first reaction was that Yang Zhaoge's attainments in the yin-yang finger were extremely high, as he had reversed her taiji yin-yang palm, thus forming a situation where she, Fu Ting, was fighting herself. Fu Ting gathered her spirit and pushed her palm force to the extreme, but she did not release it. Instead, she kept accumulating power until a vacuum appeared under her palm. In this way, even the yin-yang finger would not be able to borrow her strength. But something even more unexpected happened. Yang Zhaoge's palm force was unceasing, still attacking towards her with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Fu Ting's previous action of condensing and restraining her palm force had caused her to lose the initiative. The two qis of yin and yang formed from the destruction and restoration of all things were unceasingly absorbed by the taiji diagram on Yang Zhaoge's palm where they clashed. Yang Zhaoge's palm was even more vigorous than before as it jolted Fu Ting into retreat. Fu Ting was surprised. It's not the yin-yang finger. Carefully analyzing Yang Zhaoge's palm force, she discovered that it was indeed different from her own. Even though they were both the taiji yin-yang palms, they originated from different legacies. While they could both be considered to be of the grand clear direct lineage, they originated from different lineages. It was just that the shadow of the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage was still present within, as Fu Ting was truly unable to discern Yang Zhaoge's origins. She had miscalculated and lost the initiative, falling to a disadvantage as her figure was directly jolted into retreat by Yang Zhaoge. Fu Ting's gaze flickered as streams of plain-colored cloud qi surfaced on her body. As soon as the cloud qi appeared, Fu Ting's figure instantly stabilized amidst space, stopping her declining momentum. Yang Zhaoge asked, "The grand plainness immeasurable body?" Fu Ting said, "You have good eyesight." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "It is too famous. It would be hard not to recognize it. Of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations, the grand plainness refined form was the immeasurable body. In the entire history of Taoism, it was one of the peak existences in terms of defensive power amongst the myriad martial arts. Combined with the grand beginning bright emptiness form that was also a supreme martial art of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations, the two manifestations combined as one, its defensive power was comparable to that of the 5 virtues. The Lord of Primordial Beginning had the primordial heavenly scripture that had been passed down throughout the world. While the Lord of Tao and Virtue, who had established the foundation of the martial arts of the human Tao, instead had fewer direct lineages, it was not that he did not have a scripture of his own, the Daijing. The Daijing of this world was not just a simple scripture of the Tao, as it was also the convergence of the essence of the grand clear direct lineage, also known as the Daijing or the grand supreme Daoist scripture. The grand cosmos 5 manifestations was a supreme martial art recorded within, its most exquisite aspect being comparable to the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scripture. This was especially so for the first of the 5 manifestations, grand simplicity. From a certain perspective, it was similar to the peerless heavenly scripture. Yang Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at Fu Ting. Her identity as a direct descendant of the grand clear direct lineage was indisputable. It was just that he did not know if the Brocade Emperor's lineage was complete. Looking at Yang Zhaoge now, Fu Ting was troubled. Having clashed till now, she was instead increasingly unable to see through Yang Zhaoge's background. It could not be that Yang Zhaoge really was of the grand clear direct lineage and cultivated in the Taiji yin-yang palm, right? There were indeed traces of the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage in his martial Dao. Still, that palm art of his just now left Fu Ting feeling apprehensive. Her martial arts had clearly originated from him, yet she was unable to see through him. She had undoubtedly fallen into a disadvantageous position here. After that palm, Yang Zhaoge retracted his palm, smiling as he said nothing. He actually did not know the Taiji yin-yang palm. Speaking of which, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court of the Divine Palace had more or less collected martial arts of the Jade Clear Direct lineage and the Prime Clear Direct lineage in the past. Yet, there just had been none of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. As a result, when Yang Zhaoge had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, the 3 purities had merged as one. The true intent of the Grand Clear lineage had required the Lord of Tao and Virtue to enlighten the masses and spread the seeds of virtue and virtue. Yet, after successfully taking this step, while he still used the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation, it had long since ceased to be a sole Jade Clear lineage. The 3 purities merged as one, being profound beyond being profound. The peerless heavenly scripture manifested all arts, also being linked to grand simplicity of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. Meanwhile, the yin-yang heavenly scripture was linked to grand ultimate. Therefore, with Fu Ting's template before him, Yang Zhaoge was able to temporarily derive the Taiji yin-yang palm. While Fu Ting thought that he had not executed the yin-yang finger, Yang Zhaoge had actually still done so. If it were any other martial practitioner of the Jade Clear Direct lineage who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture or the yin-yang heavenly scripture, it would be very difficult for them to achieve this. Thus, Fu Ting was left puzzled. Yet, Yang Zhaoge was able to achieve this. While Fu Ting would eventually discover some clues about this if they continued fighting for a prolonged period of time, having only exchanged a single move, however she looked at it, Yang Zhaoge had indeed executed the Taiji yin-yang palm. Probing the other party to be a descendant of the Prime Clear lineage, she had instead found out that he was of the Grand Clear Direct lineage just like her. If it was not a coincidence, this would simply be a silent mockery. Fu Ting did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners could not help but stare at each other, feeling both amused and stifled. To be continued. Chapter 821. Aside from feeling perplexed over Yang Zhaoge's origins, there was something else that shocked the ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners even more. Even if it had not been an explicit agreement, Fu Ting had said earlier that they would exchange a single move. While she had not been at a disadvantage earlier, Fu Ting had unleashed the Taiji yin-yang palm as she had defended with the grand plainness immeasurable body, which was equivalent to adding half a move. Strictly speaking, she had used half a move in exchange for Yang Zhaoge's palm. If victory was decided with a single move, the victor would clearly be Yang Zhaoge. Everyone was rendered rather dazed for a time. It was not just the 2 early seeing divinity martial saints. All the ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners present were older than Fu Ting, many of them not even just a little bit older. They had watched Fu Ting grow up, defeating countless opponents along the way. It was not that there were no people who could defeat Fu Ting. Still, at the same cultivation level and age, Fu Ting was invincible, never having tasted defeat. Many people who were much older than her and possessed higher cultivation bases had successively been defeated by her. This was the first time they of ingenious Flying Peak had seen Fu Ting lose to an opponent of the same cultivation level. The other party's cultivation base was even a level lower than Fu Ting's, and he was even younger as well. Everyone's expressions turned solemn as they simultaneously gazed at Yang Zhaoge. Fu Ting was silent for a moment before she said straightforwardly, "In that exchange just now, I was defeated. You are more skilled." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Miss Fu is polite." Fu Ting pondered as she looked at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge did not wait for her to ask as he directly said, "This Yang is not of the grand clear direct lineage. Still, the founding founder of my lineage that year was founded on the foundation of unearthing the legacies of our predecessors, benefiting from the legacies of the grand clear lineage. This Yang is indeed a little shameless to claim to be of the grand clear direct lineage. Still, it was indeed thanks to the legacies of the grand clear lineage of pre-Great Calamity times that our lineage was able to establish itself that year. Apart from that, I personally cultivated in some martial arts of the grand clear lineage due to a fortuitous encounter. I have learnt a wide variety of martial arts. The name of Broad Creed Mountain's orthodox martial art for many years was the Clear Chi Profound Art. Of course, the name of this martial art was a little shameful now. With the thickness of Yang Zhaoge's skin, he could still bluff some unrelated people. However, in front of Fu Ting, the legitimate successor of the grand clear lineage, he was embarrassed to say it out loud. This was actually very normal. After all, the founder of Broad Creed Mountain that year, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan who had created the Clear Chi Profound Art, had not known of the existence of the world beyond worlds. His vision was restricted to the eight extremities world. It wasn't that he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. It was just that the great calamity had caused everything to have to start from scratch. Without the foundations that Qiu Yuan and the others had established, there would not have been Zhong Chao and Yang Di who had forged ahead and finally walked out of the path to the heavens, leaping out of the well and being able to see the vaster heavens and earth. Moreover, Qiu Yuan had indeed benefited from the legacy of his predecessors back then, being related to the grand clear direct lineage. Strictly speaking, in the context of the eight extremities world, it was not wrong to say that Broad Creed Mountain was of the direct lineage of the grand clear lineage. When Yang Zhaoge transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he had not possessed any truly detailed supreme martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage. In the end, after some scheming and hard work, he had still succeeded in combining the three purities as one, thanks to Broad Creed Mountain's martial legacies. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Fu Ting glanced deeply at him. Just as she was about to say something, Fu Ting's expression suddenly changed. The gazes of Yang Zhaoge and those two seeing divinity martial saints flickered slightly as well. Everyone looked down at their feet at the same time. While there were no changes in the heavens and earth before them, they all felt a faint tremor emanating from down below. While it was very slight at first, it had become extremely intense a moment later as the entire heavens and earth were shaking and shaking. The shaking did not originate from this layer of space itself. Instead, it originated from that layer down below. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. The stability of this foreign dimension far surpasses the norm as it is even more stable than many worlds of creation. Being able to cause such a major disturbance here, they are undoubtedly immortal bridge martial saints at the very least. One of them should be a senior of yours, Miss Fu. As you say, they have indeed arrived very quickly. Still, it is hard to say who the other party is. He lowered his head and silently sensed for a moment, without personally witnessing it, it is hard to say who won and who lost. Still, from the fluctuations of power, they seem to be evenly matched. Yang Zhaoge raised his head, pointing ahead. This Yang intends to make use of this chance to head to a higher level. I wonder what Miss Fu thinks of this. Glancing at Yang Zhaoge, Fu Ting suddenly smiled, actually having some craftiness within her. Great minds think alike. Saying thus, golden radiance abruptly lit up on her body, transforming into the silhouette of a phoenix which spread its wings, sweeping along her and the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners beside her before directly turning and flying off into the distance. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge drew back the corners of his lips, pursuing along with Feng Yunxing and the others. Seeing that silhouette of a golden phoenix, Feng Yunxing, Hu, Xiao Ari and the others were all taken aback. She actually cultivated in the true intent of the phoenix as well? While it was different from the fiery phoenix of the Southern Exalt's lineage, that golden phoenix had similarly attained the true intent of the phoenix. Even more shocking was the fact that all five virtues vaguely appeared behind this golden phoenix, emanating a shocking aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth and one's own side. That is not a martial art that she cultivates in. It is the effect of a sacred artifact that she possesses. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It should be a mid-grade sacred artifact with extremely shocking defensive power. In terms of defense alone, it far surpasses the precipitous golden armor and the immortal talisman embroidered robe. Fu Ting was currently still not a seeing divinity martial saint, as she was unable to wield the full might of that phoenix weaving plume. If she stepped into the seeing divinity stage and simultaneously cultivated in the grand plainness immeasurable body and the grand beginning bright emptiness form, then wielding the phoenix weaving plume with all her might, with the 2 grands combined and the 5 virtues present, her defensive power would reach a shocking level as she only defended and not attacked. Most early immortal bridge martial saints would be unable to break through her defenses. While Yang Zhaoge possessed the extreme Yang seal, wielding it now would be completely different from wielding it after having attained the seeing divinity stage. No wonder she could still be so confident knowing that we possess the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. Ah, who scratched his big head, the Brocade Emperor is truly incredible. The Southern Exalt spent so much effort yet was still unable to gather the true intent of the 5 virtues, yet he actually managed to gather them all. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. They are not gathered. It is merely this sacred artifact that can create the image of the 5 virtues existing together somewhat. It must be because the essence blood of a pure-blooded phoenix was poured in when this thing was first forged, the true intent merging with that sacred artifact and being able to be stimulated. Still, it would be impossible to comprehend, decipher, and sort it out. This is also thanks to the connection between the 5 grands and 5 virtues in the first place. Otherwise, the Brocade Emperor would not have been able to do something like this. Even if he gave this sacred artifact to the Southern Exalt and let him tear it apart to study it, he would at most only be able to obtain bits and pieces of it, utterly inadequate. Yang Zhaoge said, the Southern Exalt should be aware of this as well. Otherwise, he would have long since thought of a way. As he said this, Yang Zhaoge's eyes lit up. In the distance, the pagoda that led to a higher level had already appeared within his field of vision. To be continued. Chapter 822. With the Northern Ocean clone still in secluded cultivation within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Yang Zhaoge's group did not increase their speed to the maximum. Fu Ting and the other ingenious Flying Peak disciples arrived at the tower first. Glancing back, she saw that Yang Zhaoge and the others had already arrived near the pagoda. His movement speed is also very fast. Fu Ting thought to herself. Without any hesitation, she and her fellow disciples ascended to the top of the pagoda and disappeared into the purple pillar. Yang Zhaoge and the others similarly did not cease in their footsteps as they too charged into the purple Qi pillar. Next, they were swept along by the Qi pillar as they rose into the clouds. Just like the previous few levels, there was a door of light in the purple clouds. After Yang Zhaoge's group had entered the door of light, the scene before them had changed. However, this time was different from the past. As soon as he entered this new layer, a strong blast of air suddenly rushed over. That ferocious wave was enough to overturn many seeing divinity martial saints. Fortunately, Yang Zhaoge had made all his preparations. A pure black metal box stood before him. The heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner that had already merged resembled a black hole at this moment as they completely devoured the frenzied tide that was lunging towards Yang Zhaoge's group. Carrying the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring box, Yang Zhaoge and the others continued forward. Looking from afar, one could see a streak of golden light. It was also being shaken by the wind and waves, but it was still advancing steadily. Your heaven-swallowing earth-devouring box isn't a holy artifact or spirit artifact. It's a unique treasure used to nurture the evil sword Dao Tai. Feng Yunsheng sighed and said, Miss Fu's sacred artifact, which manifests the true form of the phoenix and the true meaning of the 5 virtues, is probably the mid-grade sacred artifact with the strongest defensive power? Yang Zhaoge said as he walked, yes, at the very least, amongst the mid-grade sacred artifacts that we have seen and heard of, its defensive power can be said to be second to none, having reached great heights. That turbid heaven mirror armor which Madame Kang gave to Kang Jinyuan to protect his life, that Qi Wei's blurry shadow-woven robe, the immortal talisman embroidered robe, the precipitous gold armor and some other defensive equipment in my possession, none of them can compare to this one of Fu Ting's. Hu swallowed his saliva. Young master, I remember you said that Fu Ting's nickname. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Yes, that's right. The so-called Grand Red Lotus is on one hand praising Fu Ting herself as a heavens-favored daughter, possessing outstanding looks and outstanding talent. On the other hand, she has a famous treasure, the Red Lotus Tribulation, which has astonishing destructive power. Famed throughout the world beyond worlds and traversed the 9 heavens, Fu Ting was famed for her sharp attacks rather than being proficient in defense. Although her defense could be said to be at the pinnacle among experts of the same level, there were very few times when she really needed to focus on defense. Hu was speechless. Putting aside her cultivation and strength, just her treasures alone, she has that mid-grade sacred artifact for defense and the Red Lotus Tribulation for offense. This woman is strong in both offense and defense. She has almost no weaknesses. Yang Zhaoge smiled. It is because of this that her reputation has not fallen till today. Hu suddenly chuckled and said, Young master, you think so highly of her, but you're actually trying to elevate yourself in a disguised way, right? Young master, you won just now, and you didn't even use the martial arts that you are most proficient in. Yang Zhaoge glanced at him, saying in a meaningful and heartfelt tone, Hu, you've changed. Hu was baffled. Young master, why do you say that? Yang Zhaoge said with a pained expression, while your bootlicking skills weren't great before, your expression exaggerated and your tone stiff, you at least had a heart that was willing to work hard then. Just like that moment earlier. In the past, you were always the first to carry the sedan chair for this young master. But now, you're learning from Yunsheng and coming to undermine me. Hu shrunk his neck, smiling sheepishly. About that, young master, I was wrong. I'll definitely take note of that next time. There won't be a next time. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. From today onwards, your monthly stipend will be half. Hu instantly bawled, Young master, don't. Someone like you who is forever brilliant, lofty, magnanimous and benevolent wouldn't stoop to my level, right? Feng Yunsheng and Xiao Ari grinned as they watched Yang Zhaoge bicker with Hu from the side. Actually, the unique situation on this level already let everyone know that this place was very unusual. It was different from the lower levels. They had very likely already arrived at the highest level of this foreign dimension. Down below, peak experts with profound cultivation bases were locked in a chaotic battle while Fu Ting and the others were hurrying ahead of them. While Yang Zhaoge was walking faster and faster, making full use of every moment he was still very relaxed as no fear or nervousness could be seen in the least. He raised his head and gazed into the distance. The further he advanced, the weaker the violent waves of qi. Still, the visibility before him decreased as a faint purple fog gradually surfaced amidst space. The medicinal fragrance grew denser and denser as celestial voices resounded by his ears, causing him to feel like he was unable to leave. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge gradually realized, it really is the profound sky-purple gold furnace. To think that it really is here, the profound sky-purple gold furnace which had been one of the great treasures of the Heavenly Court's divine palace in the past was located within this foreign dimension, within this level of the heavens and earth. As Yang Zhaoge and the others continued advancing, the purple fog before them grew denser and denser. Finally, it was so stagnant that it seemed solid, giving one the feeling of being trapped in a swamp. Even the powerful suction force of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring box could not do much against this purple fog as it was hard-pressed to devour and absorb it. While that terrifying suction force that seemed able to devour the heavens and devour the earth still existed, the purple fog before them did not move in the slightest as it seemed to exist in a completely different world and space-time. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he simply kept the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring box. The next moment, the myriad dragon palace appeared. As soon as it came into contact with this purple fog, the myriad dragon palace instantly shook. The beam of the great hall, that pillar of the great hall as well as its door all emitted a profound, indiscernible seven-colored radiance at this moment. Illuminated by this seven-colored radiance, Yang Zhaoge and the others were shockingly able to continue advancing. The purple fog before them slowly dispersed. Still, it was only limited to where Yang Zhaoge and the others were. In the process of advancing, Yang Zhaoge even saw Fu Ting and the others. Trapped by the purple fog, it was instead Yang Zhaoge who had caught up from behind, moving even faster than her. Enveloped by the seven-colored radiance and obscured by the purple fog, Fu Ting and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners were unable to clearly see what was going on. However, the first person they thought of was Yang Zhaoge. Fu Ting was rather bemused. Still, she could not be bothered to say anything at this moment as she was fully focused on traversing the obstruction of the purple fog before them. The myriad dragon palace led the way, Yang Zhaoge's group advancing. However, space seemed to have become limitless at this moment as the flow of time was hard to sense as well. Raising his head and gazing over, Yang Zhaoge could see that the myriad dragon palace was shaking more and more intensely. This meant that they were already getting closer and closer to their target. Finally, streaks of golden light were emitted from the purple fog before them. The pressure before Yang Zhaoge abruptly eased as he passed through the purple sea of clouds alongside the myriad dragon palace. What appeared before his eyes was a huge three-legged pill furnace that was completely purplish gold in color with fog rising from it. The pill furnace seemed infinitely massive as it filled the surrounding heavens and earth, yet also seemed extremely small as it resembled a speck of dust. The place where Yang Zhaoge broke through the sea of clouds was above the pill furnace. Gazing downwards, he felt like he was gazing upwards as if the pill furnace was somewhere even higher than he was. Various inconceivable contradictions were all manifested on the pill furnace before him. Yang Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Profound sky-purple gold furnace. Chapter 823. This was also Yang Zhaoge's first time personally witnessing and coming into contact with the profound sky-purple gold furnace. But just by looking at the cauldron, he knew that there was no mistake. This was one of the treasures of the pill hall of the heavenly court of the divine palace, the profound sky-purple gold cauldron. Yang Zhaoge did not rush forward immediately. He looked around and did not say a word. After carefully observing that furnace for a moment longer, Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, suppressing the greed within his heart as he instead retreating once more amidst the layers of purple clouds. "What? Is there a problem?" Feng Yunsheng asked. Yang Zhaoge answered, "I can't be sure, but the situation looks a little strange. Let's be a little more cautious." Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Xiao Ari all looked curiously at the profound sky-purple golden furnace. Although they were currently in the sea of purple clouds, they were still at the edge. Looking at the pill furnace from here, it could still be seen clearly, but looking out from the pill furnace, it would be hard to discover the position of Yang Zhaoge and the others. After looking for a while, Ahu scratched his head and said, "Young master, are you worried that there are other people here because of those newly concocted pills? But no matter how I look, there is no one else here. Even if there was someone who got here first, they should have already left. The precious furnace is still here." The surroundings of the pill furnace were enshrouded in mist, and the powerful yet restrained energy fluctuations still existed. Even those with extremely high cultivation would find it difficult to hide in such an environment. If they could really conceal themselves under such circumstances, the other party's cultivation base would be far from what Yang Zhaoge and the others could currently deal with. Whether or not they were cautious would no longer matter. That is only one aspect. Yang Zhaoge slowly shook his head, his gaze focused on the profound sky-purple gold furnace. There were some things that only he could see. It was true that there was no enemy ambush in front of them, and there were no special defensive restrictions. The profound sky-purple golden furnace's spirituality was restrained as if it was in a deep slumber, and it didn't have any offensive capabilities. However, the pill furnace before him gave Yang Zhaoge an extremely strange feeling. It was as if the furnace was still in the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall and had never moved. However, the surrounding environment was clearly not the pill hall. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yang Zhaoge not to recognize it. At first, Yang Zhaoge had even thought that it was a misconception on his part. However, even after confirming it a few times, that feeling still lingered, unceasingly warning Yang Zhaoge. Since it was not a misperception, Yang Zhaoge tried to find the reason for it. Still, he found nothing in the end. Not only did this not cause Yang Zhaoge to doubt his earlier judgment, it instead caused him to be even more vigilant. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yang Zhaoge decided to wait and see, even if he had to give up his advantage over Fu Ting and the others completely for this. Right now, it was clearly not a matter of first come first serve. While they did not understand, the others still chose to believe in Yang Zhaoge's judgment, calming their hearts and waiting patiently. After an unknown period of time, the purple sea of clouds on the other side suddenly fluctuated. A golden phoenix flapped its wings and flew out, arriving in front of the profound sky-purple gold furnace. The phoenix silhouette dissipated, revealing Fu Ting and the others. When Fu Ting saw the profound sky-purple golden furnace, her face also revealed an expression of joy and shock. But soon, the expression on her face changed to one of puzzlement, and then she looked around. The other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners also revealed puzzled expressions. Logically speaking, there should have been someone who had arrived here before them earlier. It was very likely that it was that strange Yang Zhaoge. Why was he nowhere to be seen? Yang Zhaoge and the others were situated amidst the purple sea of clouds, the myriad dragon palace retracting its seven-colored radiance as everything appeared ordinary and unremarkable. Fu Ting and the others were hard-pressed to discover their tracks. From the perspective of Fu Ting's group, there was only a dense purple sea of clouds all around them, not a single figure to be seen. The profound sky-purple gold furnace stood silently amidst the empty space before them, dense steam rising from its surface. No one was lying in ambush, nor were there any difficulties or obstacles that had to be broken through. There was no need for anyone to act as cannon fodder and open a path for them. That furnace also did not seem to have an owner, as it showed no intention of rejecting outsiders like them. Logically speaking, there was no such thing as the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Fu Ting hesitated somewhat for a time. If something happened to Yang Zhaoge and the others along the way, being trapped amidst the purple sea of clouds, it would be equivalent to them surpassing them, regaining the lead. If they hesitated now, it would be equivalent to wasting their time and chance. Their competitors were not just Yang Zhaoge's side. Still, if Yang Zhaoge had already arrived here before them but had retreated for some unknown reason, they might very well have stepped on a landmine by recklessly approaching the pill furnace. Or perhaps he is worried that it will be difficult to leave after obtaining the pill furnace, thus intending to clear away our enemies before obtaining the treasure. Fu Ting frowned, scanning their surroundings. A seeing divinity martial saint beside her now said, "Just in case, I will go and obtain the treasure. Junior apprentice Sister Fu, you stay vigilant here. If something really happens, you will be able to react in time." He had good intentions, but Fu Ting could not bear for him to take the risk. If there really is danger, my chances of survival are the greatest. I should still go. Senior apprentice brother, you guys help me hold the fort. Having made up her mind, Fu Ting no longer hesitated as she approached the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Now, however, fluctuations suddenly emanated from the surrounding purple sea of clouds. Fu Ting halted, gazing back as she saw a virtually transparent, ethereal swordlight shoot out from amidst the purple sea of clouds. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. After the swordlight had ceased, the figures of a few people could be seen. Their leader was a girl who looked even younger than Fu Ting. She wore green clothes and had features that were like a painting. While she was not as dazzling as Fu Ting, she possessed a natural air of elegance. Being able to catch up within such a short period of time is not just due to the speed of movement techniques. Is it the spatial heavenly scripture or the immortal trapping sword manual? Fu Ting's gaze focused slightly. It looks more like the immortal trapping sword. Are you a descendant of the prime clear lineage? That green-clothed girl first glanced at the profound sky-purple gold furnace before sighing in relief. It is good that we made it in time. She stared curiously at the furnace. This is the profound sky-purple gold furnace. After a while, this green-clothed girl turned to look at Fu Ting, smiling. I am indeed a descendant of the prime clear lineage. Who are you? Fu Ting said mildly, world beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peaks Red Lotus Cliff, Fu Ting. That green-clothed girl came to a realization, right. Father told me before that when encountering descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages, I have to report my name. She coughed dryly, straightening her expression as she said, roving Jade Heavens, Green Duckweed Mountains Minor White Peak Spirit Leaf Cave, Gao Qing. After introducing herself, she blinked, Fu Ting, this name. Hearing this amidst the purple sea of clouds, Yang Zhaoge thought, the roving jade heavens should be the world where descendants of the prime clear lineage reside. Purple Zorizir Cliff's roving jade palace was where the Tao arena of the prime clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, had been located. While there had always been a great debate as to whether it had been held on Golden Turtle Island, Penglai Island or some other island, hearing the name roving jade heavens, it was unquestionably a legacy of the prime clear lineage. As for the name Green Duckweed Mountain, it must have been derived from the Lord of Numinous Treasure's past sword, the Green Duckweed Sword. Fu Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. Qingping Mountain, surnamed Gao? To be continued. Chapter 824. Fu Ting looked at Gao Qing and asked, Green Duckweed Mountain, surnamed Gao, you're a direct descendant of the prime clear lineage's profound sovereign? Gao Qing smiled and said, yes, the profound sovereign you speak of is my great-grandmother. Within the myriad dragon palace amidst the purple sea of clouds, Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The prime clear lineage's roving jade heavens indeed have experts who can claim the title of sovereign. Feng Yunsheng said, the prime clear lineage is renowned throughout history for their Tao of the Sword. I wonder how this profound sovereign of the roving jade heavens compares to the sword sovereign of the world beyond worlds. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds possessed supreme statuses. Among the 3 sovereigns, apart from the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, there was also the sword sovereign. Compared to the exalted earth luminary and the exalted concealed luminary in the past, which were the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, the sword sovereign's age and seniority were slightly lower. This almighty expert rose to power in the era after the Kunlun 9 luminaries. He became a great figure who was on par with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Yang Zhaoge said playfully, this is very hard to say, but the title of sword sovereign itself is rather eye-catching. Now, after staring at Fu Ting for a moment, Gao Qing suddenly clapped, Fu Ting, Fu Ting. I remember now. Father once mentioned that the current outstanding figure of the world beyond world's younger generation is a woman named Fu Ting, the sole daughter of the Brocade Emperor of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. She looked curiously at Fu Ting. You just said that you are someone of New Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak. Isn't that precisely the Tao arena of the Brocade Emperor? Fu Ting said, while we have never met before and have no enmity, we are both interested in this precious cauldron, so we are enemies and not friends. Please do not blame us for offending you. A disciple of the Prime Clear lineage snorted, Heh, the descendants of the Grand Clear lineage and the Jade Clear lineage are all used to being domineering. This is not the world beyond worlds. Someone of ingenious flying peak immediately retorted, if this was the world beyond worlds, how could you be allowed to roam freely here? The other party sneered and said, you speak as if we are afraid of you. We don't have any contact with each other. If you have the ability to step into the roving jade heavens, why don't you try? Let's see if you can get out in one piece. The 2 sides refused to give in to each other, and there was no harmonious relationship to begin with. Now, because of the profound sky-purple golden cauldron, the smell of gunpowder was even more intense. Gao Qing merely sized up Fu Ting curiously. You're really so young, about the same age as me. Fu Ting raised her eyebrows. The other party's tone didn't sound like praise, but pure surprise. Indeed, Gao Qing continued, the Brocade Emperor is no longer young. Indeed, having a daughter at an old age. Still, I've heard that the Brocade Emperor has many wives and concubines with a harem of tens of thousands. Still, he has never had a child for close to 1,000 years. Why did he suddenly get a daughter? The moment Gao Qing spoke, the expressions of the ingenious flying peak cultivators changed. Even the disciples of the Prime Clear lineage beside her had strange expressions on their faces. Aren't these words too taboo? Even if the 2 sides were enemies, discussing a powerhouse with the title of emperor in such a manner made everyone speechless. However, what caused the Prime Clear lineage disciples who were familiar with Gao Qing to smile bitterly was that Gao Qing did not intentionally provoke Fu Ting with her words, or suppress her opponent's momentum. She was really curious. Gao Qing had been puzzled by the matter of the Brocade Emperor and Fu Ting in the roving jade heavens previously. Coincidentally, he bumped into Fu Ting, so he asked her directly. Still, the problem was that while they understood this situation, the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners did not. With that, the originally tense atmosphere between the two sides instantly froze as a deathly silence reigned. Yang Zhaoge and the others exchanged looks amidst the purple sea of clouds, all rendered speechless. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Some of the Brocade Emperor's affairs were still rather famous in the world beyond worlds. As a junior, Mu Jun could not directly introduce them. Still, Yang Zhaoge had heard of them quite a bit in Golden Court Mountain and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. This Brocade Emperor, who had been renowned for many years as one of the 5 emperors, had indeed once wandered through the Sea of Flowers, enjoying boundless romance. His emperor title of Brocade was actually unrelated to his cultivation base and martial arts. When he had first started out in his youth, he had been titled the Brocade Young Master. He was extraordinarily handsome, resembling an exiled immortal, as his elegance could topple all beneath the heavens, as he was known as the #1 handsome man of the world beyond worlds. He had experienced all sorts of women in his life, being innumerable. This had been how he had been before he had become an emperor. Among them, there were female experts with extraordinary cultivations, beautiful women from the mortal world, and they didn't care about their identities. There were noble ladies from prestigious families, daughters of wealthy families, daughters of humble families, talented young women, and so on. However, all of them were beautiful people. Most of these people had long since passed away due to their longevity. Still, be it youth or old age, the Brocade Emperor would never leave them, accompanying them till the end of their lives. If anyone wanted to leave during this period, the Brocade Emperor would not make things difficult for them either, with everyone parting on good terms. This had always been how the Brocade Emperor had been all these years. Still, this Brocade Emperor had passed through countless flowers, not a single one of them touching him. He had already been famous for over 1,000 years, having lived like this for over 1,000 years already. Logically speaking, with his ability to sow seeds throughout the world and throughout the ages, it was already not sufficient to describe him as having many descendants. Instead, he had descendants everywhere under the heavens. Yet, the Brocade Emperor had never had a single child for the past 1,000 years. As a result, many people were secretly doubtful about this. Yet, Fu Ting had been born in recent years. Those who had just heard the news even suspected that the Brocade Emperor had been cuckolded. Still, after Fu Ting had come of age and come out to temper herself, everyone discovered that her demeanor, her looks and her talent were definitely that of the Brocade Emperor's. Only then did they stop doubting her. It was just that it was taboo to discuss these things in private. How many people dared to speak of these things in front of the Brocade Emperor and Fu Ting? The ingenious flying peak martial practitioners were even rather dazed at this. When they regained their wits, all of them had unfriendly expressions on their faces, their eyes burning with fire. Fu Ting looked quietly at Jiao Qing, saying mildly after a while, "If the profound sovereign is Miss Gao's great-grandmother, your great-grandfather is the Dragon Spring Emperor?" Hearing her suddenly say this, the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners were all baffled. As the Brocade Emperor's only daughter, Fu Ting knew many secrets that others did not, many things which even her fellow disciples did not understand. Hearing her words, Jiao Qing nodded very frankly, "Yes, that's right." Fu Ting asked mildly, "Then, may I ask why Miss Jiao follows great-grandmother's surname and not the Dragon Spring Emperor's?" This time, it was the expressions of the prime clear lineage disciples that changed. Jiao Qing was taken aback. Grandfather and father both follow great-grandmother's surname. "It is the same for me then." Fu Ting said, "That is because the Dragon Spring Emperor was unable to defeat the profound sovereign, losing his authority as a husband." Someone beside Jiao Qing snorted coldly. "The Dragon Spring Emperor was originally of the Jade Clear direct lineage of your world beyond worlds. It was precisely because he felt that it was beneath him to continue working together with you that he entered our roving Jade Heavens, even marrying the profound sovereign and living harmoniously until now. Yet, how much do you know? What are you doing here?" Amidst the purple sea of clouds, the eyes of Yang Zhaoge and the others all lit up. This chain of revelations had ignited the blood of gossip and the soul of paparazzi within their hearts. Yang Zhaoge simply wanted to howl towards the heavens, let the peachy little flowers of these major figures come even more fiercely. Chapter 8:25. Facing the rebuttal of the prime clear lineage disciple, Fu Ting merely smiled indifferently. With your cultivation and age, how much do you know about what happened back then? The Dragon Spring Emperor was similarly a bigwig in the Tao of the Sword, but he was defeated by the profound sovereign's sword back then, and lost for his entire life. The prime clear lineage disciple laughed coldly. So what? Our prime clear lineage has always reigned supreme in Taoism's swordsmanship. Everything you've said has merely solidified this point. Fu Ting said unhurriedly, it is true that the way of the sword is a great path, but it is far from the entirety of the way of martial arts. My world beyond worlds has the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even if you include the Dragon Spring Emperor in your roving Jade Heavens, how many sovereigns and 5 emperors would there be? Gao Qing blinked, her expression turning serious. So you are doubting my great-grandfather's cultivation? Fu Ting said, Senior Dragon Spring Emperor is an expert, and his cultivation and strength is not something that I can comment on. However, it is a fact that he is no match for the profound sovereign, and it is not a wild guess on my part. Yang Zhaoge thought, you are indeed not making wild guesses. You are exposing my shortcomings right in front of my face. Unexpectedly, Gao Qing nodded, that's right. Back then, great-grandfather brought a group of Jade Clearsword cultivators into the roving Jade Heavens, wanting to spar with our prime clear lineage successors in sword arts. After winning several battles, he wanted to challenge the old grand ancestor. In the end, great-grandmother who was originally in secluded cultivation came out and defeated all of them. Thus, great-grandfather remained in the roving Jade Heavens. It wasn't just that year. After they got married, they often competed. But after so many years, great-grandfather has never won. His words left Yang Zhaoge and the others wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even Fu Ting and the group of ingenious flying peak martial artists were stunned. The prime clear lineage disciples beside Gao Qing all felt the urge to facepalm. Fu Ting only came back to her senses after a long while. Although they were enemies, she couldn't help but ask, did Her Majesty Profound Sovereign tell you this? If that was not the case, then the person who had told Gao Qing these things was simply harboring malicious intentions, deliberately sowing discord and lowering the position of the Dragon Spring Emperor in the hearts of his descendants. And if it was the profound sovereign's words, then there was a huge problem. It meant that in her heart, and even the entire roving Jade Heavens, the Dragon Spring Emperor did not think very highly of him. What kind of humiliation was this for a powerful being with the title of Emperor? Regardless of whether he was marrying into the family or being placed under house arrest, he was still a great emperor. Just as everyone was letting their imaginations run wild, they heard Gao Qing say, when I was young, great-grandfather carried me in his arms, and he told me about it. Heh! Everyone was stunned again. Gao Qing recalled, great-grandfather was all smiles at the time. I never understood why he was so happy when he mentioned that he had lost. Everyone was silent for a time as they slowly digested Gao Qing's words. While no one else had witnessed such a scene, for some reason, a warm feeling arose within their hearts. Someone could not help but ask, did the Dragon Spring Emperor always intentionally let her win? Gao Qing shook her head very confidently. Great-grandfather said that while he was full of vigor back then, he rarely submitted to anyone. Still, he had to submit to great-grandmother's sword arts. Hearing this, everyone nodded slowly. As martial practitioners, they all submitted to others. The higher their cultivation bases, the more this was so. This was related to the will of a martial practitioner. It was one thing for a husband and wife to be close, but it was another for them to submit to the other's martial Tao. One had to have an actual cultivation base in order to be able to convince others. Fu Ting felt rather emotional as well. Just as she was about to speak, Gao Qing looked at her and continued, great-grandfather was indeed no match for great-grandmother. Still, he was still stronger than your father. Fu Ting scanned the purple sea of clouds around them, still not seeing Yang Zhaoge. Under such circumstances, she increasingly felt that Yang Zhaoge had already come into contact with the profound sky-purple gold furnace earlier, yet had retreated for some unknown reason. If she clashed with Gao Qing and the others now, it was likely that Yang Zhaoge would be the one to reap the benefits. Her seniors should not be at a disadvantage in a battle with others at the very least. If she could gain the upper hand, she would definitely rush to the top level of this foreign dimension as soon as possible. It would be most beneficial for her and her fellow sect members to stabilize the situation here. If a fourth group arrived and the situation became chaotic, it would also be disadvantageous to Yang Zhaoge, who intended to be the Oriole behind them. At most, they would just have to engage in a chaotic battle then. Stopping her thoughts in an instant, Fu Ting happily continued bickering with Jiao Qing. They are both emperors. Having never clashed, who knows who will win? Fu Ting said, the Sword Sovereign is also a junior of the Dragon Spring Emperor, yet he has already surpassed him. Jiao Qing chuckled, your father is not the Sword Sovereign. Amidst the tension between the two sides, the profound sky-purple gold furnace before them suddenly shook once more. The surrounding purple sea of clouds began to ripple, formless waves of qi spreading outwards one after another. The foreign dimension they were in seemed to be affected and began to shake. The expressions of Yang Zhaoge, Fu Ting and Jiao Qing simultaneously changed. Peak experts have ascended this level. Fu Ting's seniors and the experts of the prime clear lineage of Jiao Qing's roving Jade Heavens were entangled in battle as they too arrived at the top level of this foreign dimension. Beyond the purple sea of clouds, the pagoda that served as a passageway in the distance now glowed brightly. Then, a total of 6 figures shot out from within. The 6 of them were split into 3 pairs, currently clashing unceasingly as they were all immortal bridge martial saint. 2 of them caused this foreign dimension's heavens and earth to overturn as they fought, virtually about to shatter. They were shockingly peak experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. This was even with them being wary of the profound sky-purple gold furnace that might be present here. Therefore, they had still restrained their power as they battled. Otherwise, just the 2 of them going all out would be enough to shatter this region of space. Both sides approached the purple sea of clouds. Still, the profound sky-purple gold furnace was truly miraculous as even these immortal bridge martial saints were unable to pass through it for a time. Fu Ting suspected that Yang Zhaoge was waiting for a chance to make a move. Therefore, she maintained her composure, preparing to continue clashing with the descendants of the prime clear lineage. Still, Jiao Qing, who was unaware of Yang Zhaoge's movements, stuck out her tongue in frustration. Oh my, I was only focused on talking and ended up wasting time. As she muttered, Jiao Qing directly unsheathed her sword. This big sister Fu, I'm coming. Saying thus, Jiao Qing immediately attacked, not holding back at all as she directly stabbed towards Fu Ting with her sword. The descendants of the prime clear lineage beside her all charged towards the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners as well. Their target was the profound sky-purple gold furnace. With Fu Ting and the others blocking the vicinity of the furnace, they had to charge past this blockade. While Fu Ting was wary of Yang Zhaoge's presence nearby, since they had already attacked, she did not fear battle as she immediately went up to meet them with her fellow disciples. Those of ingenious flying peak went all out as they wanted to finish off the opponents before them as soon as possible so that they could deal with any changes that Yang Zhaoge might bring about. Still, their opponents were clearly not easy to deal with. This was especially so for Jiao Qing. While she sounded rather ignorant of worldly affairs, her cultivation base was truly powerful to the extreme. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm as he stood amidst the purple sea of clouds, quietly watching the battle between the two sides as he continued to wait patiently. To be continued. Chapter 826. At this moment, Fu Ting was no longer merely probing and sparring as she had with Yang Zhaoge earlier. Instead, she unleashed all of her abilities, seeking only to swiftly vanquish her opponent and secure victory. Yang Zhaoge also personally witnessed the Red Lotus tribulation that he had long heard of. A bag hung by Fu Ting's waist. She reached for it before waving her hand again, a streak of crimson fire flying out. In the outside world, the crimson light transformed into a red lotus that was bright and alluring. The next moment, however, the Red Lotus directly exploded, a hole being torn open amidst space. That ferocious destructive power virtually almost caught up to a saber strike of Yang Di's without the assistance of a sacred artifact. Fortunately, this Red Lotus tribulation required time to be born. If it was expended greatly within a short period of time, its regeneration speed would not be able to keep up. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge could also confirm that Fu Ting possessed outstanding strength, as she was not someone who relied purely on treasures. At the same cultivation level, Lin Hanhua, Zhuang Chaohui and Kang Ping were all inferior to her. Speaking of which, while Yu Baoqi of the North Seasword Pavilion was very talented, the martial arts of the North Seasword Pavilion could not compare to the personal disciples of Fu Ting's ingenious flying peak, the Brocade Emperor. The top-notch absolute art, in addition to Fu Ting's outstanding talent, together created a monster who could crush her peers. Her talent was astonishing. On this basis, her entire body was filled with treasures, as the Red Lotus Tribulation and Phoenix Weave feathers complemented each other perfectly. While she was only a late-merging avatar martial saint now, she could cause many seeing divinity martial saints to suffer defeat in actual combat. On the other hand, Jiao Qing was similarly eye-catching. She was slightly younger than Fu Ting, as she was currently a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Martial practitioners of this cultivation level would virtually be unable to retaliate against Fu Ting, as most might even be instackled in a single blow. Yet, while Jiao Qing was at a disadvantage, Fu Ting was actually unable to obtain victory within a short period of time as well. In just a few short exchanges, Jiao Qing simultaneously executed the Immortal Trapping Sword and the Immortal Ending Sword. There was no delay in switching between the two sword arts at all, as they were naturally executed with ease. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge nodded to himself. It is indeed the Immortal Trapping Sword. No wonder she was able to find this foreign dimension from extra-dimensional space so quickly. The roving Jade Heavens are indeed worthy of being groomed by the direct lineage of the Prime Clear lineage. They are not inferior to Fu Ting of the World Beyond Worlds in the slightest. If the two of them were to fight at the same cultivation level, they would truly be evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor. Right now, Jiao Qing and the others were at a disadvantage, but they were extremely resilient. Against Fu Ting, who was stronger than her, Jiao Qing mainly used the Immortal Trapping Sword. The Immortal Trapping Sword could not only sever spacetime, but it could also shift spacetime to a certain extent. Making use of this convenience, Jiao Qing began to tangle with Fu Ting. When she really couldn't dodge, she would use the Celestial End Sword to counterattack and defend, making it hard for Fu Ting to take her down within a short period of time. The two sides were locked in battle, and as time passed, the elders of both sides were also fighting, breaking through the sea of violet clouds and nearing the profound sky-purple gold furnace. At this moment, the huge pill furnace was still quietly standing in the void, as if it was completely unaffected by the fierce battle outside. Yang Zhaoge brought Feng Yunxing and the others along as they hid within the purple qi, keeping their breaths as they calmed their hearts and focused on the situation before them. "Young master, is there really something wrong with that furnace?" Who was no longer smiling cheekily as his expression was solemn. "Many immortal bridge martial saints have arrived. It will be very difficult for us to reap the benefits of their battle." Yang Zhaoge stared fixedly at the profound sky-purple gold furnace. "My intuition tells me that there is something wrong with that furnace." Actually, it was still not too late to make a move now. The experts of Ingenious Flying Peak and the Roving Jade Heavens would still need some time before they could completely charge in. Meanwhile, Fu Ting, Jiao Qing and the others were currently locked in a fierce battle. If Yang Zhaoge made a move now, there would still be a great chance of success. To make a move or not to make a move? Should he believe his earlier intuition? Yang Zhaoge was currently unceasingly asking himself this question. If his earlier guess was wrong, it would be equivalent to him handing over a precious treasure like the profound sky-purple gold furnace for nothing. This was not as simple as a few pills or a sacred artifact. While it could not be immediately converted into combat power, the value of this treasure was even higher than that of a high-grade sacred artifact or even an immortal artifact. The crux of Yang Zhaoge's judgment was actually that he himself had no actual evidence to support his guess. Everything was completely based on his intuition. Based on the memories deep within his heart that originated from the Heavenly Court's divine palace of pre-Great Calamity times. At Yang Zhaoge's level, it was not an exaggeration to say that sudden inspiration and his intuition were extremely acute. Instead, they were something that truly existed. Still, Things that were too profound would often obstruct and obscure the senses of martial practitioners. The immortal bridge martial saints outside similarly possessed acute sudden inspiration senses. Still, they did not discover anything unusual at all at this moment. Yang Zhaoge asked himself if his intuition might have been a misconception. He closed his eyes lightly, no longer gazing at that furnace that caused one's heart to waver. After a long time, Yang Zhaoge reopened his eyes, saying in a heavy tone, "When the waters run dry, sit and watch the clouds rise." Wait. If my intuition is wrong, there is nothing we can do about it. Having made a decision, we have to bear the consequences. Since he had said to wait, Feng Yunxing, Hu, Xiao Ari and the others spoke no further. All of them inhaled deeply, calming their hearts as they stared at the profound sky-purple gold furnace along with Yang Zhaoge, waiting patiently. After who knew how long, the purple sea of clouds rippled more and more intensely. Just as Jiao Qing and the others were falling further and further into a disadvantageous position, gradually finding it hard to hold on, the dense purple qi mightily broke apart, a few figures shooting within. The 6 of them were split into 3 pairs, still locked in combat. Seeing the profound sky-purple gold furnace now, their eyes all lit up. With their arrival, the battle between Fu Ting and Jiao Qing's group became meaningless as they all retreated to the side. The 2 9th-level martial saints with the highest cultivation bases on both sides simultaneously reached out and grabbed towards the profound sky-purple gold furnace. That expert of the roving jade heavens who cultivated in the immortal trapping sword seemed to regard space as nothing as he grabbed the side of the furnace first. The pill furnace shook intensely, nearly jolting him out of his grasp. He exerted force, yet was unable to move the pill furnace. Having been tormented and delayed for a moment, his opponent was not slow as well as he rushed forward, avoiding his sword and moving to the other side, also reaching out to grab the pill furnace. The 2 sides clashed in mid-air, both of them being locked in a stalemate for a time. The other 4 immortal bridge martial saints entangled with each other, simultaneously moving forward and grabbing the pill furnace one after the other, also launching attacks towards their opponents. The profound sky-purple gold furnace shook intensely, its lid opening as streams of dense mist surged unceasingly from it with a surging qi. The next moment, the mist which had originally surrounded the pill furnace and formed a purple sea of clouds around it surged into the sky at this moment before being absorbed within the pill furnace. Bright golden light was emitted from within the pill furnace, illuminating the surrounding area. Fu Ting, Jiao Qing and the others grit their teeth, preparing to step forward and assist as well. Now that the purple qi had dissipated completely, Yang Zhaoge and the others appeared within their field of vision. Both sides were startled. At the same time, a black ring of light suddenly appeared above the pill furnace before expanding into the surroundings. Where the black light passed, numerous illusory shadows were formed which formed a massive, illusory palace. To be continued. Chapter 827. Enveloped by the black light, that massive, illusory palace emanated a solemn aura as it seemed to instantly envelop the entire sky, filling the surrounding area. A medicinal fragrance emanated from within the palace, suffusing the entire space. This foreign dimension was indeed divided into 7 levels. At this moment, however, the 6 levels of space down below all rose upwards, seemingly folding and contracting unceasingly with the top level as the center. At a time like this, if there were still people in the 6 levels down below who had yet to attain the immortal bridge martial saint realm, they would be directly crushed to smithereens by space with not even their bones remaining. A strange light shot out of Yang Zhaoge's eyes as he looked at that great hall. Scenes that were already rather unfamiliar in the depths of his memories surfaced once more within his mind. From the outside, the great hall before them was precisely the pill hall of the heavenly court's divine palace. Within the 9 heavens, the land of the heavenly court where countless divine pills and miraculous medicines were kept was an extremely important treasure ground for the heavenly court's divine palace. It was just that unlike in Yang Zhaoge's memories, the pill hall that should have been flawless white, flickering with golden radiance and wreathed in clear qi was currently enveloped by black light. This was not the true pill hall, instead being a projection of it here. Yang Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits, a ritual established with that profound sky-purple gold furnace as support? Fu Ting, Gao Qing and the others sensed that something was wrong as well. Still, it was already too late for regrets now. Those 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had placed their hands on the profound sky-purple gold furnace were unable to hold themselves back as they were devoured by that black hall. The black hall was condensed of light as its walls appeared transparent. Yang Zhaoge and the others could see the figures of those 6 martial saints hovering uncontrollably in mid-air within the great hall. Immortal bridge martial saints were completely unable to control themselves as they were controlled by others. There were even 2 peak experts of the late immortal bridge stage amongst them who could only barely struggle as they were unable to extricate themselves. The black hall began collapsing towards its center, forming a black hole which swept those 6 immortal bridge martial saints within. Fu Ting, Gao Qing and the others who were outside were unable to avoid it as well. Even Yang Zhaoge's group who were even further away were affected as they were sucked in by that massive suction force, being drawn uncontrollably towards the black hole. Beneath the great hall, the profound sky-purple gold furnace at the head of the source of the black light shook as it flew upwards as well, flying into the black hole. The expanse of space that everyone in the outside world resided in collapsed completely. Space warped, and it was swallowed by the black hole as well. After entering the black hole, Yang Zhaoge saw that there seemed to be an endless spatial passageway in front of him. It was unknown where it led to. Those 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had first been devoured had already completely vanished without a trace. Fu Ting, Gao Qing, and the others also disappeared. Hu smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, as you expected, there really is a problem. It's just that we're in a bit of trouble now." Yang Zhaoge's expression was heavy as a hint of a smile was revealed at the corners of his mouth. That might not be the case. With but a thought from him, the myriad dragon palace appeared once more, the great beam of the palace, the central pillar and the door of the palace all emanating 7-colored radiance. Where the radiance passed, the speed at which Yang Zhaoge and the others traversed through the spatial passageway abruptly slowed, no longer flying uncontrollably. The chaotic void in front of him seemed to have turned into a real passageway that allowed him to step on solid ground. Yang Zhaoge sat at the entrance of the great hall, his back leaning against it before extending his finger and writing in mid-air. Runes appeared out of thin air, lingering in the void for a long time as if they were carved. The great beam of the divine palace, the pillar and the great door of the divine palace which had merged with the myriad dragon palace flickered with radiance at this moment, rows of 7-colored runes appearing on their surfaces as well. The runes transformed into streams of light, extending outwards in all directions. After a while, a strange noise suddenly resounded amidst space. The next moment, the streams of 7-colored light were retracted, actually forcibly dragging out a massive pill furnace that was wreathed in purple chi and glowing with brilliant golden light from within the darkness of space. It was precisely the profound sky-purple gold furnace. This pill furnace was currently extremely quiet, seemingly having fallen into a deep slumber as it did not resist being dragged along by the streams of 7-colored light. Yang Zhaoge pushed open the great door of the myriad dragon palace, directly swallowing that furnace within. The next moment, the great door mightily closed. As the great door of the myriad dragon palace closed, the space before Yang Zhaoge and the others instantly turned violent and chaotic. It was like a rope that was simultaneously being pulled taut by a massive force at both ends, the person on one end suddenly letting go. The force on the other end abruptly pulled empty, the rope directly flying away. The jet-black spatial passageway broke apart with a boom. Yang Zhaoge brought along Feng Yunxing, Hu, Xiao Ari and the others to hide within the myriad dragon palace, being swept along by the chaotic flows of space. For just that one instant, Yang Zhaoge felt an extremely icy cold aura emanating from the other end of the spatial passageway. That aura seemed cold and dry, emanating from the cold glint of a blade that was devoid of emotions in the least. Yet, it also seemed like a life form with its own emotions, conveying the emotional fluctuations of rage and dissatisfaction. The two opposing, contradictory feelings intermingled and merged, simultaneously clearly transmitted to Yang Zhaoge. Sadly, however, the profound sky-purple gold furnace was sealed within the myriad dragon palace, the ritual that was currently in progress having been abruptly cut short. Yang Zhaoge and the others no longer headed towards the end of that spatial passageway, instead heading in another direction within space. That spatial passageway was quickly extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Everything seemed like an illusion. However, the already collapsed foreign dimension of the seven-floored pagoda told everyone of the shocking scene that had just transpired. Meanwhile, those 6 immortal bridge marshal saints who had been swept along first might not have been able to extricate themselves in time as they were swept along completely. Seeing everything that had transpired before him, Yang Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Being able to sweep away 2 immortal bridge marshal saints of the 9th level of the marshal saint realm without being able to put up any resistance, the might of this ritual went without saying. If not for Yang Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace having just happened to have the ability to obstruct the profound sky-purple gold furnace, they would definitely have been swept away as well. Who exactly was the one who had set up the ritual? While others might not be able to confirm this, after seeing the projection of the Black Pill Hall, Yang Zhaoge was certain of one thing. The Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had been preserved in a rather complete state following the Great Calamity, having survived that tribulation. Currently, it existed somewhere amidst boundless space. Only then could this black hall be projected. Still, who was the one who had set up the ritual? Logically speaking, someone who had the ability to set up such a ritual should already have fallen into the hands of the other party. Yet, when Yang Zhaoge had intercepted the profound sky-purple gold furnace and destroyed the ritual, the other party had not been able to stop him, even less having been able to deal with him afterwards. From the looks of it, the other party should not have grasped the Pill Hall. Yang Zhaoge was rather unable to understand this as he felt that there were many doubtful points about it. Things are a little strange. Yang Zhaoge exhaled, gazing into the depths of the myriad dragon palace. There, the profound sky-purple gold furnace was slumbering without any signs of activity at all. While the dim radiant wheel was quiet as well, it still had some reaction to external attacks. This pill furnace, however, did not budge no matter what Yang Zhaoge did to it. My current cultivation base is still insufficient for me to refine this furnace. If I want to wield some of its power, I will still have to plan and put in some effort. Yang Zhaoge was not discouraged. This was also something that had been within his expectations. He controlled the myriad dragon palace to traverse the chaotic flows of space. While he was temporarily free of worries, he had still fallen into the same predicament that Luo Jiuan and the others had faced after having left the dim radiant mausoleum, needing to find a way home. If this went on for a long time, the myriad dragon palace would be unable to bear the burden. After drifting for who knew how long, a world suddenly appeared before them. Yang Zhaoge controlled the myriad dragon palace and entered it. Just having entered, looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw that there were already familiar faces before him. With Jiao Qing at their head, the few prime clear lineage disciples all looked astonished at the sudden arrival of Yang Zhaoge's group. To be continued.